roll. Jasmine?
Yes. Chair Rogers.
Here.
Regent Buchanan.
Here.
Regent Dombrowski.
Here.
Regent Lozar.
Here.
Regent Bow.
Here.
Regent Southworth.
Here.
Regent Blossom.
Here.
Commissioner Christian.
Here.
Governor Gianforte.
Excused.
Superintendent Ernstson. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Well, good morning again, everyone. We are so grateful to be here on the beautiful campus of Great Falls College, Montana State University. This is a really special time of year as well. The energy and spirit from our recent commencement ceremonies across Montana still linger about us. The transformational power of education is so apparent when we consider the lives and potential of the 41,000 students who enroll in the MUS each semester. On behalf of the board, I extend our deep gratitude to the students, their family members, faculty, staff, professional, and administrative team members on all campuses. You made the 2022 to 23 academic year successful endeavor in so many ways. We thank you for your dedication and effort. I'd like to make a few introductions. We have our faculty representative, Jana Parsons, an English teacher here at Great Falls College. Welcome and thank you for joining us. And I also like to recognize President Corey Sangri-Billy of Stonechild College. President Sangri-Billy is the chair of the Montana Tribal College Presidents Association. Thank you for joining us as well. Dean Erdman is going to provide us with a deeper welcome to campus in a few minutes, but I want to reflect a little bit on the vantage point of a board member on why it's so great to be here in Great Falls. In addition to being the home of the proud River Otters, which should be enough of a reason, Great Falls College is just so representative of Montana's rich history and two-year education. Of the 41,000 students in the MUS, nearly 1/4 of them are in two-year programs, with 1,200 of them attending here at Great Falls. The first public post-secondary technical programs in Great Falls were consolidated into 2 school district buildings in 1971. In 1975, construction began at the present site here at this address. In 1979, the programs were first accredited by the Center for the Northwest Association of Schools and Colleges. In 1987, the legislature transferred the Great Falls Vocational Technical Center and other so-called VOTECs around the state into the Montana University system. In 1994, the college affiliated with Montana State University and was named the Great Falls College of Technology. And then finally in 2012, following the formal adoption of the comprehensive 2-year college mission, the institution's name was modified to Great Falls College. We always enjoy our time here in Great Falls and are so inspired by the high-quality opportunities that are available to students thanks to the hard work of faculty, staff, and administrators. Looking ahead to the business agenda of this meeting, we know that the May meeting in an odd number year following the legislative session is largely about our financial building blocks for the next 2 years. The commissioner and his team will present many details about the legislative outcomes over the course of this meeting. Key among them is our success in securing resources to recruit and retain faculty, staff, professional, and administrative personnel across the system. Our top priority going into the legislature was to gain tools to hire and keep excellent people to serve students and the public. Fortunately, we should be well situated to craft a careful blend of state general fund dollars and tuition dollars to extend excellent educational opportunities going forward. This morning, we enjoyed a meaningful breakfast visit with staff Senate representatives from across the system. Board members will be privileged later today to share lunch with student representatives from across Montana, and tomorrow morning, Regents will have the opportunity to have breakfast with local community members from across the Great Falls region. Thank you again to the students, staff, faculty, and Great Falls community members with whom we will visit and work over the next couple of days. On behalf of the entire board, it is a high honor and privilege to work with everyone involved in higher education. Dean Erdman, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rogers, Commissioner, and Regents. On behalf of the faculty, staff, and administration, we welcome you to Great Falls College. As you may recall, 2019 was the last time we were able to gather in person on this campus for the Board of Regents meeting. Our entire campus community has rallied to ensure you leave tomorrow encouraged by the work that we do to provide educational pathways that lead toward an educated society and workforce. I want to thank the team who oversaw the details of putting together this event, spearheaded by Christy Voberl. Other coordinators included Charla Merja for organizing the food, Ben McKinley and Gary Smart for ensuring that the grounds were spotless, Tony Quinn for the logistics, Dave Bonilla, Phil Carr, EJ for taking care of our Wi-Fi and audio equipment, getting it up and running, and to Catherine Joshua, Sherry Lindow, and the bookstore staff for filling in wherever needed. They have done an outstanding job preparing for the next couple of days. We have a great team, great students, and great work happening at Great Falls College, and I'm excited to showcase the faculty, staff, and students who make up our small, tight-knit campus. With our amazing students, stellar programs, we have a bright future here. So I'd like to get started. Let me introduce Sierra. Some of Sierra's earliest memories were of holding tools for her uncle as he ran around the house fixing things. She is enrolled in our industrial technician program where she gets to fix things, work with her hands, and get dirty. The bonus for Sierra is that she knows that she will get a job where she does not have to sit behind a desk. As the only female in the program, she likes to tell other women not to be afraid to pursue a male-dominated career field. We are also proud of Jensa, who is pictured here. Her early struggle with substance abuse and an abusive partner did not allow Jensa to continue with her college plans as she wanted. After getting sober, she connected with the Career and College Readiness Center, an adult literacy program coordinated by Great Falls Public Schools and located on the Great Falls College campus. She enrolled in the award-winning, nationally recognized Connections 101 program, and then she earned her Associates of Arts at Great Falls College, and she is now enrolled in a social work program at the University of Montana in a 2+2 articulation agreement between us and U of M. Jensa was the 2022 Newman Civic Fellow recipient. Brian became somewhat of a mini celebrity on our campus with his bright smile, kind eyes, and willingness to help anyone. He graduated with 2 degrees from Great Falls College, one in industrial tech and the other in welding. And as a welding student, we actually hired him as an adjunct instructor, and the positivity permeated throughout our welding department. He's currently a welding instructor at CMR, a local high school here in Great Falls, following the path of his parents, who are longtime educators in Browning. Brian is a member of the Blackfeet tribe, and he worked closely with Dugan Colburn from the Great Falls Public Schools last year to assist in our Eagle Feather ceremony, smudging our honorees. I'd like to also introduce Dan. Dan always has a smile on his face and encouraging words for everyone he encounters. His hobby is racing cars, which we sponsored last year. He showcased his car at Montana's first ever World of Work event, where 2,000 8th and 10th graders learned about the various careers available to them. Dan also works with our welding students to replace the side panels on his car when he wrecks them. He participates in our Military Family Center, and he volunteers locally at the Heisey Family Center. He earned his Certificate of Applied Science in Industrial Tech, and next year he's enrolled in our welding program. Dan is the 2024 Newman Civic Fellowship recipient for Great Falls College and a proud veteran of the United States Air Force. Here's Elliot. He came to us as a dual enrollment student before attending university. And after his first semester, he decided that he did not want to be an airplane pilot as he thought, and decided he wanted to be in information technology. So he enrolled at Great Falls College and lived at home. He became a work study in our IT department, and we love him. As you can see, he's up on the stage. He has become an expert in using our 3D printer, which is in the photo here, and he completed the work on the coaster that you have at your tables, designed it and printed it for all of you. He graduated spring of 2023, but he'll continue in the MSU family as a Bobcat, studying computer science. So why do I share these stories with you? I share them because the students come to Great Falls College with diverse needs, circumstances, and backgrounds who benefit from our supportive environment while building their skills and their confidence to achieve their personal and academic goals. They are the reason for the work that we do. We provide information on careers, the education to get there, the programs that they want, and the supports for their success. 53% of the programs that we offer at Great Falls College are in the healthcare careers, and 2 of those are in dental careers. We offer a dental hygiene and a dental assistant program. For those of you who aren't aware, your hygienist is the one who cleans your teeth, and your assistant is the one who assists the dentist with surgeries and making impressions of your teeth. Great Falls College celebrated a major milestone with a ribbon-cutting ceremony for its expanded dental clinic, which allows us to graduate dental hygienists and dental assistants, more of them, each year to fulfill workforce voids across Montana. The 2019 legislature appropriated $4.25 million for the project, and Great Falls College added another $1.1 million of institutional funds to complete the addition. The project added 12,000 square feet to the clinic, and another 6,600 were remodeled. So students, faculty, and staff are able to work in a more modern, comfortable facility that provides patient privacy. The reception this evening will be held in the waiting area of the dental clinic, and full tours will be available. The dental clinic supports dental hygiene and dental assisting. The clinic expansion allows the only dental hygiene program in the state to accept an additional 7 students into the program each year, moving the capacity from 18 to 25. With some creative scheduling in the clinic, we have a proposal out to our program accreditation agency to again bump that capacity of the program, this time to 35 students every other year, to help fill that need for hygienists around the state. Every year we have more applications than we can accept. 35 will help to close that gap between who wants in and how many we can actually take in. Dental hygiene graduates get jobs. As you can see from the slide, 2022, we had a class of 18, 2023, a class of 25. A couple each year go out of state, but we also bring a couple in each year from out of state. But as you can see from the slide, they're getting jobs in Bozeman, Livingston, Helena, Butte, Kalispell, Billings, Polson, Ronan, Glasgow, Lewistown. They're all over the state. In addition to the dental hygiene capacity, we increased the capacity for the dental assistant, which is a year-round accredited program. Offered in a flexible format, students attend online classes from all over the state and take their labs in Great Falls. We have plans to also add a short-term, non-credit dental assisting workforce training as well. Great Falls College has other healthcare programs too. Please meet Taryn. She is a non-traditional student from Laurel, Montana. She couldn't leave her job or uproot her family. During the pandemic, she was awed by the work of the respiratory therapist. She enrolled in our program through the One MSU, where she could stay at home, keep her job, and earn her degree. For those of you who are not aware, One MSU is a collaboration among Gallatin College, City College at Billings, MSU Northern, and Great Falls College to share in-demand programming. I'm happy to say that Taryn graduated this spring, and while she wasn't planning to move, she did decide to accept a job in Butte, and her whole family is moving there. This is a photo of Marcia. She's a surgical technology graduate. Marcia had to travel to and from Browning 5 days a week to complete her coursework. She was already a surg tech in the local clinic in Browning, but she chose to enhance her education, bring knowledge back to her people. She encountered some setbacks, pulled up her bootstraps, and in working with our incredible faculty, she graduated. She continues to work for Blackfeet Tribal Health. So we now offer the surgical technology program through the One MSU network. And this year we are adding an additional cohort through the Sprint program at City College in Billings. All of our healthcare programs, including the ones mentioned, as well as emergency medical technician, physical therapy assistant, licensed practical nursing, and registered nursing, have access to a state-of-the-art simulation center, where our students can train in a safe environment on high-fidelity mannequins and equipment in a real-world setting. In this photo, we have instructor Adria working with our nursing students on a patient simulation in the ICU lab. Students appreciate the hands-on, low-risk, realistic setting, such as the simulated operating suite, the back of an ambulance, or the ICU as in the previous slide. So the Sim Center will also be open for to view at tonight's reception. And I encourage you, if you haven't seen it, to go check it out. Other occupational programming at Great Falls College include 3 in IT, 2 in business, a certificate and an associate's degree in welding, and a certificate in industrial tech. This fall, we are happy to announce that we are starting new programs in early childhood education. We will have a 1-semester Certificate of Technical Studies degree, a 1-year Certificate of Applied Science degree, and 2-year Associate of Applied Science, all stackable credentials, so students can hop in and hop out as life interferes, or adds to. I just wanted to show you that our general education instructors also create a dynamic classroom environments as seen in these following shots. This is an anatomy and physiology course. Here we have a communication class. And here's our math instructor working with our math students. All right, in addition to traditional academic programming, Great Falls College has a continuing education and training department. This rock star team added 5 new healthcare programs in the last couple of years, including Certified Nursing Assistant, Home Health Aide, Med-Aid 1, Med-Aid 2, and Feeding Assistants. Since inception, over 200 participants have been involved in these trainings. And in fact, in the last year, we've trained 66 CNAs and an additional 14 from Great Falls Public Schools, 2 home health aide, 1 feeding assistant, and 3 in wound care, which I didn't even know we had because it's now in our Certified Nursing Assistant program. The CET also rolled out a certified driver's licensing program in August of 2022. This innovative fast-track program is unique because we pair students with industry partners who are looking for drivers, and it also works with employers who would like their current employees to become commercial drivers. Student drivers begin their education with the instructors at Great Falls College, both on the state-of-the-art simulator in the classroom and on a tractor trailer. and they then work with their industry partner until they have obtained full licensure. The classroom portion at Great Falls College is about 3 weeks for the students to get their permit. And the goal is for them to obtain their license within 6 months. Some are faster, but it definitely varies. This simulator shown was purchased as part of a $388,875 American Rescue Plan Act allocation from Cascade County that also helped with the setup costs for the program. We will have the simulator available to test drive during the reception this evening. Our CDL program, we partner with industry, and right now we have 17 industry partners who either train their own employees, hire our students for the driving portion, or both. The truck in this photo was leased to the college from K&K Trucking for $1 a year. It is used by the students to practice backing up and to prepare for their pre-trip checkoff. It is not allowed off our grounds for insurance purposes. And because of that, we also purchased our own tractor and trailer for students who are not placed with a business and need to complete the driving with our instructors. Since August, we've had 46 completers of the CDL program, 12 CDLs earned, and they all have jobs. Great Falls College, we have solid programs, and we've seen an uptick in enrollment. In fact, 9.5% increase from last spring to this spring. So we are very optimistic about continuing to serve our students and our community. And we have a plan in place. Our strategic plan is called Forging Futures for 2022 through 2027. There are 3 main themes to this plan: inclusivity, opportunities, and excellence. In the inclusivity area, our goals are to clear the path for students to accomplish their goals by removing barriers, providing a support system, and instilling a sense of pride. In the opportunities area, we want to build our brand and community awareness of the best kept secret in Montana, increase our enrollments, and connect with our alumni and our community. And in the excellence category, we're striving for efficiency and innovation while aligning our resources, physical, financial, and human resources to meet our goals. We've been on quite the planning binge at Great Falls College, and that started with reorganizing our committee structure to align with our initiatives and to enhance shared governance on our campus. The plans began with a strategic enrollment plan, an academic plan, a campus plan, and our marketing and branding plan was propelled by funding and technical resources received from the Lumina Foundation. Last May, Great Falls College competed in the $1 million Community College Challenge, sponsored by Lumina Foundation. While we didn't win the cool million, we beat out hundreds of applicants to place in the top 10 to earn $100,000 plus technical and marketing support from nationally known marketing agencies. So I'll wrap up with this announcement. We are now the River Otters. In a months-long process, there was a list about 500 suggestions for mascots, and the River Otter was one of 3 finalists, along with the Wolverine and the Electric Elk. Any 3 would have been great. I know, what is an electric elk? There were a lot of ideas. Any 3 would have been great, and the River Otter and the Electric Elk in the final voting were neck and neck, but the River Otter swam ahead. More than 2,300 people voted, and students were involved throughout this process. The mascot will help build brand identity, create a sense of community, and enhance school spirit. With the success that we had for the $100,000 that we received, the $1 Million Community College Challenge organizers connected with us a couple weeks ago and asked us to put together a concept paper. What would we do if we were able to be funded? And I found out yesterday that our concept paper was accepted. The additional $150,000 will help us increase our social media, update our web, and continue to brand the exterior and the interior of our building to showcase Great Falls College. They're so cute. I loved rambling on about the great students, great team, and great work at Great Falls College. And we really do have amazing students, stellar programs, and a bright future. But I'd like to play a little game with you to test your knowledge of the river otter. And I'll need the assistance of Scott Thompson because there will be prizes available, so you must participate. And by prizes, I mean free t-shirts. So I have 5 questions, and the first person to respond will get a t-shirt. Are you ready? What do you call a group of river otters? No Googling, President Cruzado. What do you call a group of river otters in the water? Who got that? Congratulations. A group of river otters in the water is called a raft because they hold hands. All right, what do you call a group of river otters on the land? What? Nope, good guess. I've heard raft and nest. It starts with an R. It's a romp. If they're on the land, they're a romp. If they're in the water, they're a raft. All right, how long can river otters hold their breath while underwater? Oh, good guess. 22 is not accurate. Lower. Very close. A titch up. 8. Who said 8? 8 is the answer. Nice job, Stephanie. What are baby river otters called? Oh, who said that? Pup, right there. Good job. How deep can a river otter dive? What? Nope. A little bit more than 50. There you go, 60. Okay. Thank you for playing. I appreciate it. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Thank you so much. What a wonderful presentation and so engaging. Well, now nothing's going to be quite as fun as that today. Man. Okay, we'll now move on to approval of our minutes. The minutes have been distributed to the board. Are there any corrections? Seeing no corrections, the minutes are approved as distributed. I'll now turn it over to Commissioner Christian to provide the system report.
Madam Chair, thank you. Lots to cover today. Thank you all for being here. Welcome. Dr. Erdman, thank you for hosting us here in Great Falls. It's a pleasure to be here, and fantastic introduction to the river otter there. So thank you for that. And again, thanks to all our board members for your efforts, your time and talent that you've dedicated to the university system. It's been a busy time leading up to this meeting. It's been a busy session. The attention and diligence has been impressive from all of you, and we greatly appreciate your feedback, input, suggestions, help throughout the session and leading up to this meeting, the May meeting following a legislative session, one that we sort of talk about the entire biennium. An incredible amount of information that needs to be gathered and sort of rolled up into a system-wide presentation for all of you. It is truly a monumental challenge for your staff at Ochi, particularly Tyler and his team, the amount of work that goes into building the budget and what we have to do. And then the rest of us all have to put up with Tyler. So it makes for a really busy time at Ochi. But I just appreciate everyone being here and the work that's went into this meeting. You know, sometimes in the busyness of it all and legislative sessions and the rest, we risk, we don't lose, but we risk the thread on what brings us all together and what it's all about. And if you look at the last couple weekends here in Montana, you know what that's all about. It's 9,000 students that walked across the stage at one of our institutions across the state, and that is an incredible start to life right there, changing lives, truly. Casey and I were at the Witchy conference last week. We talked a lot about the value proposition. Changing lives, changing people's, earning potentials clearly, moving many individuals with financial need from the lowest quintile to the top 30% of earners in America. That in itself is something, but also what is done around, less need for social services, the increased appreciation and support for community and culture and all the things that are sort of driven out of a college education is truly monumental, instrumental, and is changing lives and their families for the better. And so congratulations to the campuses and those 9,000 students that walked across the stage last week. So we got plenty to cover, and we'll just dive in. Legislative overview. The 68th session has come to a close, and it was one for the ages, as many people predicted. Busy throughout. Some drama, some moments. Many of you know I've been a licensed pilot. Oftentimes flying is said to be hours of boredom followed by moments of sheer terror. And I think maybe, just maybe, legislative sessions kind of follow that. A lot of work and a lot of changes, a lot of moving pieces that have to be reacted to. And I just want to start with a few thanks and congratulations. I think overall a pretty successful session for us. Maybe one of the best that I've had anything to do with. This is my 6th session as in this chair, and my 9th overall as participating either from a board member or a commissioner, and it was a good one. We made a lot of headway on a lot of things. We started in a real good place. If you go back to November, we thanked the governor and his team, and I'd like to start there. The governor and the governor's budget office built us a good budget, an adequate budget that had significant investments in higher education, and I think that that budget held true, gained a lot of support throughout the process. We'll get into this in detail, but most of those ended up at where the governor's proposal or higher than the governor's proposal for us, and I think that's a testament to the team and where we were at. I also would extend thanks to Representative Dave Beatty, who chaired Section E, gave us a lot of time and attention, great questions from the committee, 5 days on their docket to really go through in detail what it is we are about, what it is we're doing, and what our needs are as a system. And then, of course, support through the other processes from Chair Jones of Full Approps and Chair Esp of Senate Finance and Claims. Very high level. Tyler's going to get into these in significant detail, but House Bill 2, sort of the backbone of what we do, present law adjustments in there, which will allow us to continue providing at least the services that we are today. We ended up several $1 million above where the governor's proposal coming in was, so in a good spot there. House Bill 13, it's been mentioned at breakfast. It's been mentioned here. That's the pay plan. I think if you roll back the tape to a year ago, particularly at our July retreat, we talked about the campus's outreach to us at Ochi to say over and over, our biggest concern is how do we recruit and retain high-quality individuals at every level of the institution, classified staff, professional staff, faculty, of course, administrators. How do we do that? And we need to make some changes. And House Bill 13 was approved. It was approved with incredible support. The votes as it went through the body were impressively high numbers. And ultimately, it is the most money we've seen in any biennium, at least in my time. And that's growing on 17 years, so it's been a while since we've seen anything like that. And then House Bill 5 just kind of shattering records for us in terms of infrastructure investments, in terms of deferred maintenance, the legislation that passed 2 sessions ago to really look at what the state budget was and how are we going to fund deferred maintenance that continues to grow across the state. A little known fact, but the university system holds about 2/3 of state infrastructure, and so incredibly important to us. 40-some million dollars came through that track alone. All total, we received funds or approval for over $400 million, and that will change the appearance of campuses, but also things unseen on campuses, roofs and elevators and fire code issues and asbestos removal and all the things we need to do, including renovating 3 buildings that are all over 100 years old that have seen little change in that time. So incredible things got done there. We also, I think we're successful in maintaining what the founders of our Constitution 50 years ago thought was a good idea, and that's the independence of this board, a free and independent university system that is governed by a board of regents, and certainly a couple challenges to that front, but I'm incredibly grateful for a number of legislators, a coalition that sort of came together and supported us throughout to say, no, that authority, that independence was rightfully founded 50 years ago. It applied then, it applies today. It's important that we maintain a free and open education system, that academic freedom lives on, that all the things that we sort of stand for in this room matter, and the work that you all are doing matters, and I'm just incredibly thankful for the legislative support that we received throughout. With that said, I think we get into some details, and we've got a small group we're going to put together to dive into the legislation sort of item by item. Feel free throughout to ask questions if you've got questions as we move through them. Tyler, Joe, and Allie will walk us through the various bills and the various things that came out of this session. But overall, I feel like it's sort of a state of the state report. I would say the state of the university system is strong, and there's legislation that certainly went our way, and we're happy to share that with you today and walk through it. So, Tyler, I'll kick it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Good morning, members of the board. We're going to dive in with the big 3 in the what comprise our biennial budget, the big 3 being House Bill 2, the General Appropriations Act, which combines with House Bill 13, the pay plan, to create the lump that we distribute to the campuses, that we distribute to throughout the programs in the OCHI budget. That is a key element to what the Budget Committee will address this afternoon. I'm going to kind of skim over the surface here just to give you a visual of what these bills look like. Before I do that, I would say about House Bill 2, or for that matter, any of the increase in funding that we receive, just so I don't have to repeat this a lot this afternoon, is there's 3 basic ways of taking a look at how the budget increases. The simplest way is, what was the total for the last biennium compared to the total for this biennium, and you have a biennial increase. One of the problems with doing that, if you have a lopsided year in that first biennium, like we did, it can skew that amount, so it looks like we have a larger amount. So the first kind of bullets I have there is that we have a $38 million increase over the biennium for 7% growth. In this case, we'll take a look also at an increase over the base year using FY23, which was the high year in this biennium, to compare what each year in the next biennium looked like. And Then, as we move into this afternoon, and we talk about the setting of tuition and how that interfaces with state appropriations, we go to what campuses use to operate, and what we do when we approve operating budgets is just merely year over year, where it kind of gets a little simpler. So you'll see a lot of different numbers on increases. I want to focus this time, if Ange will click on that link, to the increase for the total biennium over the base. And this is what it looks like. You start with that big orange pie there, almost $11 million in present law to the MUS Ed units. I'll show you later this afternoon how that looks. Community colleges at 4.1 million, and we keep going around clockwise there. Our student assistance program, which you'll remember is comprised a lot of those funds go to our professional student exchange programs like WICHE and WWAMI. Then we could move around to the right. We have the agencies, the 5 agencies that are co-located and attached to our campuses. Did quite well at a $5.7 million increase. And then we have some system OTOs, one-time only funding for system initiatives, and we did very well in that category. And in a second here, Joe can brief us on that. So if we back up one notch. There's some other attributes, though, before we jump into House Bill 13 associated with House Bill 2. Not uncommon for this to happen. This time around, we have a state insurance holiday that will occur in both years of the biennium. This will be a component of our present law adjustments, and it comes with some of its own nuances that we'll talk about later. In total, it's a $19 million savings for the campuses. When we focus just on the current unrestricted, that area of the budget comprised of tuition and state appropriations, it's a $12 million savings. And I'm going to show you visually this afternoon what that looks like. And then shared policy goals. These are goals, as you'll remember from last session and about the 3 or 4 prior sessions that we've entered in with our appropriations subcommittee to engage in topics that aren't necessarily directly related to appropriations, but are a partnership and a mutual state interest. And Ange, if I could get you to click on that, Joe will walk us through those.
Thanks, Tyler. And, you know, if we'd had a little more planning, we could maybe have a little bit of a less cute quiz in terms of Regents initiatives that have emerged from shared policy goals over time. They include items like performance-based funding, like the portal and the focus on resident student access. So these have really been a good driver of coordination between the university system, the legislature on shared topics of interest. And we have a fair number of them this time around that will be a big focus between now and the next session. Really starting with financial literacy and college affordability. I think we've all been discussing on how to pay for college is one of the most important and impactful decisions a student and their family has to make when it comes to higher education. Weighty decisions that can impact people for a long time. So this is really bringing a focus to some of the processes that we have around supporting students and families through that decision, helping them to understand what resources are available and some of their impacts. And I think importantly, also bringing some attention to the fact that a big part to the return on investment to college is not just the cost up front and how you meet that cost, it's also your likelihood of finishing out a degree. And so bringing focus to some of our state efforts, particularly Montana 10, to improve students' likelihood of graduating on time, attaining that return on investment that higher education promises when you do complete a credential. Second is a focus around free speech. I think that we all know that free expression, open exchange of ideas, there's probably no space in the state where that happens more than on our college campuses. It's really, really central to the value that we add to the educational experience. And there's been a lot of work over time to ensure that our campuses are a diverse, open space for the exchange of all sorts of different viewpoints. We've had significant policy efforts over the past few years to ensure that we both have the policies, the training set up to preserve and enhance that open exchange of ideas, and this is reaffirming that focus for us and for the system, and certainly also for the Commissioner's Office in terms of being a resource to campus on those topics. Moving on, proficiency-based education has been a big focus of the Section E Committee and many other players in the state, including our K-12 partners, for some time, thinking about avenues for students to have access to move on at their own pace based upon their own capabilities throughout their educational experience. And over this last session, we've had a specific focus on how our educator prep programs can support some of those efforts, can provide some intellectual backbone to understanding the meanings of proficiency-based education across the education space, think about how proficiency-based education topics can be incorporated within our curriculum. We're continuing some of that work, but also adding to it and thinking about in the university system. You'll hear later about credit for prior learning initiatives, recognizing learning that has happened outside of the classroom that can be recognized by our campuses to accelerate someone's time to degree. Also thinking about the Digital Academy as a resource, and you'll hear about a bill later that's thinking about the Digital Academy as a hub for other training opportunities that could be suitable, useful for high school students, middle school students, students across the state in this proficiency-based education realm. Next, tribal college relations, and really I'd say that this is broader than tribal college relations. It's thinking about how are we supporting the hugely growing both set of tribal college transfer students that come to the university system and tribal native students that we've seen grow in our enrollment ranks over the past several years. You know, we've had a big focus and good success expanding our programming around American Indian language, culture, policy, governance at many of our campuses. That's going to continue being a focus, perhaps with a deepened focus on the language component. Where can we, as a university system, bring the unique resources that we have to bear on the big effort that's ongoing with tribal partners to preserve native languages where the native speakers are dwindling. And also continuing efforts between our tribal colleges and our university system institutions to improve the experience of tribal college students who are transferring, and also of university systems who transfer to tribal campuses. We've had extraordinary success expanding tribal colleges participating in our Common Course numbering system, moving from 1 to 4 out of our 7 tribal colleges over the last biennium. Lots of work to develop processes around general education transfer to ensure that tribal college students are given what they're due when they show up at one of our campuses under your policy. And this is maintaining that focus, seeing if we can further expand some of the early successes that we've had over the last 2 years. If you can scroll down, Ange. Thank you. Final 2, career and technical education. You'll hear in our 2-year committee that there is so much going on in the career and technical education space, and that these next 2 years are going to be particularly impactful for the state in terms of large federal grants that support CTE renewing, and large initiatives from the university system and from others, thinking about how we improve the opportunities that students are aware of and are made available to them in the CTE space. Some that are a particular focus, for us, our Sprint Degree Initiative, which we'll be launching this summer, which we'll talk about in a little bit more depth in just a minute. But also thinking about new ways to leverage dual enrollment offerings to expand high school student access to university system provided CTE opportunities. And then last but not least, there's been so many good conversations about data sharing across state agencies. There's a lot of complexities here in terms of ensuring that student data is secure, that it's put to appropriate use, that there's transparency and good governance around how student data is employed, but also recognition that there's a lot of opportunity to help students understand the financial aid, the educational opportunities, the training opportunities in or out of college that are open to them, and also for state leaders to evaluate where we're investing money. Is it paying off in the ways that we'd hope? And so I think there's lots of good conversations happening between OPI, between DLA, between the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education in terms of how we modernize those systems, how we build the governance tools that make certain that we are putting that data to good use, but we also have an understanding and a shared understanding of how we're putting that data to appropriate use with appropriate safeguards. And with that, I'll turn it back to Tyler.
All right, thanks, Joe. Ange, if we could go back there, thank you, and then down a page. That leads us to the final of the big three, House Bill 5, or, yeah, one more, there you go. House Bill 5, which is the long-range building program, and maybe we just go straight to that link so we can look at it visually here in a pie chart. Okay, so the blue area are the capital projects. There's 9 of those projects, and they received $131 million in cash funding, with another $33 million in authority only, where campuses would be expected to raise a portion of a project. If you go clockwise, we have the supplemental funding, which are projects from the 2021 legislative session that returned to this session for inflationary cost adjustments. We have quite a few of those. We'll have a list of that and how the board will handle these, along with the major repairs in the budget committee. The major repairs, which are projects that come in at, they're basically renovation and maintenance projects for that total less than $2.5 million that are put in that category. We'll ask the board to approve all of those as we work through the budget committee. And then finally, we have our authority only, which in this case are large projects that are predominantly privately funded. The legislature still has to provide authority for all academic buildings. So regardless of the funding source, authority must be granted by the legislature. So that rounds out the $442 million in House Bill 5. I think in everyone's collective memory, at least in the last 20 years, we've never seen a long-range building program of this magnitude. One of the data points that stuck with me throughout the legislative session, which the commissioner alluded to, was that we, in the state of Montana, have a $1.5 billion of deferred maintenance in our buildings, and 1 billion of that is in the MUS. So that would give you a picture of the magnitude and the need for this level of funding in this biennium. Greatly appreciated. Ange, if we could back up. I think that leads us to our halftime break here, where we punt it over to Allie to talk about the policy bills that we have.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I get to walk you through the policy bills this morning. Just for a little bit of context, so the legislature adjourned on May 2nd. If you were tracking the legislature, which I know all of you were, this was a historic session in terms of the number of bills that were introduced. And so some of the bills I'm talking about today haven't even reached the governor's desk yet. So the process, while the legislature has adjourned, the governor's part continues. And when the bill arrives on the governor's desk, he has 10 days to decide if he's going to sign it, veto it, or allow it to go into law. So as I go through these, I'll just sort of let you know what the status of them is as well. There's quite a few bills, and so I'll try to be efficient here, but you know, your team at OCHI was really carefully tracking the session and identifying bills that were priority to the system. So we will dive into the Senate bills. Senate Bill 232 provides certain deadlines for executive branch agencies to respond to public information requests. So we now have to provide an acknowledgement of a request within 5 days, and and then 5 days after that, if it's for a single, easily accessible document, it has to be provided, or we have to provide timelines to the requester and a statement of how much will be charged. That bill, Senate Bill 232, has been signed by the governor. Senate Bill 289 allows tuition and fee waivers for qualified survivors of firefighters and police officers who died in the line of duty. Previously, the statute only authorized the board to waive tuition, and so with this passage and with the board's constitutional authority, you now have the ability to waive both the tuition and fee for those individuals, and so that bill has also been signed by the governor. Senate Bill 480 removes the requirement that students opt in to sharing ACT results with post-secondary institutions and scholarship organizations. This bill was really intended to increase awareness and access to post-secondary opportunities for students. So rather than a student having to affirmatively say, yes, you can share my information, the law now allows that information to be shared unless a parent says that they don't wish it to be. And so that bill has also been signed by the governor. So those are the Senate bills, and you will see reflected in the number of bills, there are 50 members of the Senate and 100 members of the House, so there's always more House bills than there are Senate bills. House Bill 31 generally revises the laws related to academic brewer licenses, and it allows any unit of the MUS to apply for an academic brewer license. Previously, that authorization was only for Flathead Valley Community College and MSUB, and this bill has also been signed by the governor. House Bill 140 establishes a bipartisan committee to study the long-term future budget and revenue needs of the state, including higher education, with the changing streams of revenue that come to the state and just how complicated revenue projection is. This is probably a very smart idea to just sort of look at what are the sources of revenue, what are our spending as a state, and are we doing appropriate planning? This was transmitted to the governor on May 8th, so it has not yet been signed. House Bill 185 increases the appropriations to the MSU Fire Training Services School. It provides an ongoing appropriation of about $350,000 in each fiscal year of the biennium to fund the school. And then it also provides one-time only appropriation of $120,000 to increase the training capacity and fire engine maintenance for the school. So that does have obviously fiscal implications, and it has not yet been signed to signed by the governor. He received it on May 11th. House Bill 367 provides for some clarification around the use of federal funds for data modernization. It requires that federal data modernization funds be used to facilitate the use of data by school districts, community colleges, and the MUS in order to improve individual student outcomes and periodically evaluate student academic performance. And it also requires that the funding be applied to make sure that there is the secure sharing of data among the Office of Public Instruction, the MUS, OCHI, and Department of Labor and Industry. And House Bill 367 has been signed by Governor Gianforte. House Bill 482 would establish a higher ed assistance program to be administered by the Board of Regents to help foster youth who have aged out of the system in order to meet their educational, vocational, and professional goals without accruing debt. The bill would allow educational and training institutions to receive grants to develop programs that would provide participants with room and board, admission and enrollment assistance, tutoring, life skills training, career assistance, and scholarship fund. This bill did not have an appropriation associated with it, so there is no state funding that would flow to this. So these grants, if implemented, would need to come from private donations. And this has not yet, this bill was transmitted to the governor on May 11th. House Bill 531 establishes an annual combined meeting for the Board of Regents and the Board of Public Ed. So where historically you've had 2 meetings with the Board of Public Ed, you now will just have one, statutorily just 1 meeting a year that you need to have. And so that bill was signed by the governor. House Bill 749 revises the Montana Digital Academy laws. The stated purpose of the bill is to enhance the state's system of education and support to enhance the state system of education and to support the development of the full educational potential of each person consistent with Montana's Constitution. It also restructures the Digital Academy Board to a certain extent. Previously, the membership for the board was designated as the commissioner. Now it is designated as the Board of Regents or your designee. This bill does have a $950,000 appropriation in it, and it has not been signed. It was transmitted to the governor on May 11th. House Bill 797 requires certain agencies, including OCHI, that have distributed funds to a tribal entity or that have received or retained funds related to a program that distributes to a tribal entity, to report that information to the Office of Budget and Program Planning. Interestingly, this bill was vetoed by the governor yesterday. I looked up the vote count, and it did not have any votes against it in the House or the Senate, and so the next step for that will be for the legislature to decide whether or not they want to poll the governor's veto, which gives them an opportunity to vote as to whether or not they would override it. So stay tuned on the status of House Bill 797. House Bill 833 establishes a teacher residency program. It allows Superintendent Arntzen to contract with a professional educator preparation program located at a unit of the university system to coordinate and establish a teacher residency program. That program, the intent of that is to provide stipends, housing, and other compensation to participating student residents. So it's obviously a teacher recruitment effort. And if the teaching resident does not complete the program within 5 years, or does not teach in a Montana public school for 3 years after completion, then the bill requires OCHI to convert the grant into a loan. And so this is similar to what OCHI does in the WWAMI program. That bill has been signed by the president and the speaker, but hasn't quite yet made it to the governor's desk. House Bill 946 implements certain provisions of House Bill 2 related to the Education Subcommittee. For OCHI, it creates 2 new reporting requirements. One would be a report to the Education Interim Budget Committee on the funding provided to tribal colleges for high school equivalency test preparation or HISET preparation. And then the other piece of this would require OCHI to report on a regular basis to the Interim Budget Committee on all existing collaborations, partnerships, contracts, donations, and contributions related to an entity or individual associated with a foreign country of concern. And foreign country of concern is a federally defined. As I understand it, it includes China, Russia, and Iran, but we need to do some more research around that. That bill has not yet been signed by the governor. It was transmitted on May 12th. House Bill 949 would revise the laws related to data governance. It establishes the Education and Workforce Data Governing Board. That board's duties would include developing policies for linking and sharing education and workforce data among OPI, OCHI, and the Department of Labor. That bill was transmitted to the governor on May 12th. Next, we have a couple of resolutions that I know everyone was tracking carefully to confirm Regent Southworth and Regent Blossom to the board, which they came out with smooth sailing, unanimous votes for both of them in the Senate. And then finally, we also wanted to highlight just a few bills that OCHI was tracking that did not pass the legislative session, some of which, from a policy perspective, we may have supported, and others which we did not. House Bill 288 would have changed the method for determining tuition waivers for Native American students. It would have moved away from the blood quantum requirements that are in current law and also reflected in the board's policy, and applied to enrolled members or descendants of a federally recognized Indian tribe located in the boundaries of the state of Montana, provided that the individual had been a resident of Montana for at least 1 year. That bill had a fairly hefty price tag of $4.8 million and ended up being tabled in Senate Finance and Claims. House Bill 517, which the commissioner mentioned in his opening remarks, was the constitutional referendum that would have placed, if passed, would have placed on the ballot the issue of the board's constitutional authority. For constitutional referendums, they require a vote of at least 100 members of the legislature. House Bill 517 only ended up getting to 88 votes, 61 votes in the House and 27 in the Senate, so it did not meet the threshold to move forward. The bill did, sometimes we called it the zombie bill, it just kept coming back, so it was alive until the very end of the session and ended up not having any additional votes after it was amended in the Senate. As it existed, in its final iteration, it was amended several times. It would have allowed the legislature to direct the Board of Regents to adopt and maintain policies and practices that protect freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and due process, and that in pursuit of those protections, the state could provide judicial remedies. As you all are very well familiar with in terms of the areas that were identified, the board has policies, the campuses have policies in all of those areas that are very protective of student rights. House Bill 944 would have established the Montana In-Demand Skilled Trades Investment Pilot Program. This would have established a grant program to be administered by OCHI to strengthen career and technical education pipelines, to ensure a skilled workforce in the trades, and especially in those trades facing workforce shortages in the state. It ultimately was tabled in the Senate. I think that bill also had a financial cost to it. And then finally, House Bill 950 would have established the Student and Administration Equality Act. This bill really sought to kind of get in the weeds on the process for student disciplinary processes, to require certain things like a counsel for the respondent and various appeal rights. Again, the board, the campuses already have policies in these areas that provide students with the right to fair hearing and are protective of their rights. We were also concerned that this bill could have interfered with and potentially conflicted with implementation of Title IX. So we were pleased to see that be tabled in the Senate as well. Those are the policy bills. Thank you.
Quick breath. Anybody have any questions around any of that? Obviously, some of the budget stuff we'll spend more time on in budget committee this afternoon, but certainly high-level overview of things we tracked out of the, nearly 4,300 and some bills that were introduced. Happy to take questions. I guess I would say this, just incredibly proud of the work and effort, time and attention from your staff at OCHI, all the deputies and their team members. They had us prepared. We spoke to the bills that we needed to, and it is sort of a mountain climbing experience at OCHI. A lot of hours. We live rent-free in a lot of mines for 4 months of every other year, and it's just sort of there. But it was a good session for us, and it really came from a ton of teamwork from your staff at OCHI. I'd also recognize that we had those tasked with carrying that message in the Capitol building more often than not. That's not to say that other people, including Chair Rogers, didn't speak on behalf of these bills throughout the session, but Helen Thigpen, Dave Kuntz, Tracy Ellig, and Leanne Kurtz spent every day sort of reaching out, carrying that message across the Capitol halls day in and day out, and very appreciative of that team as well. And maybe most importantly, and the voice most often listened to is that of the students. And just incredibly grateful for the student participation. There was some tasked, heard once on the House floor that these were paid out-of-state lobbyists. That's couldn't be further from the truth. These are Montana students that dedicated their time and attention to service to the state, and for those efforts, I'd like to just recognize these individuals. Representing the Montana Associated Students as the student lobbyist was Maggie Bell, born and raised right here in Great Falls, Montana, home of the River Otters. Maggie's studying philosophy and political science, a double major at the University of Montana. Also, Lorelei Michaels Owens, who represented MSU and the ASMSU Student Lobbyist Group, born and raised in Bozeman, Montana. Studying political science at MSU, and Ethan Henley, who's not with us today, but represented U of M and the ASUM student lobbyist, born and raised also in Bozeman, Montana, a transplant to the Missoula side, studying accounting at the University of Montana. These three individuals, you know, every session I've been impressed with the student input, but these three truly went above and beyond. They were on their game, on the spot. They were incredibly articulate through some challenging hearings. Some of the policy bills that Allie spoke to, they were involved and they were lofty, and the prep work that went into those and then ultimately communicating that message was incredibly well done by these three individuals. And in honor of that, if we could get Lorelei and Maggie to come up, we have a gift for you guys, and we'll send Ethan's back with him as well. A local photographer in Helena, a picture of the Capitol that we'd like to present to each of you for all your efforts during the session. I got a letter too. All right, excellent. Thank you, guys.
Sorry, moved you around.
'68th session. Are any other questions on that? Or are we ready to sine die this conversation? Regent Lozer.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and I don't want to reiterate anything that you said, because I think you did a great job of describing sort of the process and the thinking that the board went through really this time last year in the May meeting when we were kind of planning out our priorities for the session, conversations we had in July. I mean, this was like essentially picture perfect in terms of elevating the things that the board really, really cared about and having the right people at the right time during the session. And obviously the outcomes are spectacular. So I just wanted to extend the kudos to you. One of the things, though, that wasn't mentioned that I very much appreciated that we talked about in November as a board was there's the transparency and the communication throughout the legislative session, not only for the board members, but for our constituents, our communities. And I just found the legislative week in review that was open to the public, that was sent out, was really, really informative, and I think probably a best practice for university systems or public universities across the country. So I know that took a ton of work, and often that was done on Fridays after a very, very long week for your team. So I just wanted to underscore our gratitude for that component of the participation in the legislative session. So thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, Regent Lozar. All right. Regent Bao.
Yeah, to follow up, I think that, it's hard to understand when you go into legislative session how many different variable options could come out. And I thought the staff did a great job of preparing us for the way that could have gone. And in the end, we got very, very good results. And there are times, in service when it's the results that count, and just highlighting getting the pay rises through at a crucial time for staff and faculty at the university system, and with a focus on the students, I think really deserves a big round of applause for the staff and for the hard work you did, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Bell. So I believe we are ready to move to an enrollment report. And we have Ochi's own Scott Lamone, otherwise Scott Lemon, that is prepared to speak on the current enrollment trends across the MUS.
How now? So we've got the dashboard here. This is public information. I'll go through some key points here on the dashboard itself, but I'd be remiss if I didn't actually point out Eric Meredith and John Thunstrom, who are here, who actually build this dashboard. For those of you that actually use this system, Eric and John put in a ton of work for us to be able to look at this data and have it in one convenient place where we can actually dissect and communicate the data. So thank you guys for having this up and running. Full-time equivalent fiscal year 23, and this is actually the combination for summer and fall semesters of 22, as well as the most current but not finalized counts for spring 23. And just right off the top, you can see the declines we've talked about for quite some time. This is the total system perspective. We'll get into the campus by campus numbers here in a little bit. But to see the decline there, the drop, and then sort of the rebound that we're starting to experience here, which is exciting. We're up overall, and that's encouraging news, albeit not the level of increases that we had hoped for. We'll continue to work through trying to raise the overall enrollment for the system itself. And so you can see that 33,769 coming down to the bottom there through COVID, and we knew we were going to get a bounce back here, but to be up again is incredibly encouraging, even though it's only roughly a quarter point up for the system. For fiscal year 22, nationally, they're down 0.6, and so to be up in our state and see the national trend being a decline, we'll take any increase that we can get from a system perspective, certainly. It feels really good to have an increase overall here as we move forward. Resident undergraduate and graduate, so the resident undergraduate down 2.4% and graduate. Resident graduate students down 5.6%. This is not as bad as it may sound. We know these students are going to graduate, right? They're going to stop out. We don't retain 100% of our students overall. And so there's a natural decline in the students we're bringing in every year for those that are coming out. The question we'll get to later on the first-time freshmen is what rate are we losing our students? And so how many more first-time freshmen and graduate students can we put back into the system to reverse this trend? Typically on a 4 to 6 year run rate, you're going to see it's not going to happen overnight or any one given year. It's encouraging to see that the declines are again less than the national average overall. Non-resident students continue to grow, and so this is good news for a lot of our campuses to see the non-resident population increase to some extent here. That continues to grow, and we're seeing that at over 6%. You can see the varying growth total between undergrads at 14%. WUI is actually down by 0.5, and graduates are essentially flat. And so the non-resident numbers, we continue to be a destination for many out of state to look at a Montana University campus, university system campus rather, and that's encouraging to see that those numbers for a lot of campuses are incredibly important in a lot of ways and add to the diversity of our total student population. Two-year campuses, so really a shining moment here. We can see the increase of 3% in two-year campus enrollment, which is exactly what we want to see in the work that's going in across the state and making sure that we are communicating that value proposition. We do have the programs that the state is looking for, and we're doing them exceptionally well. I could go on and on about the student interactions we get in our office with the satisfaction level and the excitement and enthusiasm around our 2-year and 4-year programs, but it's just certainly a joy for us to see how excited our students are and our state is with the breadth of programs and the success metrics that we continue to communicate for our 2-year campuses overall. So on national perspective, and you can see from 22, there's really a small increase there in public 2 years, so we're well above the national average from a 22 to 23 increase overall. And then the only other gain is the private for-profit, which we're certainly not a peer to. You're seeing those numbers bounce back for the private for-profit sectors, but across the board, there's a national decline. And so when I talk about the incremental increases and trying to turn sort of the Titanic for our state and trying to make sure that we're always communicating that value proposition that Joe and a lot of others will talk about today, it's important to note that being ahead of the national average, where a lot of folks are seeing declines, is exactly where we want to be as we move forward. And then down at the campus level, so this really is the summation of what is being reported out at a system level, but broken down by campus. I won't go line by line and show everybody or talk through every line. This is public information. We'd love for you to go in and engage with the dashboard overall. But that total increase, again, at just under a quarter point and broken down by campus. And these are going to fluctuate. We've seen a lot of our campuses that are up a substantial amount. Some are down. So the sum of our parts, so to speak, and making sure that every campus continues to remain competitive and understand that their contribution to the overall system enrollment is incredibly important and what we want to focus on as well. And again, just the other breakdown there from a per campus basis. Where we do get excited is the first-time freshman numbers, and this is something that obviously we're paying close attention to, and our campuses are as well. And so you see that 0.2 first-time freshman percent change is great. When a lot of folks are certainly in the middle of an enrollment decline nationally, this enrollment cliff that we talk about so much. Overall, we'll get to the capture rate as a recap a little bit later, but we're actually projected to grow our high school population, our graduates, and we're well positioned to continue to try to be an attractive opportunity for students to come from high school into the MUS overall. So to be up in first-time freshmen is incredibly encouraging. When I talk about the 4-year run rate, you can see a pattern there in the data dating back to 2011, where we're seeing these students that were coming in 2016, graduating, coming out. Obviously, the COVID drop, and so to be on the upswing here is exactly what we want to see as we start to dig into the data from a first-time freshman perspective. In-state first-time freshmen, we increased by 2% overall, which again is incredibly encouraging. You know, we've got the bounce back year in 21, and we're excited about that coming out of COVID, but to have it again, this is what we want to continue to see, is as we build on that momentum and our campuses are doing some incredible things all across the state. This is where we start to get into the data side of it, where this is where for the next 4 to 6 years, we want to make sure that we're growing or maintaining our first-time freshman students as they're coming through the population. So the applications, we know it starts with applications, our third, almost wrapping up our third year. John, is it our third year? And yeah, we're going into the fourth cycle here for the central application. If you haven't heard, we have a central application here. I'm kidding. In the state of Montana, and this is all Apply Montana. These are all central app. We're seeing that good growth coming through third cycle. The flat line and the light blue bar is actually current year point in time. That's why it flattens out. But to see sustained growth in the amount of folks here in the state that continue to apply through the central application we have for the Montana University system is incredibly encouraging overall. So we see these numbers coming up, and we know we stand to yield 0% of the students that don't apply to college. And so we want to continue to find the correlation between application and resident students that are engaging overall in our system. So I'm happy to report that we're seeing some more interesting gains in the applications overall. System-wide applications, and so this would include all campus-specific applications as well as the Common App or central applications that are derived from Apply Montana. The orange line represents the last year before we had the central app introduced, and then the top 3 coming up for Apply Montana and the central app for the state. It's interesting because we are down as a system overall, so we're up in Apply Montana, but when you bake in all the applications that are generated through our campuses specifically, as a state, we are down in applications largely due to non-resident students and the decrease in non-resident student applications to the system. This is point in time overall. And so that middle bar is our current year, the top bar is last year, and so you can see that dip in total applications to the system, irrespective of the central app. This is all apps being generated from every campus and through the central app overall. Capture rates, as a recap, this is a really interesting metric that we pay very close attention to. This is the amount of high school graduates we have in our state and what percentage of those are actually engaging in post-secondary education through a Montana University System campus. On the left-hand column, you can see the year and actual high school graduates, and those are going to continue to grow through 26. And then we'll start to see a taper off there in our state, where other states are already well into their drop-off in high school graduates, and sort of the cannibalization that occurs in many big state university systems across the country, where it's really a vacuum, and the largest, maybe 2 or 3 institutions will take that market share of total high school graduates overall. But to see 21 to 22, and again, that capture rate coming back up from 18 down to 21, and as we start to see back-to-back years with our capture rates increasing, we're incredibly encouraged by that. Would love to get back to 13, 14 in the 37% range. Certainly that's our target to continue to bring that up. And so another interesting, dynamic, and I heard Joe talk quite a bit about the value proposition. This is something that we speak about in our office every day. This is a constant focus for us, is what is the return on investment and the value proposition for Montanans to actually engage in post-secondary education. And if we just use the metric, not the only or most important metric, and earnings, is college worth it? Is that investment of your time and treasure worth it in the state of Montana? This is national data through BLS. What is the earnings increase from a bachelor's degree from a high school diploma? And it's 68% in your median weekly earnings, according to BLS data. So 68% increase. And so, we can show these to our state. We can talk about it through the Montana University System, but it's quite possibly one of the most frustrating things that we get as we have these chats across the state is the value of a post-secondary degree, particularly to a bachelor's degree, and I just use that as an enormous jump from a high school diploma to a bachelor's degree as being able to paint that picture for folks. We don't want to suggest that everybody has to go to college or this is something that everybody has to engage in, but when you look at just a pure numbers perspective of what your weekly increase will be from a bachelor's degree versus high school diploma, it's substantial. And so we want to make sure that folks are aware of this overall. And then the course of your lifetime, depending on where you're looking, it's over $1 million you're going to earn over the course of your lifetime with a bachelor's degree completed versus a high school diploma. So there's really tangible data to suggest that it certainly is now more than ever worth it to engage in post-secondary education, and certainly in the state of Montana, we're doing everything we can do to be a national leader in that space as well. And then what do we continue to communicate about? And that is the value of post-secondary education. And so we talk about the portal, the resident student college and career readiness portal, the central application, the marketing efforts, all these things will continue. And so we are excited to announce that there's a lot of really interesting projects on the docket for us to look at how do we make the portal even better for students in our state to engage and explore. The metric data we're happy to share with you moving forward with just how popular this resource is for our state, right down to applying to college in the Montana University System, as well as looking at other national trends and larger scale items that we can continue to explore and research as a system to try to do that, to try to do more and continue to make Montana the most appealing option through the Montana University System for folks to engage in this process. And so this will not stop. This is ongoing. We'll continue to continue to make these strides and steps to do that. Other states are doing some great things too, and so we want to make sure that we are and continue to be a national leader in this space. And I'm excited to report that I think we continue to will be. So, Mr. Commissioner, that concludes my presentation. Happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Director Lemon. Just a couple comments to add to this. If you look back 3 years ago, September meeting in Billings, we had a lot of conversation around this topic, right? How do we engage more students? How do we engage? How do we sort of stop arguing over the 35% already coming to us and look at a broader population and what education can mean for those students, where they fit in the MUS? I think we've done a lot of work on that front. But I also think, and as these conversations evolve at OCHI and ultimately with you all as a board, the portal, for example, I think is a tool in that overall process. It's not the end game for us, the Common App, not the end game. It's part of how do we increase and enhance this sort of resident student access conversation that we've talked a lot about over the years, and how do we continue to build on that. So we've tasked Director Lemon and hope to have some more conversation around this in July at our retreat, just sort of as we build out, what are the next iterations. The things that come to mind is how do we interact with financial aid? How do we how do we bring more of these pieces together to truly attract the larger population that we need? Enrollment, love it or hate it, it is a focus, and it needs to be for our campuses, for Ochi. I mean, it is a pathway to a much different life for many individuals, the individual good. But it is also an absolute necessity as we build out Montana's economy, how we meet workforce shortages, how we provide workers for future endeavors across the state. And it's also an integral part of our business plan, love it or hate it, right? I mean, enrollment is part of what drives our organization, and so we need to continue to focus on that and figure out how we engage this larger population, that 40% that oftentimes stops out with no post-secondary ed. How do we engage them? How do we make education what we need in the state, both for the individual but also for the state? And so we'll continue to put thoughts around this. I hope we can have a discussion a little more in depth at the July meeting, but appreciate all the work that's went into these early iterations, and I would just say that it continues to be front and center on all of our minds, as Director Lemon said, and we'll continue to be through the conversations, and we really work to what are the next iterations, and how do all the pieces come together to truly drive this resident student access conversation that we've been having for a few years. Any questions for Director Lemon, Regent Bao?
Thanks, Director Lemon. Always appreciate, the ability to see resident, non-resident, first time, all kind of quickly laid out. Those are key issues, and maybe it will come up in committee, but it also be, at this point, I think we have such a good grasp on where those numbers are and a sense, particularly on the residents, about how we want that number to grow. And maybe this comes from the committee work. Just thinking about, can we talk about examples in other states where we've seen, an increase in residents, like, what are the paths forward to be creative? Not that they need to be adopted or presented at this format, but, let's remember to keep that continued sense of creativity. A lot of these projects, like the portal, have worked out extremely well. So compliment you on that, compliment you on the transparency of the data. So thank you. Final comment, I would, really encourage on this subject, which is crucial for the nation, everyone to get a copy of President Bodner's Washington Post opinion article from yesterday, which is exactly on this topic, and points out that it's much more than a Montana issue, crucial for the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Bell. Any other questions? Regent Blossom.
Director Lemon, early in the presentation, you had a really interesting slide about the out-of-state enrollment and how that's had some pretty dramatic increases in the last couple years. Like, what do you think are the core factors driving that? Are we offering it at a more competitive price than some, peer institutions? Is there just the Montana effect that's drawing people in, or like some very creative marketing in the last couple of years? Like, what is driving the really acute increases in the last few years from your perspective?
Madam Chair, Regent Blossom, great question. It's all of the above, and so definitely this is a destination that folks want to be in. I think what you're seeing now through the channels of student enrollment from an out-of-state perspective is word of mouth. So once folks get here and they go back and their parents visit, this takes time, but we're seeing this continue to build. And cost, you pointed out, is another one. I think we're incredibly competitive from an out-of-state tuition perspective from other institutions when you compare that nationally, even though it is quite more expensive for kids to come here and study out-of-state. From a national perspective, we're incredibly affordable from an out-of-state tuition rate. And so you highlighted the two main drivers there for folks coming in, and I think we'll continue to see more students from out-of-state visit and commit to a Montana University System campus.
Thanks. Quick follow-up on
Sure.
that. Like, since we are delivering out-of-state tuition at a really competitive price, like, how do you sort of view the price sensitivity of out-of-state students, potentially prospective students to the Montana University System, given that we are, a real competitive price right now?
Yeah, and I don't, Mr. Commissioner, Regent Blossom, I don't have the data memorized to explain, but I do think that you could see more students, you could make an argument that more students would come to Montana if our price was higher from an out-of-state tuition perspective. And there's a Chivas Regal pricing strategy where you look at not changing your product at all, it's just the correlation between a sticker price and quality in the United States. And so when you think in those terms, some folks actually look at an MUS campus and say, that can't be a great school because it is so affordable from an out-of-state perspective. look at these other schools and what they're charging from an out-of-state rate. And so there is some, I would say, some price sensitivity to the negative side when families are looking at multiple out-of-state campuses too. So I don't have the data to give you the exact numbers for that, but I think there's an opportunity for us to look at our out-of-state tuition rate in some cases as well, but certainly not my area from an out-of-state pricing perspective.
No, got it. Thanks so much. Yeah, I mean, that would actually be really interesting to hear about at some point, is like trying to gauge elasticity of out-of-state students, essentially, to see like, is that sort of, inverse price sensitivity a real factor for out-of-state folks? So that could be something cool to look at, but really appreciate it. Thanks for the presentation.
Regent Southworth.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring something up just while we have Superintendent Arntzen in the room and you at the podium. I think it was our last board meeting. Elsie had mentioned to me that she's been thinking about, perhaps a pilot program, and I would suggest it being a pilot program instead of trying to launch it statewide simultaneously. Because I just think the table gets too big and too many acronyms get opinionated. But to try to build a template, kind of utilizing Elsie's idea at the K-12 level with career counselors. We have, all of the K-12 system, and this is like, I'm wearing a trustee hat right now, but our guidance counselors are miracle workers. They, but 90+% of the time that they're able to commit is probably serving less than 10% of our enrollment numbers. All the sad stories, everything else. I don't think that anyone in this room is unaware of what our guidance counselors do. So we talk about access. We've got this beautiful portal. We've got Deputy Commissioner Teal and I were talking before our 2-year last month as well, that with the new data sharing that we're working on between OPI and OCHI to be able to identify just like simple things like free and reduced lunch, how we can access the $9 million in federal scholarship aid that we are not tapping into and everything else. So I think that just there's like this perfect storm or this perfect opportunity for your brain and Elsie's idea is to kind of pair together. But ultimately, I think that this is kind of a logical time, and if we get the right people together to drive enrollment numbers up. I think that honestly, if we get together and we do build a template somewhere in Montana, or maybe simultaneously a couple communities in Montana, and again, I would stay away from trying to launch this statewide simultaneously. We build a template, and then we hand that off to the rest of the communities to share. I mean, I think, there's some funding stuff that comes into it, but I think there's some really, really cool things. And I think the timing is imperative, and I just think it's relevant. And I know that I had to, reach back and try to connect a lot of things there. So if I didn't totally track with my ADD, I would love to continue this conversation, because now is the time. I just feel like we are there right now, so.
Thank you, Regent. Regent Nebraska.
Thank you. Well said, Regent Southworth. We've talked about this a lot, so thanks. Just 2 comments, not along those lines. One, back to Regent Blossoms. We are going to be committed, and we'll talk a chunk about that in the Budget Committee today, about really digging in deeper to many areas around tuition, one being the elasticity, if you will, of the non-residents. So great question. Sorry you'll be on your way to Yale, perhaps, but maybe you can help us via Zoom. And then the second, this is way more practical, and you might have mentioned this, Scott, today. Director Lemon. Where are we at with that 40% of Montanans who started and have debt and a few credits? I feel like I can't remember, because that seemed to be a really important get to them too, in addition to some of the other things we've talked about.
122,000 Montanans, some college, no degree.
Yes, yeah, that cohort.
So working on that, those numbers for you, Regent Dombrowski, overall to see exactly where that's at, but not specific to the some college no degree. That's a work in progress for us on the data side.
Madam Chair, Regent Dombrowski, I mean, I don't know these numbers, but anecdotally, what we're seeing is that's, since COVID, been a bit of a difficult group to get back into education, right? We've got record low unemployment numbers, so most of them are working. to leave a job, to come back and finish, those are kind of tough conversations in this economic environment. And they've been particularly tough post-COVID, where you see, sort of the family dynamics changing a bit. Still an incredibly important population in Montana. Many of those are currently in jobs, so you're talking about what's the appetite to upskill, and so a little bit more of a challenging population to attract, but still on our radar for sure. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Back to your slide where you're talking about how total applications to the system are down, driven by non-resident applications. Is this a cause for concern? What is causing it? Are there strategies that we need to be pursuing to fix it?
Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner, it's definitely a cause for concern, I would say, at the campus level. There's some pretty significant drops in non-resident applications. If you talk to our campuses, they are certainly concerned about the drop in non-resident applications. From a system perspective, it's unique. We're trying to figure out exactly why that might be. We do generate quite a few out-of-state applications through the central application as well, and so trying to merge the data and find, and find the narrative there. We're still working through what precisely that might be. I imagine it's because so heavily tied to some of the national marketing campaigns and some of the help that some of our campuses get in the branding aspect from a national perspective to generate these applications. I think there is some shifts in the overall population that's available to get to for that overall. And so we only get so many high school graduates nationally that are looking at states like Montana as well. And so as we see some of these declines, we're curious to see where the non-resident enrollment is and what the correlation is on application. If you recall, last year we had a huge spike and increase, and that didn't necessarily correlate to that same sort of pace of trend in our non-resident enrollment. Even though it was up, it just wasn't stride for stride. So we won't know until we see the students actually census for fall. But I think there is a reason to there's a pause for concern, I would say, in the drop in non-resident applications overall.
Madam Chair, I'd just add, the campuses are incredibly aware of this, but the other thing you see across the country, and is you have system head meetings, enrollment is certainly on everyone's mind. When you start to see precipitous drops across the country, the competition for those students is heating up everywhere, and we're continuing to monitor that, and we'll need to continue to push from our side too, just to see that we can attract as many students as we can. But I think the competition for students is changing dramatically too, as you see the landscape changing. Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. That was one of the things that jumped out at me as well. It's just a comment about non-resident applications. But looking in the data a little bit deeper here, it looks like it's all driven by kind of a reduction in WUI applicants. Can someone speak to why those numbers are so much lower than they are from 2021 and 2022?
Regent Lozar, I can add a little bit. A couple things. We saw a pretty good spike the last bit, and so that trend has changed somewhat. I also think that you see campuses tightening down those WUI slots a little bit. We continue to struggle, and this is a conversation that we have had with the WICHE president. WUI students are a good thing for us, but they're also incredibly competitive priced. One of the hallmark features of WUI is that it's at 150% of resident rates. So to some extent, all the work that we've done over the last decade to hold resident rates incredibly competitive for Montana residents, it also hampers us a little bit on attracting WUI students because they're paying significantly less than non-residents. That gap makes them a bit less attractive, but we also do things that when the WUI slots are sort of filled, we have campuses offering other scholarships that are similar to but not the same at maybe a bit more competitive price for us. Instead of 150%, maybe it's 170, 180, somewhere where we're meeting that cost of education. And remember, we still have the benchmark where we're asking campuses to make sure that non-resident students in aggregate are paying their cost of attendance. So there becomes some balancing in there that needs to be done. And so we see campuses move sometimes from how many WUI students are we accepting, how many like WUI students are we accepting, and that balance will change those numbers. I don't think that in itself is too alarming to me. That program's alive and well. I think it's just trying to find that point where those students bring a financial advantage for us in terms of what we try to do with non-resident students. Regent Buchanan.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner and Director Lemon. Thank you. You're clearly engendering some interest on this board, and I would point to the data that was just provided to some fairly dramatic declines in resident undergraduate enrollment, which concerns me greatly. And I hear Regent Southworth, I hear Regent Dombrowski talking about strategies. I guess what I would implore us to prioritize is we talk about the portal, we talk about the central app. I think the questions I have are, is there greater utilization to do that? So I don't know what the iteration looks like. Is this resident student access 2.0? But I would implore us to look, how are we utilizing these tools that we've recognized as excellent? Is there a better strategy? So as we continue this dialogue, as Regent Dombrowski said, a lot of this will overlap some thoughts that we've heard in the Budget Committee today related to tuition. I think there's a hunger to figure out, are we optimizing and maximizing the utilization of these tools? So I encourage you to continue to bring, you and your team bring those strategies for how we can advance this. Because again, I think the comments about non-resident students are certainly interesting, but I'm very interested in the resident student. What can we do better to maximize that capture rate? Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. Madam Chair, if I could, we'll move from this, and we had breakfast with Staff Association this morning, something we do every May. The other thing we do every May is recognize a staff member with a Regents Award, and if I could hand it back to you to present that award.
Thank you. So fellow Regents, we have a valued tradition in our system of recognizing one campus staff member every spring with a Regents Award for Excellence. With significant input and nominations from staff Senate members across the system, we have selected the 2023 award recipient. This year's Regents Award for Excellence goes to Julie Clay of Montana State University. I'm going to just say a couple more words about Julie first. So efforts that go above and beyond normal job expectations are a hallmark of this award. Julie works as a project manager in the University Information Technology Department, serving MSU and its affiliate campuses through successful project guidance and completion. In the view of her peers, it is Julie's additional service and leadership on the MSU All-Staff Council that distinguishes her for this recognition. The All-Staff Council is a key part of MSU's shared governance and supports quality decision-making. Julie created and implemented an outstanding staff appreciation program recognized by the entire MSU community. And I'll just note that I had the opportunity to enjoy breakfast with Julie this morning. It was so interesting to hear the years of persistence that he took to bring this forward, and it's a significant contribution that really supports the retention and quality of our system, so thank you. Julie understood that staff appreciation increases employee engagement and dedication, builds loyalty, and improves workplace morale. Julie's commitment to elevating the role of the staff and cultivating a culture of gratitude, appreciation, and thankfulness has made an impact on the greater Bobcat community. I thank and congratulate this year's Excellence Award winner, Julie Clay. Should we all move forward, or are we okay with the light? Yep. Our heads are in the, yeah.
In the video.
Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you very much. Now you guys are gonna have to listen to me give a speech, because I will. Thank you. Now you're going to have to listen to me talk for a few minutes. Good morning, Commissioner Christian, Regents, and distinguished guests. I am a little overwhelmed with gratitude to have been selected to receive the Regents Award for Excellence in University System Citizenship. Although this award is being given to me, it is equally shared with those who made MSU staff appreciation not only possible, but successful. I'd like to acknowledge and thank some individuals. This is going to be like an Oscar speech, so just hang on. First, President Cruzado and Vice President for Administration and Finance, Terry Least, who are advisors for MSU All-Staff Council. MSU's Vice President for Information Technology and Chief Information Officer, Dr. Ryan Knutson, and Associate CIO Don Ford, who supported me through all of the time I spent on staff appreciation. Beverly Garrison and Jonathan Dove, Chair and Chair-elect, All Staff Council. The Chair of Montana University System Staff Association, which is known as MUSA, you heard about that. Julie Brown, who is also the co-chair of Staff Appreciation this year. The all staff councils for the last 2 years. And my mom, who's here, who has supported me through every single giant project and endeavor since I was in elementary school. Okay. Now, if you're done with my Oscar speech, and you'll indulge me a few more minutes, I'd like to talk about the importance of staff appreciation in our campus communities. Staff appreciation does not have to be elaborate or complicated to be effective. It can be as simple as a thank you for completing a complicated task, or a simple surprise postcard, or an unexpected small gift. Staff appreciation is not about the coffee mugs, or the water bottles, or the other swag that we like to give out to our staff, although those things are much appreciated. Staff appreciation is about acknowledging a person's inherent value. It's about their worth as a colleague and a human being. Appreciation is about the gesture, that display of gratitude and thankfulness. It's about the smile on the staff's faces when we walk up to them and shake their hands and tell them we are proud of the work that they do and that they are vital members of the campus communities. In return, this pays us back at the university, on campus, in definable and undefinable ways. Staff appreciation is one of the biggest reasons staff remain in a particular work environment. Appreciation increases employee engagement and dedication, builds staff loyalty, improves workplace morale, reduces turnover, and improves employee retention. Staff appreciation programs are already happening throughout the Montana University system, and that's a beautiful thing. If I had a wish, I would wish to stop the aging process, but if I had one more wish, okay, I would like to see staff appreciation become a coordinated MUS-wide effort. It would be an amazing display of support and recognition of the staff's integrity, dedication, and exceptional service. To simultaneously celebrate and appreciate all of the MUS staff would be an impactful statement of multi-campus unity and collaboration. To conclude, don't worry, I'm circling the airport and landing the plane. Okay. Thank you for listening to me talk about, for a few minutes, about one of my favorite subjects, staff appreciation. I sincerely believe these programs are a vital part of our campus communities. I am deeply honored and grateful for the recognition of my work in this area. I want to close with a quote from Sheryl Sandberg. Quote, "Motivation comes from working on the things that we care about." Close quote. I hope you have a very productive couple days, and thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Julie, and thank you for your efforts and your several thousand counterparts, all you do at Montana State University, and your several more thousand counterparts across the university system. We truly appreciate the efforts of staff throughout the MUS. Thank you very much, and thanks for being here. Mom, thanks you for being here, too. Madam Chair, a couple more items. You have the campus reports, of course, always posted. You've had a lot of homework assignments leading up to this meeting, but some great information in there, and will really help ground you all with what's happening on the campuses. So encourage you to take a look at those when you can. Move to introductions and acknowledgments. I would start with an acknowledgement of my own, and just want to thank Regent Lozar for his participation. So WICHE, Western Interstate Compact for Higher Ed, part of what we were just talking about, they sponsor WUI and other PSEP programs, exchange, saving hundreds of millions of dollars to students across the West, 16 Western states, including Guam, Marianas Islands. That compact formed 70 years ago this year, and so a big celebration at the meeting last week. Your own Regent Lozar was the keynote speaker for that gathering. Did a great job talking about the value proposition. The rest took an effort in today's airline industry to get there and to participate. But Regent Lozar, you have a lot going on, and really appreciate you taking time out of that. Certainly helped spotlight Montana, and very grateful for all that you did there, and was the highlight of the meeting in your comments. So thanks for that. So we have a few introductions. I turn to President Bodner to kick us off here with introductions at the University of Montana.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, member of the Board of Regents. We have a few exciting announcements. And first, I want to start and introduce you all to a familiar face that you know well, and that is Dr. Adria Lawrence. Adria is now officially in the role, serving as our provost. And as many of you know, since 2018, Dean Lawrence, or Dr. Lawrence, now Provost Lawrence, has served as the Dean of UM's Phyllis J. Washington College of Education. Adria is just a tremendous leader, a great partner, respected on campus, and I couldn't be more grateful to have her partnership. Adria's here. Where is Adria? She just stepped out, of course. So we'll get her used to the rhythm of these and when these announcements happen. But huge welcome, huge thanks to Adria. In Adria's stead in the College of Education, I just want to let the board know that Dr. Dan Lee will serve as Dean of the Phyllis J. Washington College of Education. Dr. Lee has been the Associate Dean of the college. He's also led the Montana Safe Schools Center, and just has a tremendous and wide-ranging career in public education. School principal, superintendent of schools, a school teacher, and just a long, committed advocate for quality of teaching and of learning. And so excited and grateful for Dan's leadership in the College of Ed. So thank you to those two. Second, we have some exciting news in the Bitterroot. We have a new director of the University of Montana Bitterroot, and that's Christina Berger. Christina is joining us from Corvallis School District, where she was as the Director of Instructional Technology and Adult Education. She has really been a great and kind of innovative leader in digital learning, distance learning, workforce development, and she's just, we're really excited for her partnership with the Bitterroot and making not just the educational programs of the University of Montana, but the entire MUS available to every learner in the Bitterroot. So deeply grateful for that partnership. And I also want to take a moment just to publicly thank Dr. Angela McLean. Angela, as many of you know, stepped in 9 months ago to be the interim director, but it was more than that. It was not just kind of keeping the place going. It was helping to shape a collaborative vision for what Bitterroot can be, and how it can serve as really a model for how we can serve the rural education needs of Montana. And as you all know, we were deeply fortunate to have someone of Dr. McLean's expertise, experience, and knowledge of Montana, not just the Montana University system, to serve in that role. And it meant a lot of drives between Helena and Hamilton, and those are not close places. So is Angela here? I didn't see Angela this morning. Yeah, she is. So Director McLean, thank you. And then finally, we just have a delayed announcement, because I don't think I've let this group officially know that Elaine Gagliardi is officially in the role of Dean of our law school. Elaine very graciously served as the interim and was the leading candidate in the search that we ran this year. And Elaine, as many of you know, has more than 30 years at the law school, just knows this state incredibly well, knows our students really well, and is leading a law school that is just continuing to improve from a quality standpoint every single year. It's a top 100 law school. We just welcomed the most diverse class of law students in the history of our law school, and just thrilled to see the progress at the law school. Progress which Dean Gagliardi has been a part of for decades, and now I'm very grateful to have her leadership in the law school, and so deeply grateful to Elaine. And as many of you know, we did have one of our faculty in the law school, Professor, now Judge Anthony Johnstone, sworn into the Ninth Circuit officially this past week. So just a great example of the quality of a faculty, of the students that we have, and continuing a great tradition of Law members, Law School kind of faculty, students that are playing such a important role in our nation's legal system. So huge celebrations in the law school. So thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, President Bodner. I too extend my thanks to Dr. McLean. Angela has a very full plate at Ochi already, so when we came to her and said, can you take on a little more, she graciously said yes, and appreciate all the windshield time between Helena and Hamilton and making this work, so thank you, Angela. Chancellor Hickswa.
Hello, members of the board, Commissioner Christian. I am pleased to let you know that in March, we hired Leslie Weldon as our Vice Chancellor for Administration and Finance. She has a rich background. She served previously at Dawson Community College as the Vice President for Advancement in Human Resources. She served as MSUB's Financial Aid Director in the early 2000s, and she just has this rich array of experience that position requires. She has IT background, she has financial background, she has fundraising background, and she's just been a great addition to the team. So I'm pleased to welcome Leslie Weldon.
Thank you. Welcome, Leslie. President Karras, I believe you have an announcement. Oh, but you don't have a microphone.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Christian, I'm happy to introduce our new Vice President of Academic and Student Affairs, Brian Brophy-Behrman, who came to us from Massachusetts, most recently with experience in community colleges and four-year institutions. We're very excited to have his breadth of experience and skills to help us continue to better serve our students. And he's here in the back of the room. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, President Karras. And from our own shop, Deputy Commissioner Teal.
Madam Chair, members of the board, not an introduction, but a well-deserved recognition and role for our own Ange King. Ange, as many of you know, have led important statewide initiatives, our Sprint degree effort, our Second Chance Pell experiments at multiple campuses around the state. She's going to take on a new role as Director of Transfer and Special Projects at the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Ed. That means to those important projects, she gets to add some new important projects, as well as something I care about a lot, which is the amazing work that our system has done over time in the transfer arena, common course numbering, general education transfer, transfer advising, a role that Ange, from her background, has incredible experience in and is going to take great care of, I'm sure. So congratulations, Ange.
Thanks, Ange. Madam Chair, I believe that wraps up the Commissioner's report section of the agenda, and we will hand it back to you.
Thank you so much. Superintendent Arntzen, thank you so much for your patience. We would love to hear your remarks. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, Chair. And Commissioner, board members, and audience, it's great to be here. I show up, and I'm glad that everybody is here today on this beautiful day. Drove up from Helena today, and the canyon was glorious. Not so many bugs on the windshield because of the mist that was there, but it'll be a beautiful ride back as well to work. Want to say thank you very much, Dean Erdman. Last time we were here, you were at the door also putting chairs down for one of the 9 meetings that we held across the state, and very much appreciate your participation with it, your leadership with that, and putting chairs down for all the community members that came, because education right now is on everybody's discussion. I learned so much today with reports that were given, and also writing notes down to myself on how I can help, how public education in K-12 space can encourage lifelong learning. So just as a couple notes right at this point, also want to say that graduation is here. We want to make sure that our graduates have an opportunity to enhance your enrollment. That's what I heard today. I think we have work to do. I believe exactly what you were saying, Regent Buchanan. Maybe there is another opportunity. That opportunity is there. But in Regent Southworth, how he discussed how we're putting career coaches together to link private sector with public educators to make sure that there is a seamless passage, putting those students first. Maybe that is some sort of a brand that we can also do to enhance college enrollment. Because college enrollment does aid everyone in their economic future view, but also in just maintaining who they are and growing individuals across our state. We are the 4th aged state in the nation. If we don't put more emphasis and more investment on our youth, who will replace us? So it's extremely important that we partner more. I'm willing. I want to also share that with the graduation that, I don't get all the final numbers because we give a lot back to our schools to make sure that those graduation numbers are very pure as they can be, from any time that life may intercede, as you had given in yours, in a great opportunity, but also maybe in a hurdle of some sort, a challenge. So it's important, though, that when I report to the federal government, and I have data that goes to the federal government, that we have responsibility also in the data portal that has been discussed legislative-wise as well. With that responsibility that the legislature gave us, they also gave us great accountability. And I believe that is something that we can do together. I don't know if you want subcommittees or however you would like to work in that arena to enhance your enrollment, to make sure that you are full, but also enhancing individual lives across our state. The other aspect I want to say is I want to say thank you, and I see that I've got President Slinger that's also out of the room at this point, but he serves as on the Board of Public Ed as a member. It was a unanimous last Friday here in Great Falls at the School of Deaf and Blind to say, yes, we agree with the new accreditation model. So what that means to our 828 public schools across our state is that we are looking at weighting more on personalized learning, more on giving more authority at the classroom level, not so much systematic view, but more opportunities to reflect student success. And I think that accreditation model is something that we can also blend together to see what is coming out of our unique public school systems across our state to enhance you at your system. That accreditation is so interesting because it talks about a graduate profile. A graduate profile means when a student enters at the possible age of 4, how they exit knowing what it is to be a graduate of public school. What a great opportunity to blend that into becoming a graduate of the MUS system. So let's work together on what that looks like. We're developing that right now. Instead of annually accrediting, we are looking at a 2 to 5 year accreditation system as well. Lots of nuances. This is the time for innovation. So let's really step up to the plate, show up to do that. Legislative-wise, wow, deep breath, huh? It was something, but it was also Christmas for education. It was Christmas for public education, and it was Christmas for all education, I believe, across our state. We're going to be having a parallel of choice in public education in K-12. We don't know what that really looks like yet. I'm going to need your help because kids that come out of our system that graduate and get that honorary diploma, if they come out of public school or they come out of a charter school, whether it's public charter, whether it's community charter, you may want them. You may want to embrace them. So let's work together as we begin this new path, this new journey of what does education look like for a K-12 student, regardless of system. Again, responsibility with what the legislature gave us. The other part is the residency, and I'm very pleased that it was brought up today. Thank you. The residency was an idea that started to say, if we look at a 4-year student in education, should we not enhance them, incentivize them in their last year where they can then student teach? Let's name it differently. Let's call it a residency. I used some of the federal COVID dollars in order to do this. But importantly, we are talking about the mentor teacher, to say how does that mentor teacher for 1 year embrace that student teaching experience. And that thing has taken off, and we are very pleased that it's in rural Montana, it's in our tribal schools in Montana, and now even our AA's are looking at how can we grow a population of educators that will stay in Montana. So that residency program, again, comes with responsibility and accountability, and I would really like to partner more with what that means. Want to thank UM Western and the leadership at the University of Montana for this. We can't do it without your partnership. And so we are wanting to make sure we can grow this even more. We are opening up this school year, more media presentations. Maybe we can do more things together to really cross the finish line. I'm looking for 60 residents at this point. And I have the dollars with that COVID money in order to invest. The legislature, with the blessing of the governor signing it, means that then I have another year until it comes forward. So let's work together on that one. ACT, want to say that we went digitally as well. This year it went seamless. We have a new assessment director, and she was a gangbusters within it. We had 8,600 digital, virtual ACT tests, and then I had 1,400 that were paper. First time we ever went this manner. And I believe that's another pathway and a journey to get to you. You don't require that ACT to become a member of any of your systems. But what a great opportunity that data will also give you with knowing that those students took it. They also is the pre-ACT, to see what those other students, younger students, take. So we have data and information to share to really get you to where that enrollment numbers of Montana students can be. Talking about assessments, our MAST test, we use the pandemic as an incubator of all kinds of innovation. Montana is one of 10 states, and I believe Montana is leading this. Instead of that summative test that's a mandated test at the end of the year that dictates student success, which right now in math, it's 32% proficiency. Proficiency is a C or better. In reading, it's 41% proficiency. I'm not good with that. I'm sure you're not okay with that either. Because if you need Montana students in our K-12, and if that's what we're giving you, then you have to do a lot of remediation. And maybe that's one of the reasons why your enrollment numbers are down. Because that proficiency and that internal recognition of a Montana student is not successful. So we're changing the indicator of success. So we had 37 districts across our state with almost 5,000, little bit under 5,050 students that took this in 5th grade and in 7th grade, just in math and reading. We had 500 students that were tribal students that took this in a model of 4 testlets, 20-minute tests adjacent to our state standards in math and reading. Recognizing the teacher was the one that said yes. The teacher raised their hand. 130 teachers said we want to try this model, full well knowing they also had to take that summative SBAC test. They had to do that, and we couldn't have done it without them. I have 27 districts right now that have raised their hand to say now they want to do it for this next school year. And we're accelerating it, not just 5th and 7th. We are going from 3rd grade to 8th grade in math and reading. I need help. If anybody here within your regions or your communities know of school districts that would like to participate in this innovative testing where information and test scores flow immediately to the student and the teacher, we're in. I also, on May 3rd, went to Secretary Cardona and said, please remove the summative test. There's equivalency with what we're doing, and you are allowing us to do this. It's in your rules. We recognize this. The funny thing, I also gave the Secretary 15 days to respond. So on the 18th, hopefully, Thursday, I will have something back from the Department of Ed. Otherwise, we're going forward because the rules, we acknowledge the rules. It's not so much seeking permission, it's acknowledgement. And that's the leadership that I see around this table. I see leadership of partnership, but I see leadership of fortitude and moving forward in the same manner that I am. We are risk takers, especially at this time more than ever. But why are we doing this? Because of our students. And as I said before, our children are our Montana treasures. And if we don't create a system that is going to benefit their livelihood, going to benefit them as they replace us, then it is our Montana proudness, our Montana allegiance to our great state, that our systems must be worked together. Madam Chair, I took a little bit more time. I'm passionate about what I do. I believe the responsibility that the legislature gave us, let's begin working together. I am working right now with 33 bills that had passage and approval. Yikes. I also had 27 of those that will directly enhance school finance. It was Christmas, but there's a lot of work to do. I can't do it alone. Let's work together on career coaches. Let's work together on skill coaches. Let's work together to make sure that your enrollment is enhanced. Let's make our systems blend together so that our data, when it comes to you, we can use it in a manner to improve all Montanans across our state. With that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions, and I so appreciate it. And I may be between you and a break, so I apologize for my timeliness. Thank you for giving me this moment.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Arntzen. We'll certainly continue our ongoing mission to connect K-12 Montana students to higher education opportunities. Really appreciate that. Seeing no questions, I think we will move to a break. Thank you again for joining us. Let's reconvene at about 11:05. Thank you. Welcome back. We will now turn it over to the two-year and community college committee, and I'll hand it over to Chair Southworth.
Good morning, everyone. Excited to be here. Dean Erdman, thank you, and thank you to all the auditors that helped set this up for us. We know it's a big effort to host it. We've got just 2 agenda items on the two-year community college agenda. We got a little continuity because Director Treaster will present on both. So, Jackie, if you want to come up to the podium. And with that, Deputy Commissioner Teal, if you've got anything you'd like to say.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I think if there's a theme to today's presentations from Jackie, it's going to be that this coming year is going to be a very important time for career and technical education, workforce training, strategy setting in the state of Montana. And there's a few reasons why that is. From the federal government, there are 2 main programs that are designed to help states strategize, strategically fund career and technical education, workforce training across their important industries and across all ages. And those are the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which is operated through the Department of Labor and Industry, and Perkins, which is operated out of our office in partnership with the Office of Public Instruction and led by Jackie. WIOA, Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, broadly, that's focused on adult job seekers, folks who are out of work or in work and trying to upskill, and thinking about what are the programs, services, job services, training opportunities, folks affected by changes to trade, changes to industry, how do we support them? That act is going to undergo a planning process over this coming year in the state of Montana in terms of what are our strategies, how are we aligning, who's participating and coordinating, what sort of strategies are we funding? Similarly, Perkins funds secondary and post-secondary career and technical education pathways. It's really the primary driver in funding for both sustaining the CTE systems that we have built over years and the primary funding mechanism for standing up new CTE pathways, new equipment, new programs, new guidance and counseling and assistance to students. That's also going to undergo a strategy setting year over the coming year that will change our state plan and some of the mechanisms by which those funds are distributed. And at the same time, there's a lot of new players and initiatives. We talked about the unemployment rate this morning. That is reasonably, I think, making industry associations, businesses, employers more sensitive to the role that they need to play in both informing young people about the value of those careers and participating directly in training. And also new efforts that the state has funded both at the K-12 level in higher education, significant work through Accelerate Montana based at the University of Montana with all of our two-year campuses and others to stand up new and aligned rapid retraining programs across the state. So in addition to kind of these formalized planning compliance topics about these important buckets of federal funding, also a lot of new energy that we haven't seen for a while that we want to harness. And so over the coming year, I think that that's going to be an important topic that the Commissioner's Office, our two-year campuses in particular, are going to be engaging in, is what's our strategies on how we're going to invest in our CTE systems. And, you know, Jackie's going to dive into a couple of important looking back on Perkins and how that funding has been used in some of the process, some important new investments that we're making in some of those strategies. But I want to provide a bit of an upfront summary. And to me, that summary is, first, a strategy on engaging employers in new ways. So you see that in our Sprint program. You see that tomorrow in discussions about apprenticeship models in fields and areas where we haven't seen apprenticeship models in the past. You're seeing that in partnerships and connections, trying to bring industry credentials and career exploration further into high school, into middle school, in partnership with employers. And I think that's going to be a continued theme in a lot of our conversations and a lot of our planning. Second, around flexibility. So we've talked about a lot of new models in terms of modes, places, duration of these training programs and pathways. And there's amazing experimentation going on across all of your campuses to try out new models that are serving employers in new ways. What I think is most important to emphasize here and as a focus is how do we make these new experiments, these new approaches, dual purpose? How do we make them something that both can create and fill an immediate need for training that can get a person into an entry level of a job, but also have really clear pathways on how that contributes when they're out of a job, or if that job's not available, to the next credential, next degree that they need. And then finally, and you know, this is something that I think in the rush of a lot of experimentation and a lot of the desire to meet these immediate pressures, something that we can underemphasize, but that our colleges are the carrier of, our faculty are the carrier of, is thinking about quality. What's the quality of our instruction? Do we have the systems to tell over time if these programs that we are standing up, supporting, lead to the outcomes that we want? How are we empowering our faculty to learn from employers, be aligned with the needs of the workforce and understand those, but also structure the quality instruction that's needed for further study and further pathways and the lifelong learning and skills that students need, not just for that first job, but for longer term jobs. So in summary, there's a lot of exciting work going on, so much of it supported by Jackie, her team, the Perkins program as a driver of CTE in the state. And I think a very important time to think about with new players, new partnerships, this period of evaluation and reevaluation of what our strategy is, not just in the post-secondary realm, but across all realms of workforce training over this coming year. Jackie, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Joe. Mr. Chair, members of the board, excited to give you a little bit of a Perkins 5 update. We'll talk about this last grant cycle we wrapped up, and as Joe said, we'll talk about also the upcoming year and some opportunities that we have coming up. So the first slide I want to show you is really just a way to illustrate how important Perkins funds are to the state of Montana and CTE funding. So as you can see, Perkins makes up about 3/4 of all of the CTE dedicated funding that our state gets. We do have a little bit of an administrative match that we use for Perkins administration. Our secondary schools get $1.5 million. It's still called VOED, but it's CTE funding each year. And then we also have some support for our career technical student organizations through the state as well. But any other program support really is very much supported by Perkins funding. And the goal from the federal government down to what the states are doing, and then down to our local education agencies, which is our high schools and our colleges, is really to provide a quality career and technical education experience that is accessible to all of our students in Montana. So that's kind of the overall goal. So I love highlighting some of the programs. Our campuses do such incredible work every year. I have a giant list of things that I could tell you that I won't have time to get through. But we really do focus a lot on these student-centered career exploration events and work-based learning opportunities. So you have a lot of pictures here where you can see students engaging in some of these career exploration events. We've had, women in STEM events, females in automotive events. We've had healthcare events, broad CTE career exploration events for middle school students, high school students, dual enrollment students. And so just such rich experiences for our students to start learning what types of fields are out there and what they might be interested in. Perkins typically supports quite a bit of major equipment purchases, so things that our CTE programs need to keep their technology as current as possible so that the skills that are gained in the classroom are the same as the skills that they'll need on the actual job. A lot of these equipment purchases wouldn't happen unless we had funding like Perkins. Professional development is another really popular activity that we fund, and not just like a conference or something like that, but we also provide professional development funding for faculty and staff that want to get credentialed in something that can then bring that back to the classroom and credential the students in the classroom with their training that they received. They also have to update their curriculum when they do participate in professional development, and so we have curriculum development through that avenue, and we are also able to hire experts in the field to come in and help us build our curriculum and really be a part of the process every step of the way, help us understand what needs to be learned in the classroom, and then also help us assess the skills that the students are learning as well. Okay, so this slide just shows, and this was from our last report on the grant, a little breakdown of concentrators by race. And so when I talk about our CTE concentrators, these are our students on the post-secondary side that have taken at least 12 credits in one program of study. And then if there are certificates or other programs of studies that are shorter than 12, if they complete, then we consider them a concentrator as well. So as you can see in Montana, 22% of our CTE concentrators are American Indian or Alaskan Native. This is a pretty large percentage compared to that 6% of MUS enrollment. I will say that this data does include our 3 tribal colleges that participate in Perkins, so that does drive that number up a little bit higher. But this is what we represent as a state, how we're spending our Perkins funds, and so I just think it's important to get a breakdown of who we're serving. And then here we have our CTE concentrators by career cluster. A good third of our students are concentrating in health science programs. Again, I think that's a good sign. I think that's something that we should be focusing on. And then there's some other little breakdowns of other programs. Some that certainly I think will grow over the next few years. And we can always break this down further if anyone on the board is interested in seeing that. Another area that we're really asked to focus on by the U.S. Department of Education is what they call these special population categories. And so this is that part of our goal of serving everyone in Montana with these quality CTE programs. And so, if we're thinking about how we're going to meet the workforce needs in our state, we really need to start tapping into every group, every population in Montana, including some that may not typically have been recruited or shown interest in certain occupation areas. And so, one that I'll call out here is individuals preparing for non-traditional fields, just so you all know what that means. And you'll also hear it as gender non-traditional. These are occupations where the folks that are working currently, one gender or another makes up, I always forget if it's 20 or 25% or less of one or the other. So a lot of times we're talking about getting male students interested in nursing and some other health science areas, getting some female students interested in STEM and manufacturing and things like that. So 52% of our participants, and this is any student that takes any CTE course, 52% are a part of at least one or more of these special population categories, and 59% of our concentrators are in one or more special population categories. To me, that just shows that, you know, and that number has gone up quite a bit over the last few years. And I think part of that is because our colleges have made very specific efforts to target some of these populations and have some recruitment strategies and support strategies that will help these folks get interested in these CTE programs and, you know, retained and successful in them as well. I also want to note, and this came up in a previous meeting, you know, what that number might look like compared to other states. And when we look at other Western, largely rural states, Montana is doing really well. So Colorado's at 41%. This is the concentrators that are in special populations categories. Alaska is 46%, Nebraska is 46%. And so, you know, when I look at our numbers compared to other states, I feel like we are doing a pretty good job. So CTE concentrators by gender, this is just to let you know, just a very quick glance over some of the programs that we do end up focusing on with that gender non-traditional. So as you can see, health sciences students make the majority of those students are female. Same with business management. And then we see a lot more males that are participating in manufacturing and transportation, IT, things like that. And so when we ask our colleges to focus some of their activities and efforts on recruiting non-traditional students, gender non-traditional students, this is kind of what we're talking about. So that kind of leads us to looking forward over the next year as we talk about what our 2024 Perkins 5 state plan could look like. And I don't know about you all, but this snuck up on me a little bit. 2020 didn't feel like that long ago, but our 4-year plan is already up for renewal. And so we're starting to think about what that's going to look like over the next year as we begin planning. There are a couple of options that the federal government is letting each state choose. The first option is we could completely revamp our 4-year state plan as it exists, and we can submit a new 4-year state plan that will cover the next 4 years of the grant. Or we could choose to do annual revisions. And, you know, either way, we would have to do a lot of kind of groundwork as far as the broad stakeholder consultation and the public hearing, or I'm sorry, the public comment period. That would apply to either option. But if we're going to be making some more significant or relevant revisions to our state plan, we'll want to think a little bit more about what public hearings will look like. If we do decide to submit a new 4-year state plan, we'd want to collaborate with the governor's office and hopefully get his signature on the state plan. And, you know, this really, as we think about our state plan, it's a fairly broad overall vision and strategy of workforce goals and how both secondary and post-secondary institutions play within those goals and kind of what our role is. And so, you know, not diving too far down into policy within the state plan, but really that overall strategy as a state. So a couple of opportunities, so things that I think that we would really want to think about. And again, either way, if we decide to do the annual revision route or the 4-year route, we'd want to think about these opportunities. The first is, again, revising that vision and the goals for Montana's workforce development system. You know, we really did align quite a bit with WIOA in 2020. If you look at the Perkins plan and the WIOA plan, there are some sections that are word for word the same. And we have a great working relationship with the Department of Labor and Industry, West Feist, and SWIB. And so I anticipate that we will have a really similar collaborative approach to the way that we each write our state plans this go around as well. We could also talk about adding a new program quality indicator. This is really more for the secondary side. There are some optional program quality indicators that we chose as a state. And on the next slide, I'll explain a little bit more about how that kind of plays out. But that's just an opportunity that we might want to think of as a state. You know, what things are we going to really measure and set goals for? And then the last is really, you know, changing the percentage or the manner in which Montana distributes formula or reserve funding. So 65% of our local funds does go to our secondary schools, 35% goes to a post-secondary. We also take 11% of our funding and we set it aside for what we call reserve grant. The goals of that grant is really to have that seamless transition from secondary to post-secondary to workforce. So that's where you see a lot of those CTE dual enrollment activities, those career exploration activities are funded with the reserve grant. We're allowed to go up to 15%. Right now we set aside 11%. So that's another just consideration that we can make. In that 11%, we also dedicate $50,000 a year to middle school career exploration. So again, if we decided to grow that portion of that set aside, it just gives us a little bit more opportunity to serve, you know, some kind of specific activities within the state that might be priority for us. So the timeline. So what is this going to look like for the next year? So in next month, we'll be getting a program memo from the Department of Education that'll give us a little bit more detail as far as submission dates and things like that. But as we look at this, you know, late summer, early fall, we'll want to start building our state plan committee, and that's something that exists in Montana state statute of who makes up that committee. And really that committee drives a lot of the decision making, you know, those opportunities that we just talked about, that committee will help drive some of the decisions that will end up in the state plan. Along with that committee, a lot of stakeholder engagement. You know, we want to make sure that we are talking to teachers, faculty, staff, students, parents, industry folks, tribal organizations, and making sure that they all have input in the way that these CTE funds are used. January, I anticipate we will have our public hearing sessions. February, we'll want to get posted for our 60-day public comment period. And then by this time next year, we'll be ready to submit our new state plan. So, you know, this board is our eligible agency. OCHI administers the grant on your behalf. So I really value your input in how these funds are used and the process. And so I'm really happy to take any questions and happy to hear any feedback.
Thank you, Director Treaster. Good job, good presentation. And thanks for spending the extra time with me on this so that I could better understand it for today. With that, open it up, questions, comments from the Regents. And this originally 4 years ago, I mean, obviously I wasn't here, but it was basically like, you know, here's this Perkins 5, it's a bunch of money, you know, we're gonna move it through OCHI, go. And now we've gone to a point to where we've seen the benefits of it and everything else, but really, someone made the comment, and I don't remember who, but it was it wasn't me, but I wrote it down so I can plagiarize it here. But, you know, one of the key points in this now is to point the money in a direction that makes good sense, right? We've learned a lot about what this can do, and with success you know, with success in any of these programs, more money's going to follow, and that's the big goal here. So whether, you know, and I'm sure that you're way ahead at OCHI, but, you know, however, like an application process works or whatever to get these funds, but then backstopped with some sort of comprehensive compliance so then it's easier to measure going forward, things like that. I've talked with both Joe and Jackie about that. So there's some of the excitement in this to me, so.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. I think you hit the nail on the head. In 2020, it was a lot about a brand new law. There were a lot of new compliance areas that we, you know, were feeling out a little bit. And so now that we have had these few years of experience and we get to see how the funds are being used on the ground, I think we can refine the process quite a bit. You know, especially with that compliance piece in mind. And Joe can jump in and kind of give his vision on that. But I absolutely agree with you. I think that this is going to be a great opportunity to help get us pointed in that direction of where we can make an even bigger impact and make it more effective.
Yeah, specifically you think about it, you know, you think about like the AA schools and you know, how they're geared up in CTE, and then the A's are close-ish. But with the, you know, if we can drive a ton of success, pretty soon Class B and Class C, you know, where they can participate in, you know, the dual credits, 1, 2 free stuff, just different avenues that really aren't present in all communities in Montana. So excited to watch how you're able to pioneer, because this can help thousands and thousands and thousands of kids. So I just think it's kind of exciting. Any other questions, comments from Regents? Chair Rogers?
Director Treester, the other thing I really appreciated you is breaking the special populations out. And it brought me back to Director Lemon's discussion as well about, you know, the students that we aren't capturing into the higher education system. And are there ways that we can use the data that you're mining from this population to better inform our enrollment strategies, our other bigger picture types of strategies? So thank you for continuing to concentrate and help us understand those numbers as well.
Well, Mr. Chair, if it makes sense, I think we'll move on to the second presentation. And, you know, this is one example of what Perkins can help to accomplish in the state. And we talked about the some college no degree population. We know that Montana has a disproportionate share of the nation's veterans populations. We know that there's numerous ways that people learn and gain skills outside of education. And we've had some good work in Montana and on all of our campuses to try and create policy and pathways to award credit for those experiences that are worthy of credit but don't happen within, you know, the walls or bounds of our campuses. What Jackie's going to go over is, I think, a refocus on our strategy there and thinking through, in partnership with a key national organization, CALE, how we can perhaps leverage some tools to have greater success than we are currently having on that front. And in particular, to think about how we just reformulate some of our processes so it's clearer for students up front when they're considering higher education, what of their past experiences might count. So I'll turn it over to Jackie.
Thanks, Joe. Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I will talk to you a little bit about credit for prior learning. We do have some really exciting things coming down the pike the next year, actually 2 years, 3 years. And so just, you know, giving everyone a heads up and, you know, garnering a little bit of excitement because I'm excited and I hope that you all are too. So, you know, first, what is credit for prior learning? So this is the process in which that our campuses are evaluating out of classroom experiences and education for our students and figuring out a way that it fits in, you know, the MUS and how it could count for credit toward a degree or a credential. And so, you know, we do have some processes that exist at the individual campuses. We started thinking about ways that we could drive some system level activity, and we ended up partnering with the Coalition of Adult and Experiential Learning, or CALE for short. And so just some exciting things coming down, and I want to highlight just a few things for you as far as impact goes. And this information came from a study that was done in partnership with CALE and WICHE, actually. So WICHE we've mentioned a few times this morning. And so these are the numbers that came from that study. So credential completion, that's our adult students that participate in prior learning assessment or credit for prior learning, which you'll hear me kind of go back and forth with those two terms. They're the same thing. They're 17% more likely to complete their degree than students that are not adult students that are not participating in PLA. Also really saves a lot of time. So on average, 9 to 14 months in earning a degree for our adult students that are participating in PLA. Saves our adult students about $1,500 to $10,000 as they're earning their degree. And this is not just a benefit for students, it's actually a great benefit for our campuses as well. We see increased enrollment. So on average, adult students with some prior learning assessment credits take 17.6 more course credits from their college or university that they're enrolling in. Also really helps with motivation. That study showed that interviews with students that took advantage of the credit for prior learning process felt like they were validated, and reflecting on some of their past experiences really helped motivate them as they were moving forward and thinking about earning a degree for the future. And so As we talked about with Perkins, we're thinking about ways to meet the workforce needs in Montana and in our communities. And we really think that investing some funding, some time, some energy into prior learning assessment will really help us move the needle there. This data is a couple years old, but we don't anticipate that a ton has changed. And I do have somebody in the office right now actually working on getting some updated data. But as you see with these numbers, the vast majority of prior learning assessment that happens in Montana is through AP and IB credit. And so while we have this very flexible policy, and we have seen some incredible work at individual campus levels with prior learning assessment, we noticed that there's really not a whole lot of uptake for that our students are showing interest or pursuing these credit for prior learning opportunities. And really, one note is that with this large veteran student population that we have in the MUS, only about 300 of them have any kind of credit for prior learning as they're pursuing their degrees in the MUS. And so, that's a number that I think we could really grow with this process. And, other areas like challenge exams, things like that, the numbers are just fairly low. And so I think that, there are a few reasons for that. One is awareness. And so that's definitely going to be a part of what we're working on over the next few years. And then, making sure that the process is streamlined and as easy for students and campuses as possible. And a lot of that is the work that we'll be doing kind of from the system level. So the way that we are going to accomplish this is working with CALE. So we have partnered with them and have some activities planned for the next 3 years. And these solutions are really student-centered. So making sure that we're focusing on the students that would want to take advantage of these opportunities. So we'll have quite a few webinars and trainings for faculty, staff, and some key stakeholders. And so, each of these different webinars kind of addresses a certain a population at the campus level. So some are really geared toward advisors, some are really geared toward faculty, and then some are geared for leadership, like folks in admissions and registrar staff and things like that, to really help build this process and build the foundations of a program that we would like to see at each individual campus. CALE is also going to provide some consultants to help us crosswalk some existing employer industry recognized credentials that are out there and how they could translate into credit at the MUS. And so one advantage of having the Common Course numbering system is that we have those outcomes for our courses, formally laid out. And so we can look at skills outcomes that exist for other industry recognized credentials. One example would be, certified medical assistant or certified medical administrative assistant. Those credentials translate into skills with courses that we're already teaching in the MUS. So we can give credit for some of that knowledge that those students already have. And then all of this work will culminate in an adult learner summit that will take place summer of 2025. We're hoping that that's a great opportunity to get folks together all around the state, hopefully celebrate some wins that we'll have along the way, and then also really start to think about what our strategy is moving forward and how we'll keep this work going and hopefully just improve as we continue on. So, that all being said, some pretty exciting things I think we're actually going to be getting started within the next couple of months here, and starting with some of those webinars and trainers and getting and trainings and getting some folks really plugged into the process. And as we're thinking about Perkins and I should have actually changed the top of that to more PLA information. So as we're thinking about Perkins and initiatives like credit for prior learning, we're really, still thinking about that overall goal and strategy of where the MUS fits within this workforce development system in Montana. I feel like we're a very strong key part of that. And so I think that this gets us in an even better position to be able to serve those students and play that key role in the way that workforce development happens in Montana. So with that, happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Director Treaster. On this one, when I think about it and I think about the big picture on it, I think I'm glad that we hired CALE and I'm glad that you're excited about this because I think that a lot of good comes out of this. Is goal being as prior learning, Cal comes in and identifies more, prior learning that transfers to credit. It would be nice to think that, the end goal of this is to take the, any subjective advising out of it. And I know that it's probably going to be hard to completely define everything, but just kind of when you talked about like the military population, but we're only capturing this much, I think that this is primed for some really cool results. So I'll leave it at that. And I know we've talked about it. I just felt compelled to say it out loud again. So anyways, questions, comments from the Regents? Regent Dombrowski?
Thank you, Regent Southworth. Jackie, I might have asked you this again, but I think about the veteran example. Like, how do we know? And I have envisioned like focus groups with those 300 to say, why did you take advantage of it, to sort of get at, again, I'm thinking about the population that we don't know. Who are they? Why aren't they, availing themselves? And to sort of sort through that, and not just veterans, but that's a perfect example of the military experience. Or do we know kind of the people that we don't know?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Regent Dombrowski. That's a great point, and that's, we really should get in contact with our veteran affairs offices and chat with them a little bit more about maybe why some of those populations aren't taking advantage of credit for prior learning. President Bodner put me in contact with his veteran affairs office, and they really are trying to push a lot of this credit for prior learning, but it's difficult when there's not anything that's really established and existing that they can kind of build upon. And so that's where I really am hoping that this work will help build those programs. But I think that's a great point. I think we should seek out those students that haven't taken advantage of credit for prior learning, that have military transcripts and could pursue it but haven't. And so curious if that's just an awareness issue or something else. Thank you.
Oh, President Bonner?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Regent Rogers. Now, I just wanted actually to thank Joe and Jackie. I think, and this relates to what was a very vibrant discussion during the enrollment update. The simple fact of the matter is we are seeing college-going rates decline precipitously across the country and in Montana. Those students are out in the workforce. So they're not coming through our front door like we're used to, right? 87% of prior learning is AP, IB, like that's our front door. We got to do a better job of building these side doors for students to come in, because the demand for education has never been higher. The demand for education is skyrocketing because of the rapid pace of change, but it's really hard for people to come in later in their careers to traditional higher ed. And so I think the veteran population is a really good case study, but I think this is going to be an increasing challenge that we have to solve as public higher ed. So I'm just really grateful. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Jackie, for doing it. It's hard. The only question I had, just building on that, it's great to talk about military affairs, the key role of faculty in this, and maybe you could speak to how faculty are involved, because that's going to be a key part of making this successful.
So, Regent Southworth, if I could, I think that's really an important point. So, and it's some of honestly, my interpretation of the challenge here, why we haven't seen as much uptake. And that's because the role of faculty in ensuring that the learning that we're recognizing has occurred is vital. We have, that's a lot of the reason why I think military transcripts, industry recognized credentials, where there's some outside validation and a process that faculty can look to understand what experience folks have had and compare it to learning outcomes, compare it to course content, evaluate it over time is really, really important, so that we have that quality. And that quality is not just important sort of for the integrity of the learning. It's important because we don't want students to go on to a subsequent course or to be awarded a degree and be find out that they haven't actually learned content that they needed to learn. We could set students up for failure if that's the outcome. I think a lot of the challenge is that our side doors are process intensive for everybody. They're process intensive for the student who has to put together all of the information without knowing what they're going to get out of the credit for prior learning process. It's process intensive for our staff in the registrar's office and the admissions office who try and communicate sometimes arcane procedures that differ campus to campus. It's process intensive in the end for faculty members who get individual requests for different trainings and items, sometimes repetitively, to map those for credit, which can also lead to discontinuities and frustrations when different faculty members reach different conclusions, in part because of just the workload of what they have to evaluate. And I think that's part of the goal, is that we have fairly unique in Montana efforts to bring faculty together to talk about equivalency of learning outcomes. And what we're hoping CALE can help us with is to really think through how to establish processes and policies that, at least for the sort of outside certifications, credentials that have some significant outside process about them, some outside learning outcomes, a large number of students who potentially use them, to leverage the processes that we already have to bring faculty together to make those side doors something that happen up front. So rather than saying, submit a bunch of paperwork, we'll get back to you in a week, we can say, faculty have met, they've reviewed this experience that you've had, that many students like you have had, and we think that there's something specifically that within an institution or across a system can be recognized for credit. That's the goal, but it has to be a process that has that faculty review at its center. And my hope, again, is I think that there's such a huge opportunity space here, both just looking at the types of credentials, stackable, different points of entry that our campuses are standing up, recognizing that there's lots of folks in the workspace as industries change who need to come back, and also thinking about our military population, our some college no degree population. These side doors could get quite large, and there are institutions around the country who are doing some of this work to make them a much larger part of the enrollment question that we have, but in a way that's serving a really, really important part of, you know, our state and student population's needs.
Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Chair Southworth. Director Treaster, I feel like we all picked up on your clear message that awareness is a significant barrier for this programming. And like Regent Dabrowski, just really challenging us to explore like where this occurs, like what are the gaps. You know, it appears we already have a pathway through the K-12 system with all of the AP and IB credits. Is there a way to expand that? I also can envision students that are high achieving going straight into work, and then their one connection in the world to the educational world is their high school teacher, and how we keep that whole, you know, circle connected so that we don't lose them in the mix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regent Rogers. Absolutely agreed. And I think a part of, you know, some of the awareness building that we're building with, you know, our staff and faculty, I think our goal is also to build that awareness with other stakeholders, including, you know, folks like job service who come in contact with folks that might be interested in coming back. And I think that high school population is also important as well. And, you know, other community, business, and industry folks too, you know, just so that people know that this is an option and it's you know, a path that they could pursue. You know, we've also talked about, you know, ways that we can give some of this information to students that are, you know, obviously looking at our website. We want to make sure that there's a call out there and give some information. You know, maybe there's a way to, you know, not necessarily embed it in the application process, but there could be a way of maybe linking to it, or, you know, at least putting the phrase out there so that they understand that it's an option too. So yeah, I think there's a ton of opportunity to build more awareness.
Great. Regent Lozar.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a little bit nuanced, but you were talking about a lot of awareness, talking about opportunities that we might want to explore, conversations about military. I think one of the things, you know, certainly I've heard from community members is that connection between law enforcement and PLA. Just knowing law enforcement is particularly heavy as it relates to sort of formal certificate-based on-site classroom learning. And, you know, law enforcement is a major part of our workforce, you know, both the county level, state level, tribal level. And I think there's some really interesting things that we can explore for those who are consistently have to go back to get very, very formalized training. And knowing a lot of those law enforcement folks, you know, might serve 20 years, might serve 25 years and start early on and, you know, reach retirement out of law enforcement in their 40s, and they still have an opportunity to kind of go back to school to get ready for their second career. So I think it's something that we should prioritize as we're prioritizing some of the work around our military personnel. So,
yeah, that's a really good point. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? No. Director Treaster, thank you very much. Look forward to hearing more about this in the future. Yeah, that concludes it. Chair Rogers, mic's yours.
Thank you. Well, that will conclude our morning agenda. We'll have a little bit of a break here, and then lunches will be ready soon. And then we'll reconvene here at 1:30 to do the work of the Budget, Audit, and Administrative Committee. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us again. We'll just go ahead and get right to business with the Budget Committee. I'll turn it over to Chair Dombrowski.
Thanks, Chair Rogers. We've had many discussions here at the Budget Committee. I think maybe 3 different meetings around what I think is complicated, but really a wonderful opportunity from a budgeting standpoint to, again, be grateful, thankful to the legislature and the governor's office for listening to OCHI and all their staff through the legislative session, and then really allowing and giving to us the responsibility then to move this along. So I'd just like to publicly thank Commissioner Christian and all his staff, and certainly Deputy Commissioner Tyler Trevor sitting right next to him, who I have on my speed dial. And thank you for the time and really for the leadership that you'll see today as we work through the budget. So with that, I'll just give it over to you, Tyler. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, good afternoon. We have a consent agenda, which is very similar to other consent agendas, which are primarily populated with operational facility items that we didn't feel kind of rose to the level of an action item. Of course, at your will, we can pull any one of these items. But I'll just kind of scroll through those. We also then have, as you'll see towards the end of this committee, we have information items on policies that we bring to you at the next meeting for action, and we have a couple of those that have been teed up here that we heard in March. So without seeing anyone jumping on consent items, I would move into action. And I guess I'd split today into 2 halves. The first half being action item A, which is essentially establishing the building blocks for our budget through tuition, fees, and the allocation of state appropriations. And then the remainder of the items, many of them initially will be connected to either the approval of fees or something that occurred during the legislative session that needs approval. And then towards the second half, we have predominantly a focus on some higher level operational facility items. So with that, I'll jump into action item A, and before I start, I'd like to just say I want to try to make this as painless as possible. So I've tried to do as much as I can visually rather than a sea of numbers in a spreadsheet. If we need a sea of numbers in a spreadsheet to get to an answer or something, I'm more than happy to do that. We also have a series of dashboards for comparison purposes, and as usual, we'll always be ready to show 10-year trends and comparison to peers on any one of the items, or at least most of the items. So with that said, I'm going to start with a slide that we looked at in March, but I think it's worth revisiting and also reiterating the fact that this item asks for approval to set tuition rates, set fee rates, and allocate state appropriations in concert with each other. And that's the goal of this slide, is to just remind us that all three of these items, state appropriations and tuition and fees, and what's often not talked about quite as much as financial aid, are intrinsically connected. And we need to work to connect those to, A, ensure affordability of students, and to strategically finance and prepare budgets for our campuses, at least the building blocks of those budgets, which we approve in September. Financial aid, we have programs associated with financial aid, but also metrics associated with financial aid that we'll take a look at that'll help draw those connections. And then before I leave this slide, just some very kind of rudimentary building blocks here. If we start with what is an institutional requirement, the cost of education to run a campus, and identify what that is, for instance, using FY23 this year, we are a base plus funded model. It would make sense that that would be our guidepost, and then take a look at things like inflation, et cetera, to come up with what would be an acceptable institutional requirement. So I'm gonna return to that in a moment. To get to the end of the equation here, we take what we know to be true, and that is what we have received in state appropriations from this legislative session in terms of the pay plan and present law specifically. Some simple math then leaves us with what is the tuition revenue required in order to meet that institutional need or requirement. So I say I'm gonna do everything visually, and then I have a slide with a bunch of bullets. But this summary, just to kind of prepare you for the next slides, we'll take a look at that institutional requirement first. So the current unrestricted budget of each campus of the system that is comprised of state appropriations and tuition, that this proposal is centered around what would be the overall increase to our expenditures. And through the series of drivers that will follow, they produce a 5% increase in expenditures in FY24 and a 4.4% increase in FY25. That is predominantly characterized by, and I'm going to hit on this point numerous times, the pay plan. It's the need to fund the pay plan, which we are extremely grateful for in higher education. Unlike other state agencies, we receive approximately 50% of that pay plan funded from the state of Montana. The other 50% comes from tuition. It's the only other tuition revenue. It's the only other source. So a key bullet point here is that 3.5% of that overall increase to our expenditures is going to result in that first year in the pay plan. So you think about the other 1.5%, that's going to be associated with present law or inflationary cost adjustments. What does that do to tuition? Tuition increases then are recommended at 4% increase for resident students in both years of the biennium, followed by a 6% increase in non-resident tuition revenue. And I say revenue because that gives an allowance to campuses and a kind of deference to the fact that discounting on non-resident students is a complicated strategy that campuses use, but the expectation is in order to have the building blocks of this budget work, we need a 6% increase in non-resident tuition revenue. And I'll just say this, at this moment right now, all campuses I have leveled out at a 6% increase in the rate. There's some more details here that I would do better off just showing you, but this will then end in the allocation of state appropriations. And the key to the allocations of state appropriations, again, here is the pay plan. And this is sheer math. We go through every single employee FTE on campus and do the math and calculate it for each campus, validate it with the campus, and then it rolls up at the system level. We also have present law that we allocate, and in some years we've used multiple metrics in order to allocate that. That may have varied by campus. In this case, we're using the same metric for every campus, and that is, what is your percent of the distribution of resident student FTE on an average over the last 3 years? And then finally, performance funding, which we're all familiar with, but it definitely plays a role in the allocation of the state appropriations. That leaves us with fees, and fees will be in a couple different categories that I'll explain more. Mandatory fees are the ones that all students are required to pay regardless of whether or not they use the service or are directly related to that fee. We set an increase for all campuses at 3% in the aggregate of those mandatory fees. That's going to be influenced by our online fee conversion that we talked about last May and moving it from an online course fee to a mandatory fee. And I'll work through the dynamics on that. We also approve course fees, program fees, and room and board. And so if that's not enough in one item right there, I don't know what else we could put in it. We have detailed Excel files, actually probably they're PDF files this go around, that would work through every single one of those course fees, program fees, and the dynamics of all of the fees. That is a document I don't plan on presenting, although just know we have those attached to this agenda, and they are a part of the approval. When you do that, campuses take those back and they enact them in banner, and then they're charged to students. All right, that's the last time I'm going to go on that long string of talk. Instead, we're going to just look. The current unrestricted budget on campuses, again, state appropriations and tuition, this is a 5, 6, 7 year look at the increases that we've seen since FY18. And you can see we bump along here. These were some lean years, 1, 2%, 0, 3. The difference between FY22 and FY23 is actually an 8% increase in our current unrestricted budget. One of the reasons being is in FY22, we had actually negative present law of $1.6 million and no pay plan. In the following year, we received $10 million in present law and a pay plan. And so that's where we get to that 8% increase. Plus then student enrollment comes in probably a little bit different than we anticipated, and you have an 8%. So when I'm suggesting here or proposing here that we increase our overall expenditures by 5% in the first year and 4.4% in the second year, it's definitely not out of line with what's occurred in the last couple years for sure, and a needed growth from what we've had in 18 and 19. So I'm just going to give you pictures of what each year looks like in terms of the revenue streams that make up state appropriations. In FY24, this is our goal, the 5% increase, which would be a $25.5 million growth of our current unrestricted. Unique to this budget is also a holiday from our general liability and property insurance payment that we make to the state. And that produces, roughly another $6 million, which is actually available funds then would be $6.2 million. The growth, overall growth though, is at 5%. And you can see where this falls. The pay plan is the big hitter here. It's a $17.5 million total, split between the state and tuition. Then in the orange, you have present law that comes from the state. We have $4 million in cash in the first year, combined with the $6 million in savings for $10 million. And then we move over into what would be the tuition side of that. And again, remember the recommendation is for 4% on resident students and 6% on non-resident to produce that $4 million pie. Just a quick look at how that breaks out between the state and tuition revenue. We are benefiting from very strong state support in this case.
Can I jump in?
Absolutely.
Just real
Please
quick.
do.
And I may have forgotten, but going back to the previous slide, the insurance savings, which is, are very gracious for. It's $6 million is quite a bit of money. Can you talk a little bit about sort of the origin of that? Like who makes those decisions, and what might the future look like for that slice of the pie?
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, this was part of the governor's budget. It was part of the present law solution that he put forward. So it was definitely on the state side of this. Risk management and tort defense has the ability to produce this holiday, and it is not just unique to the university system, but all other state agencies. So we are in the same boat as they are. It's clear that we're going to use this as part of our present law. The danger in this is 2 years from now, we need to find the either backfill for this or begin planning on how we're going to deal with that.
Maybe just a follow-up, is the strategy sort of looking at it just every 2 years, or is there any sort of strategy or any discussions in terms of like thinking about it sort of longer term? For us, $6 million is a significant amount of resources that we'd have to make up in a couple of years. So is there any discussion about the long-term trajectory of these savings?
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, yeah, I've heard discussions that this may carry further than this biennium, but I don't think at this time we have any assurance that that is going to be the case. Okay, taking a look at the next slide and the split between state appropriations and tuition revenue. Again, this kind of a 50-50 split on the cash, and then we have the savings to essentially develop a pie that says 60% coming from the state and 40% from tuition. That would be flip-flop from what we have previously and like traditionally known on the state share. It's ranged between a low of, I'd say, 38% to as high of 45%, possibly 47%. So this is a strong state-funded budget. And if we just isolate on that FY25 year and that 5% increase, and remember 5% gets you $25.5 million, how does that break down in terms of what portion of the pay plan? It's kind of a different way of looking at it from a pie chart. But you can see that we are about 70% of that increase is coming from the pay plan, and then we equal out the distribution on the tuition revenue to the state for present law, which then comes to the recommendation of 4% on resident and 6% on non-resident tuition. FY25 just replays the tape. Things change a little bit, though. We increase our state support for the pay plan in year 2 by $1.5 million or so, allowing us to decrease slightly on the amount of tuition revenue that we're going to put towards the pay plan. We then are able to garner more present law. This is the increase over the amount that we received in FY24. So we actually have $4 million in present law in the first year and 5.5 or 5.3 in the second year, but it comes out as a 1.3 increase. Combine that with the state again, the savings, and you have that portion, and again, a $4 million pull on present law from tuition revenue.
If I could, Regent Lozar, just a little bit on that insurance savings, because that's a great question, and one that we've talked about, grappled with, frankly, since the get-go. You know, the state had an interesting scenario this year where it had surpluses in a number of areas, and this is certainly part of that. The one thing that, you know, I think is obvious, and Tyler's very black and white, and I appreciate that about him with numbers, but this is happening all across state government. They're not unaware of what it is they're doing. I mean, it does create an issue at the end of the biennium, which is what happens next, right? And a cliff, if you will, if it's not addressed. I don't believe this budget office is going to bind the next. I don't believe the legislature can bind the next, but it will be a conversation. I mean, as I look forward to the 25 session, I think that conversation is going to have to start with how do we address the savings that is now part of the last biennium and ultimately part of our base? How do we address the savings and what is the need for a present law adjustment on top of that? I think that's going to have to be part of the conversation. That is one I've already had with the budget director, and so, I think they're aware of that across state government. It will create issues, significant issues across state government if it's not addressed in some form. And even Tyler and I have talked, as you look toward 25 priorities, it's going to be, how do we deal with the savings? And then what's the present law needs on top of that? It's not unlike the inverse savings that was afforded out of the health plan from our end to their end last time. And, it creates this boundary, but ultimately they looked at the boundary at the end. They said, okay, well, in a sense now we're going to give you 14 of the 16 back because that's what you need to move forward. So I think we've got a cooperative spirit with the state moving forward, and we'll have those conversations as we start to build the 27 biennium.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the follow-up, and that is essentially kind of what I was hoping to understand. Certainly it makes a lot of sense, if there is a surplus, to be able to deploy those where needed across not just higher education, but at other areas. But we just need to, as a board, be thinking about this becoming a part of our base and how we're going to be strategizing in the long term to be able to cover that, should a portion of it go away or all of it. So appreciate that, Mr. Commissioner.
So if we move along to the next slide, you can take a look at a similar view of the distribution between state and tuition revenue as of the first year of the biennium. The overall increase to expenditures changes slightly, primarily due to the present law that was duplicative, and then the increase is the amount we show here in FY25. It still sets us at a 4% resident increase and a 6% non-resident increase. So just a couple slides in terms of comparators. This is more along the lines of operating budget metrics that we often take a look at, just to give us some context on what we're talking about, an overall increase to our expenditures. What does it look like in the past, and what are some key budget drivers, and how have they grown over time? I used this slide before this last fall, but I guess the primary point that you want to take away from this is this top yellow line here, which is our state appropriations, which have outpaced all other of our key budget drivers on this page for an increase of 43%. This is not taken into consideration the next 2 years, but a lot of this was driven by partnership with the legislature and the governor's office on tuition freezes, which allowed us to slow this orange line, which are the rates at which we increase tuition and fees, added inflation here just to give you a juxtaposition to where we're at with that. It's often asked, do these increases just go to bloat administration? And I would say possibly in some states, definitely not in ours. If you take a look at one of the indicators of bloat in administration, it would just be the sheer number of individuals in the administration. And if you look over a 5-year period of time, we have a 24% drop in the number of administrators. And in fact, we have an overall decrease in the number of total faculty and staff of -8%. I can show you later, and maybe it's in this slide deck right here, of how that kind of has worked at individual campuses. In fact, it's right here. We often spend a lot of time, I do, looking at data rolled up at the system level and comparing trends. But when you get into individual campuses and you take a look at their expenditures in the current unrestricted over the last 5 years, 6 of the 8 of our campuses are actually negative. So this is not a system that has exploded in terms of expenditures, and I just kind of put this on here as a reminder to us. For one, we have some big differences between our campuses, but also that this is a very conservative and frugal system of higher education. A couple other key budget drivers, just to note that inflation and our current unrestricted expenditures have grown at the same pace, at least leading up through this year. And then we take a look at our expenditures in an inflationary adjusted versus nominal dollars. And on the inflationary side, over a 10-year period of time, we're actually negative $2.5 million or 0.5%. This is just a comparison to the national education revenue, so that's state appropriations and tuition. And you can see where we're at in terms of that, and we're the top line. And then just some overall historical slides in terms of how do we stack up to other states in terms of state support per student. This is not state support per resident student, but state support per all students for comparison purposes. Montana falling towards the lower third. Educational revenue, so we've got the combination of net tuition and state support, and you see that we are in the lower third of states. And state percent share, we move more towards the middle. At this time when I measured it and compared to other states, we were at 47%. So that is the end of, I guess, phase one of this, is just kind of setting the table. But the courses will come quickly here, so please stop me as we go. I'll just dive right into tuition, and we kind of go through the same sort of flow here, a reminder of what we're talking about. And you'll see me state it a couple different ways. I already mentioned this earlier. The 6% is really focused on a 6% increase in tuition revenue. That's what's going to make, on the non-resident side, this budget work. And now, after talking with the campuses, we felt it best to just stay with the 6% rate increase, as you can see, for all non-resident categories. And why I built the chart like this, I don't know, but it goes resident, non-resident, resident, although it's WUI, they're influenced solely by the resident rate. And then we go the resident graduates at 4% and so on and so forth. We had one campus come in at 3% on the resident rate for a 2-year college. That's Gallatin College. I could blow that up. These are just the actual tuition rates, and it shows you for every category. This would be, I guess, more for like, this is what the detail that you're approving, this is what campuses move forward when they publicize their rates. I don't really want to stop on any one of these slides, except to show you then we take those tuition rates, and I'm actually jumping one phase ahead here because I'm combining tuition and fees now, because, I mean, this is the dollar amount that is that parents and students see that campuses publicize, and then compare that to our regional peers by institutional category. So we have our research, flagship, doctoral campuses compared to the WICHE region, the 15 states in the West. And we're at 8,000, and the average there in 2023, this is after our increases now, in 24 would be in comparison to what is in 23 there of about 10,300. And you can see for yourself where we're at, Montana Tech being in that special focus group. I don't know if it's focus group or, I can't remember the exact name of that. Specialized. Okay, we'll stay with focus group. Well, everything's a bucket for me, but. Then we have our smaller 4-year regional campuses and their relationship to their peers. 2-year campuses, you'll note that we're a lot closer to the regional average, and I'll talk about that as how we moved over time to freeze tuition. Our 2-year campuses were, in particular, out of the range. They were a lot higher than the average. We've spent the last 20 years finding ways to freeze tuition there, and I guess I report this as we accomplished a goal we were after starting back in 2006. We take a look at the non-resident side, and what we have here is you can see now we're above the averages. Again, this is for FY24 compared to 23 on the peer average, so if we're above, we're not far. the other campuses fall in that as in a similar fashion, with Western being a little lower. And at two-year campuses, which are not geared for specializing in non-resident recruitment, they're much more local, we do have rates, and those vary a little bit across our campuses. A couple more comparisons here on it before I finish up with tuition. Just taking our doctoral flagship campuses and comparing them to those 15 states that we have in the Wichita region. Now I've gone back to FY23 here on this comparison, but it's only Wyoming that is at a lower rate than we are. This line chart down directly below it is Montana in the orange, and you can see how we've held the line on tuition over the years, many of those characterized by tuition freezes. One of the key metrics that we started probably prior to 2006, but for me, there is no history in the MUS prior to 2006, so I can't speak to that. But it is the comparison of tuition and fees as a percent of household income, paying particular attention to the fact that household income, definitely back in 2006, was a lot lower than other states. However, our rates at that point in time, when you take what percent of household income would be made up by tuition and fees, or the ratio between the two at least, we're almost the highest in the West. And over 20 years worth of work to move that down, we're a lot closer to one of the lower states. That plays out for our four-year regional campuses in a similar fashion. And then you see our two-year, which, again, I mentioned we had been a long way over the average on rates, has got us back about to the Wichita average. A couple more metrics here. If we take a look at net price, so tuition and fees paid by first-time, full-time resident students who come to the MUS, after you subtract out financial aid not including loans, just things you don't have to pay back. This chart is meant to demonstrate the fact that net tuition and fees at our four-year campuses, at least an average between UM and MSU, is $800 less now in 2002 than it was in 2017. That's in inflationary adjusted dollars. Actually, if you don't adjust, we're $445 less. So this really speaks to keeping tuition low. We froze tuition multiple times during that era, but we also have an increase in financial aid. As you can see now, 86% of the students receiving aid for an average amount of almost $6,000. Some of this is COVID affected for sure, but we'll see how that plays out in the next year. I don't anticipate it would drop that much. When you do this same metric for two-year campuses, you don't get quite the dramatic effect. The final statement is that students now at two-year campuses, on terms of net tuition and fees, what's the price they're paying, is $300 more than 2017. I should have mentioned also in this smaller print that the national average on net price for tuition and fees is closer to $2,300, so we're doing well in terms of that benchmark. And that's sort of the skit there for the tuition side of things. I'd pause for a second and see if there's...
Could I have you jump to slide 9 for a quick second?
Yeah.
Thanks. Just curious, looking at the... I'll let you get there before I...
Is that 9?
Yeah. What does this look like over time? So, for the flagship campuses there, slightly above our peers in out-of-state rates. Has that been, is that newly the case, or have we always been, kind of right at, if not a little bit above, kind of peer institutions for out-of-state resident tuition?
We do have a dashboard on this. However, my sense is Regent Blossom, my sense is that we've been pretty close to that average. And I have not seen us be this far on this slide before, so I would say in at least the last 6 years where we were considerably, I guess, measurably over the benchmark there of the western states, a lot closer to the average. So I would say that we're moving in a direction where we're getting higher and higher, and there's some separation there.
Thanks.
That's an excellent point, Mr. Commissioner. Prior to 2015, we did not have really the ability to discount like we do now. And so I think campuses have felt that they had more flexibility with establishing prices that might have been higher, with the fact that they know that they're gonna work to discount through a strategy to bring students here that are still paying, twice, if not 3 times the amount of a resident student tuition rate.
So this is purely sticker price analysis,
Yep,
is that right?
exactly.
Do you have any sense of where we land for like the net price that people actually pay compared to peers?
We do, and that is a metric we use in our operating budget. If I could recall, it's somewhere between $16,000, $17,000 per student.
And that's like, is that sort of proportional to the level of discounting that peer institutions are doing? Like, is that, slightly above what average peer institutions are doing?
I don't have a great gauge on that.
No worries. No, thank you.
Tyler, you don't have a good gauge on that because they don't document the net price publicly. Is that why?
Yeah, they very well could. Offhand, I just don't have a gauge on it. It's not been a question that we have kind of dove into, probably at the depths of some of this other. I believe there might be a shot at getting that, but it's not a data point that I carry with me. Okay, I'm gonna jump into fees, and really it's the tuition and fee presentations here that are gonna take these times. The other ones are gonna be a little more straightforward. So as we mentioned before, the instructions to campuses were to hold mandatory fees at increases no higher than 3% per year. That then has a nuance to it with our conversion of our online course fee to mandatory fees. And that affects each campus a little bit differently. Room and board, a key component in the cost of education. We have campuses coming in somewhere between 5% and 8% increases in each year, and I'll talk about the distribution and the reasons for that here in a moment. Then to keep in mind, I'll touch upon course fees slightly, and then program fees, as well as other designated fees included in this overall packet. This slide is just a reminder to us that if you click this link, you get into those Excel files or PDFs that I talked about that are really the operational documents that go with this. We have a dashboard too to compare campus mandatory fees in each category over time. I'm not gonna spend the time there. In policy, we worked, I can't remember now, 4 or 5 years ago to normalize basically the different categories of mandatory fees at the system level, so we could do this type of analysis. And these are a definition of those mandatory fees in our board policy. So then, without digging in too deeply on each one of these years and each campus, I just wanted to explain the breakdown of how these templates work. The gray area here is the 3% aggregate. And so you can go through campuses and identify where we're at in each one of these and the increases, then the dollar amounts associated with each one, and then the effect of the 3% aggregate plus the online fee. And that's where we start to see those larger increases and the percent increase in mandatory fees. I just didn't want anyone to think that this wasn't still a 3% mandate on the aggregate. It's really a conversion of that online course fee. So that occurs at our smaller campuses as well. I always want to point out the one that didn't increase and actually went down here at Great Falls. 2025, I'm going to roll down and just talk about online fee conversion here for a second. So in working with the campuses, we came up with different schedules. Campuses charged different amounts considerably per credit, ranging from as low as $10 per credit for an online course fee to as high as $49 per credit. Then you have the different mix of students. Some campuses, only 5% of their student credit hours are online. At the top end, we have a campus with 49% of its student credit hours online. So you can see the effect's going to be different at each campus. And I thought it would warrant just an example here, because one of those campuses, MSUB, has a lot of online enrollment. In fact, they are the one at the 49% of their student credit hours online. So let's just quickly take a look at how does that affect a student in a face-to-face class, and the increase of our mandatory fees plus tuition increases compared to a student in online courses and then online only. So after we work through this, you see there's a 4% increase in tuition in the first year, and then you got this 21% increase in fees, and then 0 course fees, because this is a face-to-face course, assuming that didn't have a course fee, for an 11% increase. Now remember, it's not half of their students, but half of their instructional activity occurring online. So if you go into the online student here, they're going to pay, at the end of the day, a 4% increase. After that course fee is in this case, Billings is taking a 2-year approach to reducing that course fee from what would have been a 3-credit class at $120 is now down to $60. If you look directly below that, after the 2-year period of time, which we give them to kind of work that into their mandatory fees, this student now would be paying 0 in a course fee, and their overall increase from FY24 to 25 for online students at MSUB is 0. So it's doing exactly what we anticipated it would do, and one of the reasons I guess I'd stop on too is that this is directly connected with our Seamless initiative. We received an OTO appropriation for that. It's a single learning management system to kind of open up the online environment, share courses between campuses. This will be a key facilitator for that program. So again, let's compare mandatory fees to our peers. And we are not in the same position that we are with tuition. It's just the dynamics of our state. It's part of our history and where we get to where we're at. The average is about $1,700 in the Wichita region, and you can see we're above that on the research and doctoral campuses. Montana Tech, being in that other category, is not quite to theirs. And then the smaller 4-year campuses over that rate, except for the University of Montana Western. At 2-year campuses, we see the same effect. You have some campuses that are over, and many of them that are closer to the average. If we take a look by state now in FY23 on our doctoral campuses, we're toward the higher end, as you'd expect, since we're above the average. That rolls us into our next category of program fees. We have certain programs predominantly populated with occupational, professional programs that require things like clinicals and more of a hands-on experience given the profession that we're in here, or the degree program that we're in. I guess the easiest way to evaluate this is if you just look through the percent change all the way down, you can kind of hit on things that are receiving an increase. For instance, at Montana Tech, they're instituting a new fee for the program fee for nursing. We have the rest of the campuses here, and most of those are zeros or single digit. We have a couple of the law school, namely in this case, an increase in its per credit program fee, as some of them are per year, some are per semester, and then per credit. And a new program fee for $45 at MSU Northern. Course fees, just some examples here and a snippet from our policy on what courses get course fees. And so to give you an example here on, these are limited to specialized activities or equipment fees, field trips, study abroad, laboratory consumables, anything that can, some kind of like art class where you buy the paint. I mean, there would be numerous examples there. I provide some actual real-life examples down here in terms of the types of courses and what those fees look like. They range widely across the campus, which would then move us into room and board. And so not unlike the current unrestricted budget, although this is not, these are auxiliary funds here, you have employees that are responsible for the dorms and the dining halls, and they are not covered by any portion of state funding. This would be 100% funded from the auxiliary funds, and this is the breakdown of what we're recommending for the most part across campuses. 8% in the first year, 5% in the second year. These are the categories. The first one, the pay plan, it makes up 3.2% of that 8%. Then we have utilities, projection in our the overall increase in utilities anticipated to be quite high in the first year. There's also this thing, debt service combined with maintenance of the facilities that must occur. And then finally, a big hitter here with the dining halls has been the escalating cost in food. I will say from the system office point of view, we did more analysis on this than we probably ever have, and took a look at each one of these categories by campus and the change from FY22 to FY23, and felt that this was absolutely reasonable in terms of this escalating cost for food and necessary. So that leads us to our comparisons. This is a time series of our average annual rates. So these are annual rates for double occupancy rooms with basically your loaded meal plan. And you can see the rates changing, how much they're projected to change by, or proposed to change by campus in the first year, and then the second year, and then your annual average growth rate over a 10-year period of time. We adjust for that for inflation, and it certainly affects the growth rates and the overall kind of scheme or strategy we have behind this. We compare room and board rates. Now, this is a national average here for public four-year room and board, FY23. These are our FY24 rates compared to a 23 rate for the national average. And all of the campuses are coming in below the average.
Tyler, do you have any, just going back to slide 20?
Yeah.
You compared it to the average public four-year. Do we have any data on where we're at with Witchy on room and board? Or is there a reason we are not comparing it to Witchy?
Regent Lozar, yeah, I switched to College Board here as they are like the collector of room and board data, whereas Witchy focused on the tuition rates predominantly. I don't believe that I have access to quite the same ease of getting the data for room and board from that pool.
Tyler, how about cost of room and board off campus? Do we have any data available for that?
Madam Chair, Regent Buchanan, I believe there is in the national data set called IPEDS, National Center for Education Statistics has that. It's just not something I'm prepared and ready to talk about. Okay, now cost of attendance. As per policy, anytime we're going to make a decision about tuition and fees, we're going to take a look at the overall cost of attendance. And cost of attendance is tuition and fees, essentially, plus room and board, and then adding in an incremental amount for books and supplies. And so we just try to do this consistently over the years, applying the same math, and you can see the trend lines. and where we would be at the end of 2025. Averaging, again, the average for our research doctoral campus, I didn't line those up very well, but Montana Tech is there in the green, then our smaller regional four-year campuses and our two-year colleges. And finally, this is just to take a look at the breakdown, again, from the College Board and what a two-year campus averages across the nation, and then a four-year across the nation, just to give you a comparison, primarily here focusing in on the room and board, and how that works to add up to the cost of attendance. Now, the cost of attendance I used on the previous slide didn't include every single one of these categories, so it's not quite straight across applicable, I think, until you go down to this gray box down here, and I just add in tuition and fees plus room and board. And it looks like that number might have been a 2022 number. Okay, we're halfway through. Kidding, we're almost there. So to stay with the framework of the budget building blocks, it also dictates that we allocate state appropriations, and the pay plan, again, being the primary driver of what we need to get done here. Again, present law and performance funding. I'm not going to belabor you with the details of breaking down House Bill 2 into its components, but it's not as straightforward as one might think when it comes to Program 9. That's the MUS Ed units. We do some math here. I guess this slide is important in terms of taking a look at the lump and how much is it over the biennium. You can see that if you do year over base, so freezing FY23 and comparing how much of an increase in FY24, we have $14.5 million from the state of Montana to allocate. And in the second year, we have $24.9 million. If you take a look at that over the biennium, it's a $51.6 million increase. I remember that first year of FY23 was kind of an anomaly year there, so that it pumps up that number a little higher than when you just compare it to FY23. We do some math here, which backs out Regents priority dollars, and then also what we know to be true on performance funding at the time, which we do know, and we'll ask for approval in this packet, which would essentially produce a $3 million, what we call a performance funding residual, unallocated dollars of $3 million out of the $15 million total. And then we work through each campus. I guess what I want to point out here, and this would be something really for the kind of the data head people, they want to really get into the detail here, but these metrics we measure each year after we allocate the state dollars and see where we're at. It's state dollars per resident FTE or resident student, and then total revenue, so state plus tuition divided by the total number of students. As to just kind of keep an eye on where we're at with each campus. There's nuances associated with each one of the campuses. And then we apply the dollars, and rather than walk you through each one of these, the big hitters here, again, the pay plan applied consistently with all campuses. Present law applied consistently with all campuses. It totals up. We run performance funding, which adds in the eligible amount that each campus is. And at the end of the day, we have the total distribution, and we rerun the metrics. Same thing occurs in FY25, and you have your state allocation. So finally, we move to performance funding. And in some years, we only have performance funding to deal with in terms of state allocation in the years in between the legislative session, and I would walk you through this entire presentation, which would talk about the goals and the metrics associated. At this point in time, I'm gonna not do that just for the sake of trying to avoid some redundancy from past presentations. But I would pause on this slide. We've had a metric for quite some time, well, since the beginning of performance funding, for two-year campuses related to success in remediation. So students that come that aren't prepared for college level math or writing, that metric was what % of them can end up completing, well, here's the definition, one remedial math or writing course during their first academic year and continue on to complete a college level math or writing class in their second year. It's a good metric, but it's not such a great metric when you transition away from remedial courses and we go to co-requisite classes where you have college level courses that have remediation embedded in them. We started to find that, lo and behold, this metric wasn't holding the validity that we thought it was, and at some campuses. And so this being a kind of a transition year, an opportunity here to give the two-year colleges basically a selection between that traditional metric and the second metric, which is a simplified version of it, which is merely what % of your first-time freshmen earn credit in college level math or statistics and or writing in their first year. So there's just some nuances there. I just wanted to make it sure we're pointing this out to you, that we're not trying to change metrics here midstream, just a slight correction to kind of mold ourselves to the current landscape. This presentation goes through a lot more than you need right now, but it lands ultimately on one of the key drivers, which you could see reflected in the state allocation spreadsheets, which are campus by campus, amounts that they're eligible for, and the amount that they're receiving, and it ultimately produces an amount that's not distributed, and that's at $3 million. The remainder of the presentation is campus by campus. And so, again, at times where this was the only presentation and it's not bedded within 3 other fairly large items, we would walk through each campus and kind of dissect where we're at. I will say this, and I see Eric Meredith, he's one of a key data analyst individuals in our office and an architect of a lot of our dashboards, has revamped our performance funding dashboard in a way that is really, really useful. So the analysis on campuses, how they've done on a metric over time, how they've done with their special populations, and improving is crystal clear through that dashboard. So, Madam Chair, that is the end of my presentation. Be happy to dive in anywhere deeper, answer questions, or entertain any comments, please.
Thank you very much. So just to affirm, that was action item A. So I think it's a good time to pause and see if there are any questions or opportunities to go back and look. We all have the majority, I think, of this data. As I mentioned at the beginning, we've had a lot of conversation about what was presented here. And I want to make sure that all really board members feel that they understand it. Maybe not as great as Deputy Commissioner Trevor, but close. We've been over it. Any questions or Regent Lazar?
Some of these meetings, we dive pretty deep into performance funding and kind of, certainly in the past, and kind of dive into some of the results. Appreciate getting the sense at the very at the very top of like where all the campuses land in terms of unallocated funds. Mm-hmm. But if you do dive deeper into the data per campus, this is something I've mentioned before in the past, and I'm calling it out again. I think all but 2 campuses received % decreases in degrees awarded or certificates awarded for underserved and at-risk graduates, and it's concerning as a member of the board, and I think it's something that we need to be hyper-focused on, and the campuses need to be hyper-focused on, and hopefully, programs like Montana 10 and the Sprint degrees and some of the other curricular interventions or pedagogical interventions that some of the campuses are deploying now can reverse this trend, but some of them are a bit startling when you look specifically at some of those outcomes for our underserved students. So hopefully it's something we can do better at.
Good question. Yes, Regent Buchanan.
Thanks, Chair Dombrowski, and thanks, Deputy Commissioner Trevor. It's a lot in here, right? And what this translates into us is a decision as to whether or not we're going to pass on added expense to resident and under-resident or non-resident students. I want to thank the committee letting me Zoom bomb a couple of meetings to ask the questions and get a better understanding of where we're at. And I'll point out a deference that was made by the committee. The original proposal was an even split between resident and non-resident students, 5% each, and an adjustment to soften the burden for the resident, I think, needs to be acknowledged as this committee and this board's opinion towards protecting access and affordability to resident students in Montana. This morning we talked about some of the dramatic decreases in enrollment that we've seen for resident students. We're serving fewer resident students, and at the same time, we're increasing costs. And I don't want to be the voice that says that these costs are not real. We recognize the inflationary environment we're in. We recognize the challenge to compensate staff and faculty so that we can deliver quality. I mean, this is not a one-line discussion. There's a lot of nuances involved. And at the same time, Chair Rogers, bless her heart, for taking on my burden of sharing national article after national article about either the real crisis or the perceived crisis of cost escalation pricing out students from looking for higher ed. The conversation's real. The question of return on investment is real. And I don't know that our decline in resident participation is not a direct reflection of some of these cost increases. And so, as we deliberate about this discussion, just to show my hand on this end, I'm proud of Deputy Commissioner Trevor's ability to say, I don't have that information right now. And the cadence of these discussions coming out of legislative sessions every 2 years gives us this really small window to really get particular specific about the dollars that are needed. And one of the things that surfaced in this conversation that I've been a part of, and we all have been a part of, is that we do need to look at a plan. We need to assess, if we were to have the fortitude as a board to say, we're going to pass on these expenses solely to non-resident students down the road, there's going to be impacts. I mean, there's a lot of nuances in that statement alone. The concentration of non-resident students is so high in such few campuses that, then we're talking about redistribution of revenue, and we've already heard the challenges when we do that with state revenue. So what I heard was a commitment from this group to explore a plan, to develop a plan, a roadmap, a way to look at this in a longitudinal way. As a parent who's got 2 kids heading to university in the next 4 or 5 years, it'd be nice to know what it is we're planning for, what we should expect. Is the resident student going to be treated differently than the non-resident student? So the summary of that comment is I won't be supporting this item, not because I don't recognize the need for the revenue, but because I believe there is a voice in this group that has said we need to protect that affordability component to resident students. And I feel very confident that we agreed and nodded heads and said that takes work. That takes expertise in this lane. That takes time and bandwidth that, again, during a legislative session, on top of normal jobs for the members of Deputy Commissioner Trevor's staff, might not only be out of their wheelhouse, but definitely out of bandwidth. So I'll wrap up with saying I look forward to that discussion, to learning about the tools that we should be considering, the best practice strategies. I think that we do play a role in that national dialogue about access and affordability. I am proud that from a WICHE perspective, in some of the metrics, we are winning or doing really well by our resident students. I also see work that we can do and look forward to being a part of that discussion and figuring out how we best framework what I consider to be real work. I mean, I think we have one of the most competent budget directors of any agency, any organization I've ever worked with, and for him to say, I don't have this isn't in my wheelhouse, says a lot. And for him to say what we need to do is bring in that expertise and have that conversation, I'm looking forward to digging in on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Regent Norris, Blossom.
Thanks, Chair Dombrowski. I think there's been two really interesting pieces of information we've seen today that I think kind of gives some unique insights for the out-of-state tuition rates. The first this morning in Director Lemon's presentation, we're seeing a lot of pretty significant increases in non-resident students attending the university system. And then in this last presentation, seeing that we are increasing in sticker price with respect to competitors. That's kind of opposite to how you usually think about, sort of principles of demand, and that usually when you increase price, you see less demand. But at least when comparing the sticker prices, we're seeing the exact opposite thing. So kind of speaking to Regent Buchanan's point of wanting to keep access for in-state students, one way that we can do that is by increasing the subsidy that out-of-state students provide to in-state students. And so I know, this increase of 6% to out-of-state students is obviously working towards that. I guess, given that in previous years, we've been increasing, I believe, at a 5% rate recently, I sort of wonder if 6% is enough of an increase, given that it will result in decreased costs for in-state students, which is the purpose of this university system. So I guess, I don't know what percentage is the right percentage, and maybe 6% is the right one, but my gut says that that's a little low, and that, we have a lot of opportunity to grow there. I just, right before this, talked to Vice President Least, and he, has had some really good reasons to defend keeping it at 6%. So I guess, Vice President Least, if you'd like to, I'd love to have you comment, give a comment to defend why 6% is enough, if you'd like to, because I know there's two sides of it, and he's got a lot more economic insight than I probably do. So want to make sure both sides of it are heard, but that's kind of what I've been thinking.
Madam Chair, Regent Blossom, and the rest of the Regents, thanks for the opportunity, and probably Vice President Kearns could join me up here as well, right? But we've been doing this for a long time on our campus with the non-resident component, longer than I've been on campus, and that's been 17 years. And it is it's a delicate thing, and nationally, public research institutions like ours are getting into the same exact sort of strategy, and it's getting more and more difficult. So every year, we go out with a plan, and those students who are prospective students, they tell us by the yield of their applications, right? So how many students do we go out to? How many apply to our university? Then how many of those that apply actually show up and enroll? And by looking at those yields and looking at our percent increases in tuition, we can actually see when we've gone too far, when we've not. And we also use some external help, and they look at national, other universities. And so they're able to say, we think you're, in the sweet spot, or a little high or a little low. So we've looked at that over many, many years. And it's in a science mostly, and I enjoy it a lot. It's fun, revenue management, that type of thing. But anyway, it's not as easy as just saying, well, we'll raise tuition 9 or 10%, and you're going to get that kind of revenue. It could mean that you stop that flow of students coming in, because it takes a long time to get that momentum going. And if you halt that, there's a big risk going forward.
So a real quick follow-up, I guess, in a real summary, how would you explain that we have actively been increasing in price compared to competitors, and we have actively been increasing the number of out-of-state students coming to us? Sort of, how do you sense that we're right on the precipice of that totally flipping on its head?
Again, you look at those yields of how many students you're communicating with throughout the process, that funnel, right? And so we see our yields moving up and down each year, and we know when we've gone too far because our yield drops. One year you might get a 14% yield. The next year you get 10. Well, why is that? Well, you went too far compared to what other universities are doing. Those students, they want to come to MSU or some MUS campus, but they also have choices, right? And so they're looking around.
Thanks, really appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you. Regent Bell?
Vice President Least, you're not getting off that easy.
I'm back.
I mean, it would, I think that your points are well received. You have been doing this a long time, and it is primarily one campus that drives this issue. But implicit in what you said, it would indicate that you probably have some projected yield estimates based around the 6%. So, again, to Regent Buchanan, to bring you back into this, I mean, you know, we'll have this data next year, right? If we have your projections, we have a yield, you know, and when you want to do a longer term plan, how do we build off of that data, I guess? I'm trying to, I understand your point that we want to have a longer term plan, but the best real-time world data is being created here at the university system, you know, under Vice President Lisa, President Cruzado. So how do we just mesh those two to make this effective and pretty quick? And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I suspect you have an answer.
I appreciate it, and I have a couple of instincts that would be the responses. And again, I appreciate what you're saying too, Vice President Lease. My sense is that the conviction that Regent Blossom just shared, that our primary constituent is to represent the resident student, right? We've seen a dramatic decline there. So the instinct that goes through the conversation from you're the CEO of Yum Brands, you're or PepsiCo, your Kentucky Fried Chicken brand's doing really well, your Lay's brand's not doing well. You take the profits from this entity to subsidize another entity within your holding company. You pointed out that the vast concentration of non-resident students are in 2 campuses. So when we say, without diving below the surface, we're going to charge more to out-of-state students and redistribute that to the resident students, that might be taking revenue from only one campus that they earned or that they generated through this yield process. So there's going to be an impact to their revenue model. I was never comfortable in saying that's the answer. And whereas I complimented this group to move that 4.55 to 4 to 6, dropping the portion that the resident student bears and increased tuition, even that's going to have an impact on the net tuition revenue to a Montana State, University of Montana, where more of those out-of-state students are. So I think that the topics of discovery that I'm interested in are what are models for redistributing? We're a system. What are the models around the country where you have 1 or 2 or a smaller fraction of the actual units collecting the out-of-state revenue to redistribute across the system to satisfy the demands that the entire system's feeling? The pay plan is not just happening at MSU. The pay plan that we just are looking to fund is at all of the units. So again, I felt it to be dangerous to try to lobby each of you to say, let's just move that all to non-resident students, because I don't know what the unintended impacts on the campuses that are generated it would cause. That's one thread. The other piece, I mean, I think, Regent Bow, the biggest task in front of us is how do we stop the decline of resident student enrollment? Mm-hmm. Because you get more resident students, the revenue line increases, right? And so this morning, I feel a portion of this discovery, what we were talking about with Director Lemon, is this resident access effort. How do we, again, we're a system, this additional revenue that we're coming, do we need to fund that? Do we need to market it differently? What are best practices to drive that, and how does it move the dial in the net revenue portion? So what you're hearing from me is I'm not sure, and I think, again, I think that's where we sit. What are the tools and levers that we have access to from a system perspective when one campus is so dramatically impacted by non-resident student in a much different way than a campus that has nearly no non-resident students? Was that just rambling, Regent Bell?
No. So if I was to simplify it for myself, you know, you'd like a process where we look at other systems and get a sense of how other systems, how wide a variance they can have between resident and non-residents, and how those funds may transfer, and what information there might be out there outside of Montana, and combine it with Vice President Lee's model. Is that
yes.
Is that a fair enough assumption?
And to be fair, is it best practices or is it examples of where that decision failed?
Yeah, well, that's where I was headed. Is, you know, if you lose the value equation of your brand, right? I mean, we've created the perverse incentive that our out-of-state resident, you know, our out-of-state students are more valuable for the revenue side of the model, and so you lose those, you know, negatively impact what you can do for the residents. So
Yeah, and I would agree with that. And thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's a good discussion. I think, again, to Regent Blossom's questions this morning, how are we assessing that we've reached peak price? One, we're hearing different opinions. I think honing in from the system level would be an appropriate piece there. But again, I think if we truly are a system and there's a Montana tax for that non-resident student, but 85% of it is being generated at one unit, how do we, in an equitable, forecastable way, come up with a plan to let that subsidy impact in a positive way, not only just that campus, without doing damage to the campus that has generated that revenue? To your point, can we raise it? How high is too high? What are how quickly do those impacts? How quickly can you arrest it if you've broached that peak pricing? Right. And in good dialogue with Deputy Commissioner Trevor, states have tried it. Some have succeeded and some have failed. And I don't feel comfortable that I understand the potential outcomes of these more dramatic shifts. So to the point I'm making, I think my no vote represents, from my conversations with you all, is an effort to dig deeper into exactly what you're asking.
Well, thank you for the extended, allowing the extended conversation. I think it's useful. I really support that longer term planning. I think it's clear that we also really value your input, Vice President Least, as the local expert on the dangers around yield management. Thank you.
Thank you. Just say it's a team effort for sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Christian.
Great conversation, and I think building a plan is important, and we can get a little further into the weeds on some of the both positive and negative potential consequences of how those things flow. I think Vice President Least mentioned briefly, but it's more than just a casual passing in terms of our outside help on this. I mean, we spend millions analyzing what that yield curve should look like. As one of the things kind of forgotten in this conversation is that the other data point that Director Lemon showed is that application process is down a bit. I mean, I think we got to be really careful. It's a very delicate balance, and it's one that, multi-million-dollar firms have been built around helping to analyze that. It's really a bit of a science that's grown out of the last couple decades in higher ed enrollment management and those price structures. It's more than just a little bit passing on how we come up with these. I think we've got to be careful that we don't sort of ad hoc get ourselves in an over-reliant position on, and just the pressure that creates in one community on one institution. We got to be careful that we don't upset the apple cart there, because we are relying heavily on non-resident tuition. It's great. Our flagship's doing a great job and lots of good, but there's also a lot of momentum behind Montana that you can't just pin on higher education or one community, right? And so if those feelings ebb and flow a little bit, we could have a pretty dramatic impact on our overall revenues. I would urge just caution to go pretty slow in this conversation and to really think through sort of balancing points as we move forward. I think to move too far too fast could present some incredible risk for the system. I always supported that subsidy that we speak to in terms of what non-resident students can bring to the overall mix. But it's always a danger in any business to become over-reliant on one source, right? And to not create balance to where if that source yield starts to drop or dry up or whatever you want to say, that we don't now have a crisis where 4 years down the road, we need to raise resident tuition by 35% or make major cuts across the system. I don't want to get us in that spot either. So I say we just use caution, and exploring those other avenues make a lot of sense to me, but it is hard to dig through every campus's non-resident strategies, but I'm very comfortable with the fact that it's not, bless his heart, it's not just Terry Least up there with his thumb in there trying to gauge it. I mean, we're engaging lots of people that are trying to balance what those different inputs mean. And Vice President Lee spoke well to it. It's a balance act that's developed over years, and they rely heavily on that. And we're not winging it. It's through precise measuring, and I think we got to be careful that we don't upset that too fast, too far.
Regent Lozar.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We had very similar conversations in our budget committee leading up to today. So I appreciate the insights then, and I appreciate the conversation. This is particularly robust, and I think this is appropriate when we have this responsibility with so much money at stake and trying to ensure, the impacts are as little as possible, particularly on our resident students. I think you said it really well, Norris. This is the primary goal of a public higher education system is to give our residents these opportunities. I think, personally for that reason, I'm glad that we were able to move away from the initial idea of a 5-5 or 5% for resident and non-resident and make that tweak to have at least less of a burden on our resident students. So I'm in support of this. And one of the things this morning why I was looking deeply at the sort of applications of the non-residents was, to inform sort of the discussion today is if we're trying to figure out exactly what the right price point is for non-residents, because they were particularly important for our revenues, and we see a leading indicator, not on a yield, but on the application side, a reduction in the application, to me, that gives me quite a bit of pause. And that's also the sort of reason I've brought up the $6 million savings on our insurance, because that will also be something in our base that we're going to have to backfill. So, I absolutely concur with the heads nodding, and the folks have already agreed to let's really dive deep into sort of understanding a refined set of budget principles that are unique to our current context, and think long-term, but I just hesitate for us to get caught up in sort of the budget conversation cycles that typically happen on a biennial basis, where we're waiting for the legislative session to close, where we have a sense of what resources the state is going to provide, and then we start having these deep conversations. And I'm not suggesting by any means that the campuses in Ochi aren't digging deep well before the session, but I think if we can spend some time here in the next year, next 6 months, of really trying to map out all of these things and really understand those leading indicators and really understand exactly what we value as a board and how that might translate to future sort of long-term decisions about distribution of state resources, about keeping resident tuition rates low, addressing some of the fees where we're above our WICHE peers. I think we'll be in a much better position, not only for the board to anticipate what we need and how we want to spend resources, but for Montana families to be able to plan. People like your kids, Todd, in 4 or 5 years, or my kids in 6 to 10 years or whatever. I mean, I think Montana families really need to understand and be able to anticipate some of the adjustments in what to expect on total costs, particularly on tuition. So, Chair Dombrowski, I very much appreciate your leadership on this and teeing up these types of conversations, not just leading up to today, but in the next 6 months or so.
Of course. Thank you, Regent Lozar. We have committed to that, and you did a nice summary, and we're going to pause, not because we don't want more conversation, but on item I, we actually have an individual that's going to come by Zoom at a certain time, and I think he's ready. So item I is the hotel, I'm going to call it the hotel development in Bozeman on MSU campus.
So we're moving on to that discussion.
Yes, we're going to.
So I'll recuse myself from the discussion on the project and voting on the item because of perceived and/or potential financial interests that might have in the project.
Thank you. So, please.
Madam Chair, I would just kick this off by focusing for just 2 seconds on the item itself. This is an item to approve a ground lease on the MSU campus for the purpose of developing and building a hotel. That's what the vote will be on. However, we have a broader presentation to give some background, some context, but at the end of the day, the vote's on the lease. So with that, I turn it over to Vice President Least and his crew to walk us through that.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the board. On? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, appreciate some time this afternoon to talk about this item. We've got another guest that will be joining us here at the table, and do we have Sam Byrne on? Yep, Sam's joining us. Okay, great. Well, most of you know me, but I am Terry Least. I'm the Vice President for Administration and Finance at MSU. Also talking today as part of our panel, got John Howe here. He's our Associate Vice President for University Facilities Management. And we've got Sam Byrne, who's the Managing Partner and Co-Founder at Cross Harbor Capital Partners. He's joined us by Zoom, so thank you, Sam. And then we have Bayer Dominic, who's the Vice President of Planning and Development at Lone Mountain Land Company. So before we get into the presentation, there are three specific things I'd like to address. And the first is, first of all, we greatly appreciate the feedback about the parking capacity that we've received from this group at the hotel. And I want to emphasize that the design team has identified a minimum of 100 on-site parking spaces, and they will continue to seek additional spaces throughout the design process. Based upon parking at other recent hotels in Bozeman, as well as the recommendation from an independent hotel consultant that we hired, MSU hired, the spaces that we've identified are right in line with those and should be adequate. However, again, I will just repeat, as this design process goes, we will continue to seek additional spaces. Second, with any long-term facilities agreement, ensuring proper operations and maintenance of the facility is critically important. We're just sending a ground lease here. The facility will be run by someone else. We want to make sure that facility over time is maintained in good condition. So this hotel will carry a national brand, and it's my understanding that they do require very strict reserves for those investments over time, and perform audits to make sure that the adherence to the operating and maintenance standards of the facility are in line. Also, in accordance with Montana Code Annotated, when we do a ground lease, and we have this in the ground lease language, we do a ground lease at the ultimate end of the ground lease. When it's returned, when that property is returned back to the university, it needs to be in essentially the same condition it is now, which is basically a blank piece of land. So we're not going to take on the responsibility of an old building with a lot of deferred maintenance. And finally, anytime MSU gives up land for an extended period of time, we want to make sure that we're getting a great value, right? And in this situation, this board, we approved a 40-year initial lease. And for hotels, we had this conversation, I believe, earlier, typically more like 99. So, there's economics and there's investors involved here, right? So that's really the key point. We are going to have a minimum annual payment after 4 years of $125,000, or a share, like 40% of the net operating cash flows. So over time, if the hotel is successful, and by allowing that initial 4 years, hotel gets off on a good financial footing, and those benefits should come back. Ultimately, the student experience that's going to be enhanced by this hotel is probably equally as important to the financial piece. And we'll see that from day one. So that's enough on that. All right, if we go to the next slide, please. There we go. So many of the best hospitality programs in the U.S., like we're trying to develop at MSU, have a hotel on their campus to enhance the program outcomes and experience for their students. We've been working towards this model for a number of years, seeking to create a top-notch program to serve Montana's world-class tourism industry. So our development partners, Cross Harbor Capital and Lone Mountain Land Company, they've demonstrated a really high level of commitment and collaboration to this project, and we feel very fortunate to be able to be working with them. I can't overstate the level of appreciation that they've had for this project and the educational mission that we have as a university and the components that they've included to reflect that in their proposal. So I'll just wrap up my comments with the fact that, that some jobs data and program capacity. So the Montana Department of Labor and Industry forecasts an annual need for 2,074 cooks, 64 head chefs, and 153 bakers every year from now through 2031. And we anticipate our enrollment in the culinary arts program will greatly benefit from a capacity perspective, and the number will multifold the number of students that we're able to put in through the program. On the hospitality management side, we have 53 students currently enrolled, and then the hotel, we're feeling the capacity will increase to 200 plus. So it's significant in us being able to serve Montana's needs. So I'm going to get off now and turn this over to John Howe.
Thanks, Madam Chair Dombrowski, for moving us up. I appreciate that, and thank you for the rest of the board committee members. Thank you, Terry. Next slide, please. I'll give you a rundown from a campus planning perspective. So back in 2019, we started looking at our South District. For those of you who are familiar with MSU, at the north there is Norm Asbjornson Hall. That is just south of Grant Street. And then where you have the future buildings in the orange, that is 7th Street. And so we started looking at the master planning for how we could develop South 7th and particularly south of NAH in the parking garage. And so this predates some items that happened on campus. So you'll see a tennis center there and some athletic buildings. But we knew that eventually 7th Avenue would be the future home of several potential academic buildings. One, it was great green space. We also had capacity from an infrastructure standpoint. And so that was in 2019. Next slide. In 2022, we updated that based off several donations that the university system graciously received. The first one being the Mark and Robin Jones gift for nursing, and that's the building in the corner up there on the top left at 11th and Grant. There's an item on today's agenda to speak to the PBS expansion, which is right across the street. We also then did some development as we move west to east on Grant Street with a fortunate funding from the legislature during the last session to get Romney Hall done, and then Student Wellness Center. And so then as we move south to NAH, right, we also received a $50 million gift from the Gianforte Family Foundation to construct Gianforte Hall. And then we get into the South 7th District, in particular to the campus hotel in the red box there. And so we're going to focus in on that. As Terry mentioned, when we first looked at this and we went through the process, Cross Harbor was by far the best partner for the campus, right? Their opening statement with Sam and his team was, we want to be a long-term academic partner to the university, right out of the gate. It wasn't about money. It wasn't about, hey, what can we do? Is we want to be a partner and help the university system achieve its goal for our hospitality management and culinary arts program. Next slide, please. So this just gives a rundown of the process to where we at to date. So we started this process a little over 4 years ago, where we came to the board in September for looking at the feasibility study, right? That was an information item. Terry alluded to our hotel advisor, which is Saddle Peak Hotel Advisors. They're Bozeman-based, but they are widely respected, not just in Bozeman, but the Mountain West as one of the premier hotel advising firms. We did a feasibility study to see, does this make sense on the campus, right? Can we actually make this work with an academic component? This is not just a hotel, right, but it's an academic component to support the mission of the university. That came back and we said yes. We then came to the board in January for an RFP for the hotel partner. In April, we issued that RFP. We had 14 entities express interest. We received 4 formal proposals, and then we selected, obviously, Cross Harbor and Lone Mountain Land Company, which is the development arm of Cross Harbor. Then in November, we drafted an LOI based off the initial conversations we had, presented that to the Commissioner's office, got some great feedback from there, and then we began drafting the lease in February, which brings us here today as Deputy Director Trevor issued. We're looking at the ground lease, but wanted to give you some context for what this is. Next slide, please. So, right off the bat, right, as I mentioned, Sam and his team came in and said, how do we partner with you to make sure that this benefits MSU for the students going through your hospitality management program, which is part of our education, health, and human development college, and then our culinary arts program, right, which is part of Gallatin College. We will have a joint teaching operation kitchen in there to serve both those programs, which we don't currently, well, we have one on campus, but it is severely small. It's in Harrison Hall, and so this would allow us to actually construct, in partnership with real-world experience, a kitchen that produces food that can actually meet the demands for our students. I think the other thing that was unique in this response was that the Cross Harbor team came back to us and said, hey, we know you're going to need some academic space and some flex space for meeting rooms. We'll partner with you on how we do that and build that into the system in terms of if they go to a lab, they need a space to have class. They're not walking across campus. They can use the spaces in our hotel when they're not in use. And so we'll have priority scheduling on that thanks to this team. You'll hear a little bit, I think, later on from Sam about the dedicated internships. One thing that came out of the discussion is we made the assumption it was just going to be hospitality related, right? Well, that's what we assumed. And they came in and said, you know what, we also need trades. We need engineers, we need custodians, we need our HVAC technicians. Can we partner with Gallatin College to also supplement the non-hospitality related programs within a hotel, right? You need HVAC technicians to run the operations and maintenance, which Byard will touch on. So we said, great, that would be a wonderful partnership. And lastly, it is a training laboratory, right? You'll hear from Sam and Byard that this is going to give students real-world experience on how to run a hotel. It's not a pseudo hotel. This is the real deal, and students will have every opportunity to do that through their classes and internships. A couple other things that set Sam's team apart that I think will benefit MSU is we will have discounted rate for MSU-sponsored events. I'll give you one anecdotal story. During this last fall's orientation with parents, right, I sat down at a table and was talking to a mother who was from Miles City, and I said, hey, are you going to come back for Parents Weekend? And she said, nope, it's too expensive to stay in Bozeman. I can only afford to come out one time, and that one time is for orientation. And so we've worked with Sam to identify academic sponsored events where MSU will have block reservation at reduced rates so that working Montanans across the state will be able to come for those academic components. The other unique thing is that we'll also have a philanthropic program to offset market-based rents for those non-blackout dates, right? So we'll work with Sam's team on that. Then lastly, I just want to touch on the foundation events and hosting opportunities. This is going to be a world-class opportunity to host multiple events, not just in Bozeman, but across the state, and to highlight the great work that MSU and the university system are doing. Next slide. So this is an updated conceptual rendering. As Terry mentioned, we have found an opportunity to park 100 spaces on campus specific to this site. If you remember that block diagram I had with the red arrow, this is that same site with the hotel fronting 7th, backing up to our north and south domes. As Terry mentioned, we will continue to work with Sam and Byard's team on the design to accommodate more parking. But this is the general layout to accommodate that. We feel very confident based off some work that, again, that Saddle Peak Hotel Advisors produced, that around 50 to 60% is the national average or industry average for what you would need to park on site. Next slide, please. So as you'll see in the lease and as we've talked about with the Commissioner's Office and the LOI, Cross Harbor is 100% responsible for all hotel parking. It is not MSU's responsibility, and they've committed to that. I mentioned that 50 to 60%. That roughly equates to about 77 or 92 spaces, so we're above the industry average for what we would need on site. And then similar to every project that happens on MSU campus, no different than the facility yard project that was approved or nursing, which we talked about, those capital projects, if they displace parking, they have to offset the revenue loss for that. That's no different than what we're coming back to Cross Harbor and Lone Mountain. So they will offset that revenue loss. We'll reinvest that revenue into existing parking spaces, particularly at lots 20 and 21 out at the stadium. For those of you who are on campus for commencement, they're gravel lots, and so we've actually got plans in place to begin paving and restriping those next summer. We are going to get at least a 22% increase in capacity out there on the west side, and then as we look at the east side into 2025, we think we can actually get that up to closer to 30%. So we'll actually come out net positive through that project. Next slide, please. So I'll turn this over to Sam and Byard to talk about the operations and then the removal.
Hello, I'm Byard Dominic, Vice President of Lone Mountain Land Company. Let me touch first on the parking question. We are comfortable that 100 parking spaces will meet the needs of the hotel, but in the event that as we get into the operations of it at peak times that it doesn't meet that requirement, we can easily instigate valet parking and be able to double stack cars, which would substantially increase the capacity of that parking lot. In addition, we will always encourage our employees to use public transportation to get to work, but again, at peak times, we can do off-site shuttling of employees from remote locations so that we can minimize the need for cars for our employees on site. Relative to the operations and maintenance, I want to just highlight this hotel will be operated under a franchise agreement with Marriott, which requires, once we get to year 4, a 4% per year reserve account to be funded, which means at the end of year 10, based on our current projections, we will have funded about $5.7 million into reserves, and by the end of the 40-year lease, it'll be almost $50 million of reserves. And as part of that agreement with Marriott, we are required to refresh and renovate the rooms and all the FF&E every 7 years. So that reserve funding would be used to upgrade the hotel every 7 years. In addition, we'll be subject to both Marriott's quality assurance programs, which includes on-site inspections as well as guest surveys, and we will be monitored on an ongoing basis to ensure we're meeting brand standards. And Ergo Hotels and Resorts, who will be the operating partner on this, will have their own set of quality assurance programs that will be subject to this hotel. So we're very confident this hotel will be maintained at the very highest level, and we'll be proud of it for decades to come. One of the comments or topics I wanted to clarify is that the lease payment that would start in year 4 of operations is a minimum of $125,000 a year. That the agreement calls for the MSU to receive 40% of the net cash flow of the project. So we project that within the first 10 years of operations, the payments to MSU will be substantially more than $125,000 per year. And then also wanted to just highlight that while the lease requires us, you have the right to require us to tear it down and return it to the existing conditions. It's the university's option. You can receive the building as is, and which again will be maintained at the highest level and will be a very quality asset at that time.
Byard, are you good for me? Can I be heard here?
Yeah, go for it, Sam.
Thank you, and thank you very much for allowing me to present to you today, to all the Regents. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in Portland because this is it's an extremely important project for us. Our businesses today in Southwest Montana in the tourism space employ nearly 4,000 people, and 3,500 of those jobs didn't exist a decade ago. We expect that number to grow by another half in the next decade as we bring on more hotel and resort operations in Big Sky and in our other locations throughout Southwest Montana. And we have a constant need for quality employees that are looking for good tourism jobs. And we've been financially supporting the hospitality program at MSU since its inception, and then prior to that, at Gallatin College with dedicated internships and job fairs. So we view ourselves as a partner of the program. We are aligned in our needs and our desires to be able to provide high quality employment for people coming out of both programs across the system going forward. And it's been a good partnership. To that end, we do view this as a true partnership. We have committed $5 million of pure philanthropy to the project in order to build the spaces and the programs into the building that would otherwise not be supported financially by an operation of this size. We obviously have a tremendous amount of experience in the hospitality space. We have owned and developed over 100 hotels. And just in Montana, we are operating today 3 hotel properties in Big Sky, one being the largest building ever built actually in the state of Montana. And these projects, as I mentioned, require a constant feeder of employment, and the university we see as a partner long-term for that employment. And so providing programming both through our own internships with our properties and hotels and resorts, but also through Marriott's national program, we believe would be very attractive and enticing and retaining the highest quality students in the program and helping that program be built over time. And we would be committed also to continuing to financially support the program beyond the hotel, as well as looking at ways in which we might further the program through the expansion and construction of a hospitality management dedicated academic facility in the future, which we've been talking about for a number of years with the university. So we really truly view this as a partnership. It goes well beyond the economics of just the building itself. We draw the vast majority of our employment base from the greater Bozeman area, not from Big Sky itself. Although through housing expansion, we're trying to moderate that. But we truly look at the university system as the biggest driver of success in the region, and something that's fundamentally important to our long-term success as well. And this can only be beneficial to us to be able to provide a very high-quality teaching facility on campus. I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has. And again, thank you for your time. And again, my apologies for not being able to be there in person.
Thank you very much to all of you. Are there any questions from the Regents about this? Yeah, Regent Loza.
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski. Maybe actually a question for Tyler. And then I'll get to a couple other comments. But just looking at the base rent for the first, 3 years, 4 years being $1, just in terms of consistency across sort of how we manage leases, is that consistent? Is this unique? I mean, this whole project is unique for the university system, so I'm just curious if there's any comparisons.
Yeah, Regent Lozar, actually in our policy that a lease would not need regental approval until it hits a $25,000 mark. But this being much different than that, obviously, with a 40-year lease and an exception to board policy. I mean, that's the primary difference there. After that, the ranges in lease amounts have, vastly differed based upon location. Recently, I recall we approved a lease for Gallatin College in downtown Bozeman based upon market rates. In fact, a very favorable rate on that one. I mean, I can go back through a list there of my memory bank of recent times on leases, but this one in terms of the amount does not seem out of order.
Excellent, thank you, Deputy Commissioner. And then maybe more of an overarching comment. I think for me, one of the main concerns with this project has always been sort of the connection to the educational experience and enhancing educational experience. And I think we undershot ourselves in the actual description of the agenda item, but in the sense that there's language in here that says it may contain some educational space. The hotel might be open for instructional use based on terms. And certainly this is what is going to be memorialized. So we got to make pretty clear that the language here is not as clear as one would expect for the educational experiences that were shared by all four of you. And so the short on that for me is that I feel much better having listening to everybody talk a little bit more about sort of the curricular experience, the internships that would be available for our students, not only at this facility, but across a much larger network. And I think for the board, I mean, I'm going to support this, but I think for the board, one of the things that we should do, because I do see this disconnect of what folks are sharing verbally and what's in this document, is that we actually come back and we evaluate, sort of what is the increase in the educational experience that we have talked about today, to make sure there's truly alignment with what has been offered. Because I think what I've heard today is pretty fantastic, and I think it's going to be a major net positive, but I think we, as a board, will want to be able to go back and evaluate that so it doesn't turn into just a hotel on campus, because I don't think anyone intends for this to be just a hotel on campus. Madam Chair.
Regent Lozar, all heads are nodding, and I do think that it's clear that the message of the attachment does not, I mean, I would agree with you, does not. And so perhaps in the minutes, we could at least respond to that so that the minutes are more comprehensive. And then I don't know that if you'll be here, and I don't know if I'll be here, but you sort of wonder where's year one of an opportunity to look at outcomes. And so it's that needs to be, I think, memorialized as well, so that, yeah. Thank you. Other comments? Yes, Regent Blossom.
Thanks, Chair Dombrowski. I had a quick question on kind of how this will impact student employment at Montana State University. Vice President Lees, I think we actually served together on the Student Employment Task Force about a year ago, kind of grappling with some of the challenges of limited student workforce to power a lot of stuff across campus. One thing that I think keeps students in our offices at Montana State University is because they can stay on campus, which is a really cool community. I would sort of anticipate that this being a private enterprise, they would be able to offer wages that are probably higher than a lot of the offices at Montana State University can offer. So kind of, how do you see this impacting the functionality of some offices at Montana State, given that, there's already some pretty clear shortages in student employment? Looking at things like the dining halls not being able to be open, as much as we'd probably like. How do you think this will fit into that? And, how are you thinking about combating that?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair and Regent Blossom. Those are great questions. I'll address like the dining room piece first, since you brought that up. So I was just recently talking to our general manager for the dining services and culinary services, and we've actually, students are coming now. We're getting the regular employees and the students. So everything stays the way it is now through the summer. We should be in really good shape in the fall. So that's really good news. We've kind of turned the corner from that immediate post-pandemic shortfall that we had there. Overall, though, I mean, we have employers that are right across the street from campus now, right, in a lot of ways. So I see this as just another opportunity for our students. I mean, a lot of students are working. Yes, we want them to be on campus. It's convenient, and we have, we can be a little more flexible with hours, et cetera. But if the hotel needs to hire employees, students, and I think that they will, they'll be just like anyone else in the community, right? This is a ground lease, but it's not our hotel. We don't control what goes on inside of it from that perspective. But it's a great opportunity for our students to have something that's right there and another employment opportunity.
So no concern that there will be, okay.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm not concerned. We've got a lot of employers in Bozeman. We compete with those folks every day already. This will be, I think, we always want our students to have an opportunity that fits best for them, right? Yes, sir, we try to sell them on why it's important or beneficial for them to work on campus. We'll continue to do that, but I can't control the broader market. It's always going to be there. I'm not looking for an advantage. I just want to be able to compete.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. President Cruzado.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair and members of the board. And thank you, Regent Blossom, for that great question. What Regent Blossom is talking about is last year when we were confronting some great pains in employing and retaining staff, particularly at the dining halls and other facilities, we decided to approach this with a program that we call now the Gold Standard. And the whole idea is to help students or to bring back students to what used to be summer jobs or college employment, that was something that was very natural 10 years ago, but it fell out of use for students to work as employees in the campus, with all the benefits that has, right? Because you don't need to be concerned about transportation. We are very flexible with your schedule. We want for you to make sure that you make classes on time, that you take time to study. So with the help of Karina Beck, who created the Hilleman Scholars, we now have the gold standard, and students are going to be employed, but it's not just another job. There are student learning outcomes that are specifically designed into this experience. And now that the economy is more or less calming down a little, now we're seeing, as Terry said, that now the opportunities and the educational program that we put in place so that students understand the benefits and the advantages of working in the campus rather than outside are bearing fruit. In regard to the program itself, 13 years ago, when we started looking at, as a land-grant university, how are we doing our part in maintaining and enhancing Montana's economy? And the number one driver is agriculture. Okay, easy answer. We have our College of Agriculture, we have our Montana Agricultural Experimental Centers, and we have extension. The second driver in Montana's economy is tourism. So that is why we decided to put together, right, that program of hotel management and tourism with a unique structure. We wanted to make sure that, think about it like building blocks. So students can opt to go for a culinary arts program in Gallatin College, or if they find their passion and now they want to learn more about the business, now they can also complete a baccalaureate degree. So the architect of that program is right here, Allison Harmon. Our vice president for research was the person who at the beginning put that program together, fully integrating programs like nutrition, like what we have in food services, what we have in the College of Agriculture. And now we are in close collaborations with the College of Business, because we not only want these students to be employed at the campus hotel, we want for these students to graduate from Montana State University with the necessary skill to be fully employed immediately, and eventually to be hotel owners themselves, or to be great entrepreneurs in the hospitality management industry. So those are all the bases that we're trying to cover. The importance of the academic program being included and part of this hotel cannot be understated. And that was something that when we went for interviews with those individuals who prepared an RFP, and I need to say kudos to Cross Harbor, because their message came loud and through, as you have heard today. They're truly committed. They understand that this is not just a hotel. That's why I was like, hotel operations is it's not a hotel that it's in a campus. It's a fully integrated campus hotel, where we're going to have students that are, as you heard it, not just in hospitality management, but they are going to be students in welding, or in HVAC, or in engineering, or in accounting, all the myriad things that we offer at Montana State University, and our students will have an opportunity to have hands-on experiences in this campus hotel.
Thank you. We should have taken some of your words to sort of reframe the conversation ahead of the vote tomorrow, which has been a suggestion, so that we as board members are voting on something that's maybe more clear than what was in the attachment, with all due respect to the attachment, whoever wrote that. Yeah. Or the, yeah. Other questions, comments? Yes. Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski, and thank you for the presentation. This was so helpful to get additional details, and I look forward to having a lot of those details memorialized in the item, just so that we have it all in one place and it can be on the record. This is so exciting. It's precedent setting. You know, us getting this right now sets the system up for success into the future. And I appreciate especially like all the details about O&M and all the other facets that you covered today. I am interested because I'm born and raised in Bozeman, and we are growing into this larger community that I think in any other larger town, parking wouldn't be the issue that it is. But in Bozeman, we have this optimistic estimation approach to parking that changes the way that us little locals have become used to for so long. And so I would love to just hear a little bit more about, you know, why surface parking has been selected instead of underground parking. And then also a little bit more information about, I believe the current site is where a surface lot currently exists. And so helping us to, you know, the staff senate this morning was talking about accessible parking and how wonderful it is to be able to have ease of access to our campuses. So speak a little bit more to how all of those changes are going to be adapted to different areas, and because we're going to be losing one of our surface lots for the campus and it's used for a new private purpose, where those spots will be made up for the long-term gain of the university system.
Yeah, Chair Rogers, Byard, I'll let you address the first component in terms of the different types of parking, and then John and I will answer the second part of your question. Thank you.
Sure. We explored the possibility of doing underground parking. The cost of underground parking is substantially more than surface parking, more than double the cost. In addition, in the program for the hotel currently, a lot of the operating program elements are in the basement, and if we put the parking lot underground, that would get displaced and be required to expand the footprint of the hotel, which would shrink the potential for on-site parking as well.
Yeah, and just general, John will have some more on parking as well, but, you know, he mentioned that a few years ago when we were looking at this whole South Campus project, which extends down South 7th Avenue there, one of the things that we did, you may remember, at the stadium, there was never any parking there except for game day, right? So when we saw this coming, and of course, you know, parking on any campus is always a topic of discussion. So, you know, we opened that up with the help and assistance of our athletic director, and we've got about 1,000 spaces over there, right? So everything that we've lost, if you're familiar with the campus from Grant Street, like when Norm Asbjornson Hall was built, there was a parking lot there, all the way down, including the one that we're talking about now. That was all, we replaced that and more when we opened up the stadium. John mentioned we get that surfaced properly and striped, we'll gain another 20% roughly. So that's another couple hundred spots just there. So we already have more parking than we did. We will continue to have more parking than we did. And yeah, so that's one of the reasons that I'm not as concerned. And I think for this body, it's good to understand that parking, it changes over time, right? Just location, right, as things happen. But we have a plan, and when we need to get to the point where we're shuttling people in from more remote areas, we'll implement that process. About 18 months ago, I called together a parking task force. They've worked very hard on this. We have some recommendations. So this isn't something we just are doing recently as a result of this. This is a process that we take seriously and have for many years.
Thank you, Regent Rogers. I think Byard understated the vast complexity of going underground at this particular site. So for those of you who weren't aware, we drilled 85 underground geo wells as part of NAH just to the south of there. We hit water at around 8 feet on that. When we built the domes, we hit water as deep as 12 and then solid water at 18, right? So that comes with a substantial engineering and dewatering plan and a lot of complexity, right? That would be atypical maybe elsewhere in Bozeman, right? So that's one factor in that. I think the other thing that Byard mentioned, right, is it's 100% their responsibility, and we've committed to working with them on it. But as Byard mentioned, it's they're going to double park, they're going to park off-site so as not to impact MSU students, faculty, or staff, right? You mentioned that we're going to be losing that lot. We will actually come out net ahead by actually restriping both the stadium lots and repaving those in years 24 and 25, right? So we'll actually come out ahead by losing those 200-plus lots. I think the last thing that I'd like to touch on is for commencement, right? So this was one of our busiest days on campus. Classes are still in session. Faculty and staff are still on campus. We had 271 spaces open in our parking garage at the 10 a.m. session, and we had over 300 spaces open in the afternoon session, right? So I think there might be a misperception on parking on campus. Can we do a better job of that, as Terry mentioned? Absolutely, right? But there was substantial availability on one of the busiest days on campus that we had here just last week. Friday, yep. Yeah, it was a working day, yep, so.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the intent of the developer to accommodate all parking on the site. I think that that will be an important piece for the amended memo as well. Thank you so much for that explanation.
Again, thank you. Any other questions from any of the regents? I'd just like to acknowledge Regent Southworth's additional time on this, sort of the request of the Budget Committee, so thank you for that. Appreciate that. Okay, I think you can be excused. I'm in uncharted territory here because I never go over my allotted time. And I'm in trouble. So I just look for some direction, Chair Rogers and Deputy Commissioner. It's a good time to, and move. Oh. Okay. Understood, understood. Okay, okay, thank you. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Chair Dombrowski. Wonderful. So we've reached the 3:30 hour, and because this is a public meeting, I will now call for any public comment. Public comment may be offered on items on this meeting's agenda or any matter not on the agenda but under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. Written public comment may also be sent to Jasmine Casanovas at jcasanovas@montana.edu. To allow us to give everyone a chance to comment, please limit your comment to 3 minutes. Is there any in-person public comment first? Make sure it's blue.
Can you hear me better now? Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, Regents. I'm Maggie Bell, and I just wanted to introduce myself in my new capacity as the ASUM president. I'm really looking forward to working with the board on a variety of issues and just throughout the next year seeing what great things our university system can do and what we can do at the University of Montana specifically. I do want to briefly mention that I am a little disappointed that there's an agenda item that wasn't brought to the board this meeting concerning the Montberg fee at UM. I'm looking forward to seeing how we can move forward with that, even in different capacities and brainstorming kind of a better transition process for Montberg on UM's campus. I know it's a concern more broadly within ASUM and across campus. But otherwise, I'm really excited to be here, and I'm really excited to see what can happen in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Please.
Hello, my name is Adrian Cook. I am a college student at the University of Montana, driving over from Missoula today. My comment relates a lot to Maggie's in that I am the student chair of Montberg on the university campus. I've watched the last meeting where the board decided to, censor what Montberg could do by banning us from being a political committee, banning us from lobbying. And in that meeting, the board did make a variety of promises. Chiefly, the commissioner promised to help in discussions overseeing the transfer of our fee collection system. I have to say that Montberg has never been contacted in any way regarding this fee. For quite a while this year, we've indicated that we are seeking the student vote to reaffirm our fee. And I felt like no absolutes were really dropped at that meeting, no specific reasons as to why this over any reason is why the Montberg fee can't exist. Only a lot of hesitation and uncomfortableness. Montberg has abided by those rules. It is not lobbied or registered as a political committee. And by the board's not hearing the agreement today to continue our fee, you know, it effectively dies in the dark. You know, the Montberg fee has existed for over 10 years. Previous to 2004, it existed since 1981. So it has a huge precedent. It's been in place a long time. And for Montberg, it is very significant to see this fee passing. You know, in the Board of Regents policy, it says that students can convene a referenda or have a student government vote to have discussion on any fee changes. You know, Montberg had the vote. Over 1,000 students voted to support Montberg. 82% voted yes to keep the fee. And I do acknowledge that the board has the power to do whatever they want with the fee. But, you know, as a student, I feel quite disenfranchised from this process in that there hasn't been a time in this meeting today to at least tell us the reasons why this can't go through at the end of the day. You know, I've talked to a variety of officials. Our government's so accessible, I can email you guys personally. And it's always kind of like finger pointing, like they told us we couldn't do it. I can't do it because this person said no. And nobody's really taken accountability for this, in my mind. And that would be kind of my comment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian.
And I stand for questions if there are any.
Thank you. For public comment, we just received. Public comment, we do not respond. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Lorelei Michael Owens. I am the former ASMSU student lobbyist, but I'm also stepping into a new capacity as the ASMSU Senate Speaker, so I wanted to reintroduce myself in that capacity. I've enjoyed working alongside this board and the ASMSU Student Senate during the legislative session, and I look forward to us partnering in the future. Like I said, I just want to reintroduce myself to you in the new capacity that I'll hold, and thank you all again for your commitment and work with students during the legislative session and outside of it. I'm excited to get started on our goals for the coming year in ASMSU and to work with our excellent new executive team, one of whom is here to introduce herself this afternoon. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lorelei.
Hello, everyone, members of the board, and Madam Chair. I just wanted to come and introduce myself officially. My name is Melissa Ramirez. I just got elected as ASMSU Vice President. I'm a senior at Montana State University. This is my third year in ASMSU, so ASMSU vet. My counterpart, President Jacob Zink, he's across the pond right now in the United Kingdom with the Department of Political Science at Montana State University, studying the intricate world of British politics. This past year in ASMSU, we accomplished some incredible things, and we really are excited to accomplish more and more this next year. We want to expand inwards as much as we expand outwards and work with MSU administration, faculty, staff, and continue to work for students, continue to work with you guys, and we're really excited for what this next year has to come. Thank you so much for having us, and yeah, excited to see what comes in this next year.
Thank you, Melissa. Any other in-person public comment, please?
Hi there all. Just similar to Mel and Maggie as well, I just wanted to introduce myself. I am Noah Vanderkar. I will be serving as ASUM's Vice President next year. I just wanted to introduce myself and also thank Elizabeth Bowles and Alexandra Berna for their dedicated work last year as ASUM executives. Maggie and I are really excited to continue a lot of the work that they were working on last year, and then also work with some of the new executives at the other universities to really further student engagement. So thank you guys for your time today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Noah. Any other in-person public comment? Seeing no other in-person public comment, do we have any online public comment? Nope. Great, thank you all so much for your public comment. So this will close our public comment period, and we will now transition back to the work of the Budget Committee. I'll turn it over to Chair Dombrowski.
Thank you. I think our plan is to go back to item B and see how we can make our way till about 4 o'clock or so, and then we'll pick this back up tomorrow morning. So thanks for your patience, and I'll turn it back to you, Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. Both items B and C are requests to increase mandatory fees. Each one of these are items that came outside the 3% aggregate recommendation or mandate from OCHI to the campuses, but giving campuses the opportunity to address those. We could start with item B, which is an item from Montana State University, and I believe we have an individual who I apologize for not having your name down. Come to the podium. Thank you.
I am that individual, yes. Hello, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Amber Long. I'm the Associate Vice President of Student Wellness at Montana State University. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for your time. So yes, I am here to support the requests to increase the student health and dental fees specifically. We would be seeking to increase the fee by $27 or 10.26% in the next fiscal year, and in fiscal year 25, $29.75 or 10.25%. There's basically three reasons why we've determined that our costs are increasing and we would need to find additional sources for revenue, one of which being student fees. The Student Health Center, Student Health Services, and all the services provided within that organization are primarily funded by student fees. So it's worth knowing we function primarily as an auxiliary unit currently. The three reasons that we have determined for increased fees first reside in increased costs of healthcare. On average, healthcare is increasing about 4 to 5% per year, and that's a national average for healthcare across the nation, not just in college student health centers, but ambulatory care across the nation. No different for us. We're seeing that clinical staff salaries, in comparison to other salaries across the state of Montana, even are on the increase, but so are medical goods. So things like bandages or consumables that patients need and medical providers need to utilize in their service providership. In addition, over the course of the pandemic, MSU determined the need for additional counseling positions. So we funded through HERE funding, which expires June 30th, 4 additional counseling and psychological service providers, so licensed clinical counselors. In June, that funding expires, so we need to replenish those funds in order to maintain that level of service. We've heard from ASMSU as well as our faculty senate through support of resolutions that they would most definitely like to maintain the level of service that we provide in our counseling and psychological services. In addition, they're hoping we actually increase. So we're doing what we can, of course, to do that, but we know that the mental health needs of our students is definitely across all campuses a big concern for both students and faculty staff members. So we know that that HERE funding loss is a big hit. In fact, that's 50% of this cost increase for this fee. 50% of that is that loss of HERE funding. And then finally, we are opening a brand new student wellness center. Spring of 2024, which is really exciting. We expect an increased demand and usage from our students in that. In addition, we are looking to try to expand our accessibility for students and expand some of the services in which they have given us feedback. And as we open this building, we expect the need for a bit more assistance in terms of building infrastructure and hiring additional 1.5 professional staff members to facilitate opening this new facility. So those are the three main reasons that we see increased costs. And we know in general, we're seeking to maintain the level of service that we already provide our students. We're not really seeking to expand it exponentially. We're really trying to maintain that level that students are expecting and also maintain the expectation that our goal is to reduce barriers to access to healthcare, right? We don't want to provide services that also cost more money out of pocket for students because that's a big barrier to accessing healthcare. We know that there's really 3 reasons that students students may elect not to use our services, and the number one reason to that might be a perceived cost, right? Whether that's true or not, or actual costs. People will choose not to access healthcare because of costs. The second reason might be intimidation, or maybe third might be lack of time or perceived lack of time. But if we know those are the barriers, it's so important that we try to reduce them. And if that number one barrier, in fact, is perceived cost, we want to make sure that we continue to provide the services to students in the manner that we are right now, which really intentionally focuses on providing service to all students in a reduced barrier environment, right? So with that, I bring this request to you for the notion to maintain these services and continue to serve the students of MSU in terms of health and wellness services, because we know that healthy and well students are more likely to retain in their studies and maintain to graduation. We know that student health, student wellness is a direct link to student success. Open to any questions you may have.
Questions?
Thanks, Chair Dombrowski. Amber, thank you so much for the presentation. So just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, there was an increase in counselors, mental health counselor staff from the pandemic, from some like one-time only funding. And so that has been appreciated by students. And so you're hoping to just maintain that kind of going forward. Getting that correct?
Yes, Board Member Blossom, that's exactly right. So we did bring on 4 additional positions during the pandemic with those one-time funds for HERE funding, which expires June 30th. So that leaves a big void, about $550,000 worth of a void.
Got it. No, thank you. So I guess like what is your gauge for believing that like this is not an acute problem of the pandemic, like this is something that we need, you know, in indefinite timeline, sort of?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, my number one gauge is the feedback from students. So our Student Health Advisory Committee, as well as the ASMSU constituents who gave us resolutions of support. In addition, our Faculty Senate wrote a specific resolution of support for increased mental health support for students on campus. And we look at national trends as well. Mental health has risen to the top of student concerns. So we know that this is not just MSU specific. I imagine most campuses in this room are probably facing the same challenge, that we're trying to navigate what I think is an increased crisis in mental health, but B, also a generational shift in usage. I think that this generation is more likely than any other to seek help without stigma, which is really positive, but it also means that usage is increasing, so there's more demand. So I think those two things together has really brought this to the forefront in terms of awareness for our students and the folks who are serving our students. So we're just trying to maintain those 4 positions, because our students for sure have told us we certainly don't want a reduction, and in fact, could you do more? And we're going to try to maintain, at least for now, and be very strategic on how we utilize the new Wellness Center to build additional sources of revenue that will eventually help us hopefully continue to shift that opportunity for students, but also look at the broader spectrum. How can we support students in the full range of well-being, knowing that some students come to us in crisis, but some students come to us in a place where they might just be uncomfortable, and what could we do to help them avoid crisis? So really looking at that whole person well-being will help us, I think, in this whole situation.
Got it. You've definitely done your research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Oh, sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe a question for Tyler. On this item and then the next item, and I'm totally blanking, is there a difference between these 2 items in terms of these fees going in front of the student body for a vote? Did this one go to the student body for a vote, and did the next one go in front, or is this, the process-wise look very different in terms of the student voice on these fees?
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, the next one is a true student-driven fee. It is sponsored by the ASUM, and the revenue from that fee goes to ASUM. And under our policy, a student-driven fee with a vote of the students can come to the Regents at any time. So I put that one in that category. This one is a mandatory fee, which would add on to the packet of mandatory fees that you're approving. However, the students do have a voice in that, as it's a policy requirement that all of those fees are then approved as well. So there's slight nuance there.
Thank you. Any other questions specific to the MSU? Okay. I don't think so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, we'll move on to item C, which I believe Vice President Lassiter will address.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Paul Lassiter. I'm the Vice President for Operations and Finance at the University of Montana. I am happy to bring before you today an increase proposed. I got the blue light. Happy to bring forward to you a fee proposed by our Associated Student Leadership. Here to my left, you'll be hearing from them shortly. This is a fee that the University Administration is 100% in support of and is bringing forward in consultation with ASUM, just as ASUM was in support of the fee submission that we presented to OCHI many weeks ago. This fee, not unlike many others you've contemplated, addresses significantly increasing costs of operations, both for programming and personnel, as well as qualitative improvements that are seeking to be made across several areas of the ASUM. I'll let my colleagues speak to the specific areas. We have former President Elizabeth Bowles with us, former ASUM Business Manager Jocelyn Jolly, and I'm sorry I forgot your name over your door left, Leader of Transportation, Vicki will be speaking to our needs in transportation specifically. I'll remain at the podium while my colleagues address questions and be here for any questions that may be directed at me. Please.
Hello, everybody. So I'll give just a brief authorship as to the fees that are being presented in front of you today, and I apologize for a slight miscommunication. However, I am here to clear it up and answer any questions you guys have for me today. So we have 3 fees that are in front of you that total to $13. That would raise the ASUM fee that we currently have at $70 to $83. So that goes to ASUM Transportation, ASUM, the student government, and then the Kaiman, which is the student-run newspaper. So in between all of those, we have the ASUM fee, which would go for the purpose of supporting our student groups. For example, this year we gave $113,000 to student groups as per BOR policy as a $6 minimum per student per fee. We actually increased that about $60,000 to $170,000 to give to student groups this year, which they were very grateful for. However, we cannot continue operating under such high costs without a little bit of help, which is why we are presenting the ASUM fee to you today in hopes that that fee can be approved to help those student groups as they grow and come back from the pandemic, in which they had a little bit of a period where they couldn't meet and do their student group activities and could not find their community. The Kaiman fee helps to support the student wages over at the Kaiman newspaper. Currently, they get paid minimum wage, and if they want to continue keeping up with minimum wage and the hours that they are allotted per personnel policy in ASUM, they are asking for a $3 increase for that. And the ASUM transportation fee is to help hire more student bus drivers for our ASUM transportation department, and I will let Vicki Rechtenwald talk on that one a little bit.
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you for providing us with this brief audience. 2 comments really quick. We are one of the few student-operated campus transit systems in the country, and we are a very lean operation. There is a metric in public transit, cost per passenger trip, and according to the American Public Transit Association, the national average of that cost per passenger trip nationwide is $7.50. Our preliminary calculations for our cost per passenger trip look like they're going to come in under $6 per passenger trip. On that note, also, our ridership, as everyone else's did, every other situation over the pandemic, plummeted. Ridership has been increasing, and it has been increasing at a much faster rate than enrollment has been increasing. One specific route that services between our main campus, the Missoula College campus, and a brief section of downtown Missoula has seen over 200% increase in ridership as compared to spring semester of 2022. To accommodate this increasing demand for service, we need to return to full staffing levels of student operators, which historically has been 35. We currently have 22. I'm here for any questions. Thank you again for your time.
I will just shout out some percentages because I knew that that was a question. So I will just read those off to you briefly, and then I will pause for any questions or comments you have for us. So overall, in our election this year, we had about a 13.6% voter turnout, which is higher than it has been in the last 4-ish years of ASUM history in our elections. In our constitution, we have a 12% threshold for fees to be presented to you all. So we surpassed that with that vote. Specifically, within the transportation fee, it got a 91.1% approval rating. The ASUM fee got a 51% approval rating, and the Kaiman got a 52.8 approval rate. So I will yield for any questions. Thank you.
Regent Blossom, please.
Thanks, Chair Dombrowski. First of all, thank you all for being here and presenting to us this afternoon. Really appreciate it. I have kind of a few questions. First of which is, I'm sure in student government, providing club funding, you have unlimited wants and limited dollars to give out. What's kind of your process to prioritize which groups receive funding, and kind of how do you think about keeping that equitable?
Yeah, thank you, Regent Blossom. In terms of prioritizing which groups receive funding, every single group receives funding. We go through an extensive final budgeting process where groups are separated into 4 category allocation boards based on the mission of their group. And they lobby to a group of 6 senators as per ASUM bylaws. And during that 10-minute lobbying session, they're guaranteed time to be able to ask questions, answer questions, and prioritize their budget. So what we choose to prioritize for them is quite literally what they rank and say is the most important things for the group to function in the next year.
Got it. Thank you. Another question I had on the Kaiman. Do you have an estimation of approximately how many students the Kaiman reaches in some time frame?
Yeah, so I have quite a bit of information on that. So I'll read you the hard data, and then I can provide any other data from the editor-in-chief, who provided me more of a testimonial data on this. But what I have right now is that they print about 2,500 physical copies each week, and out of those 2,500 copies that are distributed, about 3/4 of those are picked up at any given time. On average, they have about 1,000 visitors per week on their website, in addition to their 18,000 social media followers between 2 Twitter accounts, Instagram and Facebook. And then just in general, they get about 600 views a day on social media platforms.
Wow, pretty impressive. Last kind of question I had is on sort of the election results, I guess. One thing for the board of it to contextualize, 13 and change percent sounds low. It's actually pretty dang good for student government voter turnout. There's some interesting literature that shows like the distribution of voter turnout in student governments, and that's actually a pretty respectable number. One thing that I am really interested in is the pretty different results among the 3 fees. You see the transportation fee clearly having some really robust student support coming in over 90%. And then, the other 2 fees passing quite a bit more narrowly. To me, that sort of dispels the notion that there are a bunch of students out there that just vote no because they don't want to be charged more fees. Like, evidently, almost everyone in the election favored the transportation fee. So I guess, what do you think are the reasons that the other 2 fees passed with a little bit more slim of a margin?
Yeah, so I think that one of the things that we at ASUM try to balance consistently is the difference between the amount that we want to charge students, because as a student-run organization, we understand personally very well that we need to be sensitive with how we're charging students as the people who are also going to be affected by that. But we also try to balance that with the student experience and ensuring that we can provide for students and the resources we have guaranteed. ASUM provides for about 6 agencies within its operations, so transportation is just an example of that, but we also have ASUM Legal Services, the Food Pantry, which has satellite locations across the campus, Bare Necessities, and childcare, thank you, to provide for as well within these. And so we have a lot of focuses to focus on. In terms of the slim margin rates, I can't speak directly, but I do want to speak on behalf of transportation briefly to say that they did an amazing job at pushing the student vote for their fee, which is why I think that margin is a little bit there. But
So you'd say maybe like, it's not that there's less support for the other two, there's just like a really effective marketing campaign for transportation? Like, is that accurate? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but.
no, you're all good. I think the data shows the want for all of the fees, and I understand the hesitation with the slim margin. However, we also don't have the entire student body, so there could be a much higher percentage of people who would approve this. I think the people who turned out to vote understand the value in student groups, which is why we passed that with, yes, a slim margin, but still managed to pass that threshold. And while we were hoping for more, quite honestly, we are happy with our numbers, and we're happy that it was approved by the students, at the very least.
Definitely, thank you. I want to give you two another congratulations on finishing pretty exciting year leading UM and the students there, so well done. We appreciate all you do.
Madam Chair, Regent Blossom, if I could make just a couple of comments with regard to the transportation fee. This is an area of investment that the university wholeheartedly supports. It's an integral part of our future plans with parking and redistribution of parking spaces around and on the university campus. Frankly, we're hoping in the future to be able to rely more heavily on student transportation to move students to remote parking locations where they may be depositing vehicles, either at their own, because of their own interest in doing so on our campus 24/7, or frankly, at the recommendation of competing entities across campus who are effectively housing students off campus in private spaces and then directing those students to park on our campus because it is so much more inexpensive than what they're charging. So we need these tools to help us direct and craft a parking scheme that's going to work out most advantageously for our students and our entire community.
And I will add just briefly is that due to the parking problem across all campuses right now, but I think also the one that is affecting UM, transportation is much more of a focus because of that parking issue, like VP Lassiter commented on. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent job. Any other questions? All right. Very good. We'll stop at, I think, C. Was that C? And resume whenever I'm told to tomorrow at D. Chair Rogers.
Good job, Chair Dombrowski. So next we have a reception on campus, and I would love to turn it over to Dean Erdman to share with us a little bit more about that reception.
Yeah, thank you. We welcome all of you to the dental clinic for our reception, where there are beverages as well as food selection, because we wouldn't want you to go hungry today. We also have our simulation center open and available to see, and the CDL simulator that is in our technology or our trades area. And folks will give you a tour if you'd like one. So welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We will stand in recess until 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being back to join us this morning. We had a wonderful breakfast with community members from across the Great Falls region, and got to hear some exciting stories about their partnership with students and Dean Erdman here at Great Falls College, MSU. So very purposeful time this morning. We'll just get right to business, and we'll turn back over to the Budget Committee, and I'll leave it to Chair Dombrowski.
Thank you. I was looking for the agenda for today, and it's actually yesterday, so sorry. We'll make good progress this morning. Deputy Commissioner Trevor and I have agreed to that. So reflecting yesterday's conversation around item I, I'd like to start there first before we go back to pick up where we left off after the fee discussion. So I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Trevor to go ahead and walk us through some amended language in the original attachment or item, actually it was, that we looked at yesterday. We ready? Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Good morning. Following the discussion yesterday, we thought it would be most beneficial to just capture some of those ideas and pose them in an amended item. We made those amendments with additions in blue and any changes or subtractions in red. The first one is just to strengthen a sentence related to the use of the hospitality, the use for students in the hospitality and management and culinary arts program in the facility, as well as a statement, that mirrors that in the final sentence of that bullet, simply changing the word may to will. And then in bullet 5, we added some specificity around the parking to read that the hotel will provide on-site parking to accommodate a minimum of 100 parking spots and commit to providing additional parking upon growing demands.
Thank you. I'm looking for comments from Regents. I believe this reflects the spirit, intent of the conversation yesterday. Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay, I'd ask Director Shauna Lyons to come up. We're going to bounce around between she and I on the items, and I'm going to hand her the ball. But first, I'd like to publicly thank Shauna for all the work during the legislative session. The grind that work is behind the scenes lands squarely on her desk. And all of that information you saw yesterday, right down to the calculation of the pay plan from a central office, was done by her. So she deserves a whole lot of kudos.
Thank you. Chair Rogers.
I apologize. I was reminded but forgot to share. We were having a few audio issues yesterday, so if you are not using your microphone, just make sure that that blue light is off, and that will avoid those. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Great. Madam Chair, members of the committee, if it's okay with you, the next 3 items I'm going to actually lump together as one item to help kind of get us back on a little bit of pace today. The next 3 items, D, E, and F, are the tuition and mandatory fee requests from the community colleges. The community colleges have the ability to bring their tuition and fee requests each year. Both Flathead Valley Community College and Dawson do that annually. You'll see that Miles' request is for 2 years. So in there, also with that, the local board of trustees do approve these rates before they come before the board. So you'll see their request. Miles is at a 3% increase, Dawson's at a 5% increase, and Flathead Valley is a 10% increase on their tuition and fees. Madam Chair, that would be the community college tuition and fee request.
Any comments or from the Regents on those? Okay. That was helpful. Chair Rogers.
Madam Chair, I don't believe FECC's at a 10% increase. I think we were at 4.67 total, 5% for tuition increase.
Can we pull
My
FCC's
apologies,
up?
Madam
Yeah.
Chair, I flip-flopped Flathead
Okay.
Valley and
Okay.
Dawson.
Okay.
Flathead Valley is 5%, Dawson is
Okay.
10%. My apologies for that, President Karras.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Okay, as I mentioned, we'll just kind of jump around here between Shauna and I. We're going to move to item G. This is a staff item, OCHI/MUS. What this item is the approval from the Board of Regents per policy 711.2 that identifies certain individuals that must be approved by the Regents when pay increases occur. Those individuals are the presidents of the campuses and the chancellors and the dean CEOs of the 2-year colleges, as well as deputy commissioners in the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education. So it's a list of 12 individuals right now, and it's simply applying the pay plan, the 4% increase, which would start on July 1. The remainder of the employees in the MUS are in 2 buckets. One are those that are in a labor union and go through a collective bargaining process. The others are professional employees in our system, which the pay plan will be executed beginning July 1 based upon the Commissioner's approval. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay.
Okay, the next series of items here are all facilities related, and Director Lyons is going to do those.
Madam Chair, the next item, item H, is regarding the request for authorization to approve and proceed with major repair projects authorized by the 68th legislative session. So we all affectionately call this House Bill 5. Today's request is only approval for the major repair projects within House Bill 5. Those projects are projects below $2.5 million in value. They're spread out throughout the campuses. We had $35 million in House Bill 5 major repairs this session for 28 projects. And then this session was a unique one just because we've talked a lot about escalation in costs and all of that. There were 9 projects from last session that had to have an increase in their funding in order for those major repair projects to go through. Attachment 1 is the list of all of those projects that we're asking that you approve today. In addition, with this item, we're providing information about the capital development projects that were also in House Bill 5. Those were 9 projects totaling $138 million. These are all projects that are over $2.5 million in value or new construction. Those items are going to come to you individually as time goes on and their projects are ready for planning and design. So we're not approving those ones today or asking for that. Also in the agenda item, we're providing information on those authority-only projects that valued at just over $200 million throughout the MUS. Madam Chair, any questions on House Bill 5 major repair projects?
The work that you did makes it seem really simple, and I know it wasn't necessarily that simple to get there, but thank you. It's very clear. Any questions? Okay.
We will skip item I since we've already done that, and we'll move on to item J. This is a request for authorization to program and plan and design for an addition to the Montana PBS facility at the MSU Bozeman campus. They're requesting a $2 million planning and design process to expand the current facility that's located on campus, their VisCom building. They're running out of space. The current space is just over 41,000 square feet, and they're looking at trying to add about 14,000 square feet to the facility. Also upgrades for their technology to bring it more up to date and to be able to provide more programming through PBS. The current location is just a little too compact for what they need to do with the future needs of technology. This is a fully fundraised project and has legislative authority with it from both 2 sessions ago and this current session that we have now. Madam Chair, any questions on the PBS addition?
No questions, just confirming that this is the planning and programming and design portion of the...
Madam Chair, that is correct. The construction will come at a later date.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no questions, go ahead.
Our next item is item K. It's a request for authorization for construction and relocation of the facilities maintenance yard at MSU. Yesterday, AVP John Howe was talking about that South Campus District. So this is a portion of their overall planning and strategic plans with improvements for the campus. Right now, the facilities yard is in prime location on campus, and their goal is to move it outside of the realm of the academic space to be able to provide future planning for MSU to expand upon academic needs within the main core portion of the campus. It also will help the facilities maintenance crew be able to be more efficient and effective throughout the campus with this relocation of the facility. This is a request of $17 million for this construction. The authority has come through the legislative process in a couple sessions with a portion of it in this current session, and this will be paid for using project plant funds. Madam Chair.
Okay, no questions? Please.
Her next item is item L. This is a request for authorization to construct a new MSU wool lab facility. This is a unique project. The portion for the Wool Lab is $10.7 million, but ultimately this is a much larger project. This is a unique situation where 3 agencies have been able to come together to provide a solution for a larger statewide combined state lab that will include the Vet Diagnostic Lab and the Department of Ag Analytics Lab, along with MSU's Wool Lab. So a really unique partnership that's been a long time in the making. Tyler and I were just mentioning this morning, I think it was 6 years ago that I was in front of the board talking about the study on the diagnostic lab and the Wool Lab, so it's kind of neat to see it come full circle. This portion, though, is just the Wool Lab construction piece. The bids went out today. They plan on starting construction in July. So this would be approval to move forward with the funding piece that is involved for the MSU Wool Lab. Madam Chair.
Thank you. I would agree. I didn't realize it took 6 years, but it's a wonderful collaborative effort. Generally, those do take long. Questions, comments? Okay.
Madam Chair, our next item is a request, item M, request for authorization to purchase property in Billings. If we opened up the attachment, actually, it would give a better picture of why there is a need for this. MSU Billings would like to purchase the property that's outlined in red there. That is the only residential property that's right inside the core of the MSU Billings campus. So it will provide further and future opportunities for MSU Billings to expand some auxiliary offerings within their campus. The house right now is valued at $485,000. That would be the purchase price. They've done the full review of getting a market price and making sure that it's within reasonable pricing for the area. And this will be paid for using auxiliary funds, Madam Chair.
Questions? Okay, thank you. Keep going.
Our next facility item is N, request for additional authorization for campus exterior lighting at the University of Montana Missoula campus. In January 2022, that board meeting, the board authorized $2.5 million for the conversion of the exterior campus lighting to replace lighting, add new lighting, and also purchase that lighting away from Northwestern Energy so that there's no additional costs going forward for the campus to pay out to Northwestern Energy on a monthly basis. The bids came in much higher than anticipated, so this is an increase in authority to a total of $4 million, excuse me, for the total project. So requesting an additional 1.5 that will be general spending authority to the Commissioner's office. Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Seeing none, please proceed.
I'm going to turn it back to Tyler.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this next item came to us in September for planning and design, and I take the opportunity now to call Chancellor Reed to the podium to give us an update on the planning and design and lay the groundwork for approval of the go-ahead for construction.
Madam Chair, Deputy Commissioner Trevor, members of the board. Shauna was doing such a good job, I was hoping we were just going to fly right on through this. So
Sorry about
apologize for disrupting the movement there. We have attachment 3 there, and I think this is probably the best one to put up there. There's been a few changes since we presented this to the board back in September. Originally, we planned on adding this facility as an extension to the BARC. It would actually be a build-on to the BARC. After going through the substantial design phase, we've gone through the phase, we've had A&E with us, and we've got basically solid cost estimates at this point. We found that we could save almost about 20% on the project if we would separate it from the BARC. So it's actually located just outside of the BARC building as a standalone facility. By doing this, we did not need to disrupt the utilities on the BARC, and also we didn't have to end up moving those facilities or those utilities. So it's actually turns out, I think, to be a really nice project. It's going to save a substantial amount of money in the project. agenda item, we also have this being paid for by a student fee that was included in the fee package. I will point out that even with that fee, Montana Western still has the lowest cost of tuition and fee of any four-year institution. So I want to preface that because I want to make sure that everybody understands this is not just a $110 increase to the fee. The students have been working on this project, and I have the Associated Students of University of Montana Western current president, Raina, and I got that wrong again, huh? Raina and, I'm not supposed to get nervous. Garrett Yeager, who finished his term this fall, or spring. So they're both here to be able to attest to the importance of this to the students. But under President Yeager and past presidents, we've actually been working on reducing student fees. In fact, 2 years ago, the University of Montana Western came with a negative fee increase. All of that was in preparation to be able to move forward on this project, which is the top priority for the students and has been going back probably about 6 years. So with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions or ask any of my colleagues if they would like to say anything.
Are there any questions from the Regents?
Just a quick comment, as always, to thank the team, the students and the administrators at Western for all the work put into this. Been a long time coming, and really excited for it, so thanks for all you've been doing.
I just want to put a plug in for the planning and design phase of this particular, I mean, we've really worked as a board to encourage, if not sort of demand that this be done, and this reflects why that's so important to take the time to plan and design, and then you came up with something that's probably even better. And would also thank the students. This has been one of those projects, it's been on our radar, it's been very clear what's going on, the funding's been very clear, and so really appreciate that.
Great, thank you.
Madam Chair, I jump to the next item, and I see Chancellor Reed is patiently waiting there, so I appreciate that. This item came to the Board for Planning and Design just this last March and is moving quite quickly. I think Chancellor Reed would do the best job of explaining it.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Trevor and Madam Chair. This project, as we shared, actually it's going about a year and a half or so ago that we presented it to the board and just as an information item, and then we moved forward last March in the March meeting for entering into a lease to be able to, with the foundation, to be able to accept the property. We're ready to start construction. We've been working very closely with State A&E. They've been observing from a distance. They don't get involved with the project until we're actually at 100% design. We're about 75% design. We have a general contractor selected already. And this project, also similar to the last project, has made some changes as we've gone through the design phase. If you're able to remember, back when I first presented this, the stadium was actually going to be coming off in the empty field next to the practice field. It was coming right off of the bark, and we've now moved it, and it's sitting out in what's currently a practice field next to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. By moving this project, we saved approximately $1 million in excavation and utilities. By putting it in the other location, we would have had to move utilities, both for the city, the main city's water line, and additionally, there would have been a lot of excavation work that would have been required. But by putting it in this location, we're able to alleviate all of those issues, and we feel it actually creates a better location as far as transportation. I've met with the City Council on numerous occasions as well. They've reviewed and approved this as well as far as egress, and it really helps the university actually accomplish some of the other projects we were trying to do, which was to provide an emergency access road through the backside of the campus, and we're able to accomplish this by bringing the road all the way around. So in addition to the football stadium, it also provides a lot of additional parking and emergency access to the campus. Again, all of that really came through going through the design phase, and again, we're about 75% design at this phase.
More parking, excellent. Any questions from the Regents? Go Bulldogs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the last item that I have for you is item Q. It's a request for designation of distribution of timber sales. This is one that you see every other year, so kind of like tuition and fees. It's a unique one. we have permanent trust lands for the university system that provides a lot of opportunity. That balance is about $35 million. This is the only little portion of it, though, that requires the board to make a decision whether to put it back into the principal base of it or to distribute it out to the campus to utilize for deferred maintenance projects. We're requesting that we distribute it out to the campus so they may utilize those funds for long-term deferred maintenances on their campuses. Madam Chair, any questions?
Questions from the Regents? Okay. Very good. Well, I'm going to give all the credit to Shauna for getting us back on track.
Right on. All right, so that leads us into our information items, and, oh, go ahead.
Madam Chair?
Please.
Just before we leave the action items, obviously you're going to vote on these in a little bit. I just want to sort of remind everybody, we're still in the legislative process. I did look, and House Bill 5 was transmitted to the governor this morning. So that starts the 10-day clock, and we'll see where we land on those. But obviously, whether it's House Bill 2, House Bill 5, your approval is still conditioned on the fact that those laws actually get signed in and that they're signed in the current fashion. And we'll adjust if not, but I just want it on the record that we're acknowledging the legislature has their role, and they'll have the ample time to finish that, and then we'll move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
House Bill 2 has not been transmitted yet.
Has not been transmitted.
Okay, we'll jump into the information items here, and I'll turn it over to our Chief Legal Counsel, Ellie Bovingdon.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good morning. Thank you for providing us some time this morning on a very packed agenda to present some proposed changes to your residency and appeals policies. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we arrived at the residency changes, and then Hannah Tokrud, who is Associate Counsel at OCHI and who is the lead on residency issues, will walk through the proposed policy amendments. I wanted to start just by thanking the work group that we put together that worked on the residency policy in particular. Hannah was the lead on that, and she and I convened a group that included Maria Mangold, who's the registrar at University of Montana, Tony Campo, who's the registrar at MSU, Leslie Dickerson, who's the executive director of admissions at Montana Tech, Dina Wagner, who's the registrar here at Great Falls College, and Sarah Corbin and Veronica Jordan, who are respectively in the registrar's offices at UM and MSU. In addition to our work group, these changes have been presented to registrar, admissions, and military and veterans services contacts across the system. So I wanted to highlight that just to let the board know that this was really a collaborative process with the campuses to arrive at these proposed changes. And that's why what you'll see is a pretty comprehensive package of changes. When you look at the proposed changes to the residency policy, it really looks like there's a lot of red line there. But I want just to clarify that most of those changes are really for cleanup and clarification. The substance of the policy and how we determine residency remains largely the same. The goal of our work group really was to close some loopholes that we thought existed based on some of the appeals that we've seen, and to make the policy more understandable for students and for the people on campuses who have the responsibility of making residency decisions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Hannah to walk through the changes.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good morning. I wanted to walk through the changes that are proposed. I'll use the notes that we've got in the margin on that document to guide my comments. So for note 1, this is the first 2 paragraphs of the policy. This is the introduction to our residency policy. So you'll see a new sentence in paragraph A. We wanted to start by making clear that the test for fee and tuition purposes is unique. It's not enough that a student considers themselves a resident or that another Montana agency considers them a resident. This is a unique policy, so we wanted to make that clear. In paragraph B, as Allie said, we worked with a lot of folks on these proposed edits. the main feedback we got is that the policy is confusing. That's a barrier to students, that's a burden on the campus folks, so we're trying to clean that up. So in paragraph B, we are setting out that our policy requires 12 months of domicile, and domicile means two things: physical presence and evidence of intent to stay. So again, making that clear at the very top. Moving down to note 2, the next page and a half of the policy sets out our 12-month test. This is the heart of our residency policy and that of many other states. Under the current policy, a student's 12-month clock starts when they take an act indicating an intent to become a resident. This can be really confusing. It can be really difficult to administer if they don't transfer all of their legal ties to Montana at the same time. The clock will start, it will be told because they haven't done everything, when does the clock restart? This is confusing and complicated. So we tried to clean this up by saying that the student must be physically present in Montana for 12 months, must transfer all legal ties to Montana 12 months before seeking in-state status, and the 12 months does not start until all the required acts that are set out in this section are completed. So this means that if a student has out-of-state driver's license or voter registration, they have to transfer that to Montana. If they own or operate a vehicle in Montana, it has to be registered here. And then we have added a new option that for a student who doesn't drive or who doesn't have an out-of-state driver's license, they can get the state ID card. Moving on to the top of the next page, we're making clear that all legal ties to another place of residence must be severed. And we've added, based on campus feedback, some examples of conduct that would be disqualifying for purposes of the policy. If we look at the middle of the page, something that we've tried to do is make this clean for a student so that they could look at this and know what pathway is available to them based on their circumstances. So you'll see we've got a text box referring to the policy pathway for dependent students. So those are students claimed as a dependent on somebody's tax return. And then we've got the next paragraph, which is the pathway for independent students, those students who are financially independent, so that they can look at that and know what applies to them. At the bottom of the page, there is a current affidavit of intent mentioned in the policy. It's really unclear when that would apply, and the campuses aren't utilizing that option, so we wanted to make clear that this is an option and specify when it could be used by campuses. If we go on to the next page, note 3, you'll see we're just deleting language because it's been incorporated elsewhere and is now redundant. So note 4, this is the next 2 pages of the policy that set out presumptions that apply. A presumption means that we can take a fact as true without evidence. So for example, there's a general presumption in the policy that if a student is not considered in-state, they're out of state. So we take that as true until the student presents evidence to rebut that presumption. So this is just the section that has other presumptions that apply. You'll see that we have added a new presumption that somebody who receives a loan, financial assistance, or a benefit based on out-of-state residency is ineligible. This is related to the discussion yesterday about the WUI award, so we wanted to have a framework for campuses to analyze that issue, so we've added that presumption to the policy. If we can scroll down a little, please, Ange. So the next text box, we also heard yesterday about Montana's large veteran population. We got campus feedback that our policy is not as accessible to those students and prospective students as it could be. So throughout this policy, you'll see edits related to that. In this section, we're simply using more precise language to refer to military service to make sure that we are, being receptive to that feedback. And then the next edit you'll see here is cleaning up the credit load presumption. Again, that's a confusing thing that comes up a lot, so just responding to feedback on that. So looking at note 5, this is a more substantive edit. As Allie said, most of the edits are stylistic to make it cleaner. This is the section that corresponds to professional program students. Under the current policy, a student cannot change their status once they start class. We are editing that so that the student could change their status. They'd have to meet the 12-month test and have a primary residence in Montana for 12 months before starting class. This section only applies to law students, physical therapy students, and pharmacy students. This section does not apply to someone who would already meet the residency. So for example, someone who graduated from high school or otherwise meets the policy, this section wouldn't apply to them. Moving on to note 6. So the next 2 pages of the policy are exceptions. Like I said, the 12-month test is the heart of the policy, but we have a series of exceptions that are another way for a student to be considered in-state without needing the 12 months of residence and the other requirements above. So you'll see these changes at the top, like I mentioned, trying to clean up the service member language. So these are the exceptions related to the National Guard members, to service members stationed in Montana, and to service members not stationed in Montana, as well as their dependent children and spouses. We wanted to move all of these exceptions to one place. In the current policy, they're kind of spread out, so we wanted them to be up top and easy to find. Note 7, this is another exception that comes up a lot. This is the employment exception. So we have defined what full-time employment means, 30 or more hours a week, 120 more hours a month. We've added a new requirement that someone file a Montana state tax return, and then you'll see that we've added a presumption with regards to the timing of that employment. Some of these cases turn on when a student applies or was admitted versus when, say, a parent got an employment opportunity in Montana. So we wanted to add that framework for campuses. Note 8, this is a new exception for employees of the Montana University system. And then note 9, this is cleaning up the policy clutter, trying to make the policy more concise. If we go on to note 10, so the last 2 pages of the policy are the procedures, so how a student goes about getting classified as in-state, how they can change that status, and how they can appeal a campus decision. So throughout, you'll see that we are simplifying the language. And if we go down to the next page, we're making clear that the Regents' appeal policy also applies to this process, and we are changing the appeal deadline from 21 days to 30 days to make that consistent with the appeals policy. It's been confusing to students to have the 2 different time frames depending on the type of the appeal. And then we've deleted a reference to a form that does not exist. So those are the changes to the residency policy that are proposed.
Questions from any of the regents? Yeah,
Yeah,
Regent Bauer.
congratulations, good work. It's good to get some clarity on these issues. It's always a question for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Bao.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Of course, we do this as information item with major changes like this. Anybody that has feedback, welcome to take that feedback, and we'll bring this back for approval at a later date, but certainly this sort of starts a period where people can comment if they have comments.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, great work.
I will also walk us through the proposed changes. So for 504.3, Madam Chair, this is the residency policy that's specific to WICHE, WWAMI, Minnesota Dental, and WEMU program students. We went through the last policy very quickly, but you may have noticed that there was a paragraph that already covered those students. It's been confusing to have 2 policies that have inconsistent language regarding the same students, so we're recommending that this policy be repealed as it's already covered in the residency policy. Thank you.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'll also walk through the proposed edits to the appeals policy. So this is
related, as you saw, to the residency policy, so we wanted to bring the slate of proposed changes at the same time. For note 1, we're recommending simplifying the language, changing the voice to active, making sure we're referring to students using the same terms. So pretty basic edits under note 1. And then for note 2, this is new language, so we've added a deadline for filing a complaint in district court. Currently, there is no such deadline in board policy, and under the Montana Administrative Procedures Act, there is a deadline of 30 days within a final decision, so we wanted to make clear that that would apply here and be consistent with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Okay.
One more policy revision here. I'd ask Director Lemon to address this one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Information item for BOR policy 940.13 on tuition and waivers for veteran students. And this is actually in direct result of some of the work that you just heard about there from the legal team in working with the admissions folks. And as you recall, OCHI actually leads a Veteran Support Services statewide coalition that is every campus that has a school certifying official there to do that, as well as in partnership with the Department of Labor and Industry and their SAA. For the statewide efforts, another huge point that we wanted to make through this process is simplifying not only residency, but the honorably discharged veteran tuition waiver to make it a little bit more streamlined and easier to do that overall. And so we've got some recommendations there for the application and requirement for this policy overall. And so it's really to make it more streamlined. If you look at the original application, it's quite outdated. There's Vietnam language, World War II, Korean War, the medals that you must receive to do that, be in a combat theater, a variety of things that just quite frankly aren't applicable today to be eligible to do that. The second piece is the requirement that would force this to be first degree only. So associates or bachelors, we're seeing a different veteran, as you heard in Bozeman, be discharged from the armed services, and that includes officers, that includes folks that have exhausted their benefits, that includes folks that want to come back and cross-train, retrain to do that. And so for purposes of this policy to be revised, it really is the eligibility requirements for the honorably discharged tuition veterans waiver. Much more, again, streamlined. It is last dollar out, and so this is something that shouldn't have a large financial impact to the system. We are going to monitor it. Very few veterans do take advantage of this policy, and we believe that that is exactly why. It's pretty hard to get with the language as it exists today. So stand for questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Okay, all right, thank you. Last item.
Last item. Thank you, Madam Chair. So the last item is just really an update and a continuation of a topic from the March Board of Regents meeting. We talked about developing an infrastructure subcommittee of the Budget Committee with the primary goal of getting the regents more in touch with the process and the projects that we have coming to us through construction and the improvement of facilities on campus, but also to include the overall LRBP process of ranking projects. I don't have any material here to show you. The plan that I have laid out is after we identify the Budget Committee members for this next year, I'll put together a schedule, a draft schedule that I'd bring back to the regents in July. That would first be characterized by individual campus site visits to go through their current projects as well as aspirational projects. And then we will simultaneously be working on our next LRBP list, but also becoming much more in touch with the current projects and their progress in an attempt to really bring those really to life for this committee. Madam Chair.
Excellent, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the Regents knew that that was still work, and after the Budget Committee, again, gets populated, we'll move forward on that. Thank you, Tyler, for your work on that. It's definitely a need we've all expressed. So, with that, I believe the Budget Committee is done with its work. Thank you.
Well done. Good efficiency. We'll go right into the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. I'll turn over it to Chair Buchanan.
Good morning, Regent Rogers, Chair Rogers, thank you very much. And I would certainly not be able to start without the help of Deputy Commissioner Teal, who I know is going to be joining us here momentarily. Jumping into the agenda, first of all, thank you to campus leaders, academic officers, and regents who've joined the meaty committee calls and conversations leading into this. There's, as always, a lot of work behind each of these items as we bring them to the board for review and approval. Deputy Commissioner Teal, welcome. I'd start by just pointing out as we dive into the consent agenda that you'll see for the first time in a while that we're dealing with the Emeriti Faculty Awards in this section. There is no budgetary impact. It's been in the Budget Committee for a while, so appropriately brought back. And with that, I'd introduce Deputy Commissioner Teal to introduce the first set of consent items.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and precisely these are recognition of service for faculty who have contributed for years to our campus. It's no longer has a budgetary impact, but is a valuable recognition of service to campus and the system, and in this important academic and research role as a faculty member. So you see them here on the consent agenda. In fact, we might just wander through with a brief introduction of each of the consent agenda items, which also a little bit lower down includes recognition of tenure. So tenure, again, is an important step for our faculty. It's a recognition of capable service to an institution. There are processes that go on within each unit of colleges and departments, vetted by provost, vetted by the commissioner's office to bring you these items. And then the final staff item is, again, new to our agenda as a consent item, but always something that we are interested and excited to see and to grow, is new businesses and innovations transferring out of the growing research arms of our institutions. We have policies that govern conflicts of interest, employee intellectual property rights for firms, businesses that are spinning out of our research enterprise. This is documenting one of those that we're excited about and want to encourage support for. Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Appreciate it. And again, very appropriate to comment that this is a lot of a reflection of commitment to the system over years, if not decades, for many of these individuals, and we're just grateful for that service. With that, any discussion? Let's start with the Emeriti faculty list. Any discussion from members of the board? Great. Again, thanks for your time in discussing those during the committee. How about with our tenure updates? Great. Finally, with the staff item in particular, or the staff item, any input or comments from members of the committee? I would share one comment or inquiry that I received on this, and this is exciting. I'm happy for this. The question was asked, how does this impact the teaching load of the professors that are able to generate these projects? And that was in conjunction with a perception of research engagement. So I don't know how we might follow up on investigating that if we're decreasing the credits that a tenured faculty member is in the classroom. How are we backfilling that? Is there a cost of where we bringing in adjunct? And I don't expect the answer today. Maybe Deputy Commissioner Teal, you can help roadmap how we'd investigate that. But that was an inquiry that I received that I think is appropriate.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. And if I understand, this is related to the tenure items?
No, sorry, to the staff item.
To the staff item.
The spinoff of intellectual property.
That's one that I'll certainly follow up. Generally, these sort of agreements won't have an impact on the workload that's expected on an employee, and if so, it would be something that would be negotiated with the campus and expressed in the agreement.
I appreciate that follow-up. We look forward to learning a bit more about that. Boy, with all that robust discussion, that wraps up our consent agenda, unless there's any other further discussions. Thank you again for the time put into that. We do not have that big of an action item list this time, but we do have a couple of items that we'll be taking action on later this morning. With that, Deputy Commissioner Teal, would you like to introduce action item A?
Glad to, and in fact, I'm going to invite Dr. Angela McLean up to the front. Angela, as you'll see a couple times today, is our lead at the state level in terms of educator prep, coordinates so skillfully with all of our deans of education, and has helped to work with all of them to bring this item forward. Angela.
Thank you so much, Deputy Commissioner Teal. This is policy 806.1, and I brought it to you in March for conversation and information. So basically what you have before you is a cleanup. Basically what you have before you is a cleanup of the policy. And what we have done is basically formalized in the policy, in the cleanup, a already existing process for affirming what we compensate our supervising cooperating teachers out there in the field as we place student teachers. With that, Deputy Commissioner, members of the board, I would stand for any questions that you might have.
Any questions for Dr. McLean? Again, this doesn't come without a lot of hard work and nurturing the relationships to get us here. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Director
so
McLean,
much.
for your work on that. Deputy Commissioner Teal, action item B.
Mr. Chair, action item B are our request plan proposals. So again, this is the first start of a process for campuses to plan the launch of new academic programs. And this is a process that we've had for some time with multiple purposes. One is to ensure that campuses are aware of the directions each other is pursuing. The second is before a whole lot of effort goes in on the campus level, investment, faculty time, accreditation work, that the board has an early opportunity to weigh in. And so these proposals have had review by the Commissioner's Office, good discussion by your chief academic officers, and are coming to you for this early stage of input before a heck of a lot more work goes in to design the curriculum, design the investment, and a further stage of review by OG. The first proposal that we'll have is to establish a Master of Engineering, mechanical engineering option at Montana State University. I invite Provost Makwa up for a brief description.
As Provost Makwa comes up to elaborate a bit on Deputy Commissioner Teal's conversation about the role of this process, you know, we talked a lot about this body's responsibility to assess each of these proposals and see the alignment with their broader strategy as an institution, right? And so as we listen to these proposals, remind ourselves that these campuses are all in the process of developing centers of excellence in a certain lane and niche, and the question that we should be asking, the support that we should be giving is around, is it in alignment with our broader strategic plan? And thank you for surfacing that. Provost Makwa, welcome, good morning.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan, Deputy Commissioner Teal. So with this proposal, Montana State University requests authorization to establish a Master of Engineering with a manufacturing engineering option. So at Montana State University, we currently have 4 Masters of Engineering options: bioengineering, chemical engineering, electrical engineering, and mechanical engineering. So this would be the 5th. Masters of Engineering programs are structured, they're non-research based, they're very practical for a master's program, 30 courses. Students can complete the degree in 3 semesters, fall, spring, and summer. This program will be set up similarly. Students could start in the fall or spring and complete in those 3 semesters. This program is being brought forward because of requests from industry. We have 16 companies in Montana that hire students regularly from our mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, or industrial engineering programs to work in the manufacturing sector. And as that work becomes more and more sophisticated, it's requiring these organizations to do more and more training. And so with in conjunction with these industry representatives, probably first and foremost is one from out of state. It's a national lab, Los Alamos National Lab, who's been hiring over the last 6 years about 10 students, engineering students from MSU per year. And so this program will be structured to provide students that kind of specialized advanced training to work in advanced manufacturing systems. These topics include automation, quality efficiency, management systems. Students would be able to work in a variety of areas and with a variety of different types of technologies to operate manufacturing systems made up of people, materials, machinery, and information systems. You know, the people component is I find interesting, but it's relevant in that even on our campus, we have used students in our industrial management systems program to design things like move-in day in August when we have 4,000 students moving into the dorms. How can we better control traffic into the campus as well as traffic through the dorms? And these students have made a tremendous, significant, developed a plan that's made a significant difference in how smoothly we can now operate that. Vaccine clinics, how can we vaccinate 1,000 people in a day? Well, thanks to some groups of students in these areas, we've been able to streamline that. So it's quite a remarkable program. I'll pause at that point to see if there's any questions.
Regent Norris, Regent Blossom.
Thanks, Chair Buchanan. Provost Mockwood, kind of as you alluded to, the topics in this are, automation, quality, management systems are almost indistinguishable from industrial engineering. So I guess it sounds like there's not a Master of Engineering in industrial engineering, but I know there are master's programs in industrial engineering of some type at MSU. So kind of curious, how is this distinct from those? And then also, like, given that this is almost, synonymous in topics to industrial engineering, why is it labeled as manufacturing engineering, when we have programs that are virtually the same called industrial engineering?
Right. Thank you, Regent Blossom. Good question. So in our industrial engineering program, it's industrial and systems management, right? And so it is more focused on management of complex systems. This option will include courses from industrial engineering, and we do have a management in industrial engineering, but we'll also include 18 credits of courses from electrical and computer engineering as well as civil engineering. So it will be more focused on the materials component and the manufacturing of systems, but it will also include a component of the broader systems engineering approach that we offer in industrial engineering. So in some ways it is a specialized version of combining mechanical, that component of industrial that you mentioned, as well as electrical engineering with an emphasis on materials and manufacturing systems, manufacturing products, things. And I say things because it's such a wide range of employers that do this work in our state. It absolutely will help fuel the manufacturing economy in the state of Montana, to take it to the next level.
Got it. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Provost Makwa? Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, and Provost Makwa is actually not getting away from us yet. I think both these proposals are valuable from the standpoint that, for this first one, motivated by partnerships that are emerging at MSU over the past few years with Los Alamos National Lab. And this next proposal, Certificate of Applied Science and Public Safety Officer Basic Training, is a collaboration with the state training that trains the basic training for police officers. And both, I think, are a good example of finding partners with an established need, designing curriculum to meet them, and I'll invite Provost Makwa to introduce the next proposal.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Teal. This is a great example where our openness to collaborate with others, whether it's industry or state agencies, has brought an opportunity to our door. So the Montana Law Enforcement Academy approached us through Gallatin College to see if we had the capacity to offer a training program that could be credentialed at Gallatin College MSU to train officers, safety officers. So we've been working in conjunction with the Montana Public Safety Officer Standards and Training Council, as well as the Montana Law Enforcement Academy. When I say we, it's not just our folks from Gallant College. It also includes our criminology, sociology faculty. It includes our University Police Department, the Bozeman City Police Department, and the Gallatin County Sheriff's Office. This program would be offered on our campus over the summer. It would be completed in 12 to 16 weeks. It's an 8 to 5 kind of program, 5 days a week. We would provide residence housing for students who needed to, that came here from different places across the state, that they could stay. All the training will happen on our campus except for the firearms training, and we have the Gallant County Sheriff's Office has a training facility west of campus that they're happy to allow these students to use. To get an idea of the type of agencies, there's 175 agencies across the state that hire students that complete the requirements of the Montana Law Enforcement Academy. And of these 175 agencies, there's 2,546 active public safety officers. The report from the Montana Public Safety Officer Standards and Training Council in the state of Montana indicate that on average there's 305 openings a year. It's about a 12% turnover. Currently, the Montana Law Enforcement Academy in Helena provides training for 3 cohorts of students over the year. That's their capacity. They typically have a waiting list of 50 to 60 potential students who they're not able to serve. Now, many of these students are already working in different public safety officers as an officer prior to getting the training. There's a certain time period where they can work as a policeman without having this training before they have to receive it. So there is a quite high urgency to expand the training. Given that we have the facilities on campus, we have the large parking lots that will be available in the summer for their driving training. We have buildings and so on. But they'll live in the dorms for the most part. They'll wear uniforms. It will be a welcome presence on our campus. Pause for questions.
Provost Mockwell, I might just make one additional comment, which links to our presentation yesterday. So we had a presentation on credit for prior learning. This is a good example where there's some potential opportunity. We've heard this, as Regent Lozar mentioned, from legislators, an interest in finding ways for long-serving police officers who've gone through training of this type to have a path to further credentials through the university system. And here's an example of a campus creating pathways to deliver similar learning outcomes of a training that's recognized for police officers in the 4-credit space, and creating pathways for that 4-credit training to also articulate to further degrees and credentials. So I think that that's going to be a topic as this proposal develops, is thinking about how whether there are opportunities in the credit for prior learning space that this good work that's already underway, and these good conversations, the partnerships between Gallatin College and the Montana Police Academy, if those can also create a broader pathway to recognize some of our cohorts who have gone through the police academy, the learning and expertise and skills that they have for credit that could advance their case to come back to the university system.
Thank you for mentioning that, Joe. That's a tremendous benefit, a side benefit of this program. We're already working with, Gallant College has been working with faculty in our political science department, our sociology, criminology department. We're envisioning this going both ways. In other words, we have students who are pursuing a bachelor's in criminology. We'll pick this up over the summer so they can have this credential and the training and skills necessary to work in public safety. So we envision it going both ways, and we also envision this as a start. I think there's many other programs that once we develop this model can expand in, as I mentioned, in 180 degrees, whether students come through to take the certificate at Gallant College and then move into a 4-year, or 4-year students pick this up along the way. So it's pretty exciting.
Regent Dombrowski.
Thank you. Is there any sense of, there's a 50 to 60 waiting list now, that this will then just be the place that this occurs and the Montana Law Enforcement Academy might not need to be in existence? I don't mean that negatively, it just may give them an opportunity to think differently if this can meet the entire demand of the state. Any conversation there?
Well, Regent Dabrowski, given the current, the historic turnover, you know, if it continues, and our need continues to grow, so if that 12% continues in the future, if past its prologue, then I suspect we will have to expand at MSU as well as the Law Enforcement Academy. They have 3 cohorts right now. 180 is their max, 180 students a year. And if the demand continues to be over 300, even with what we're offering, we're going to start off with a cohort of 24. They would like us to do more. So we anticipate that both institutions will need to expand over time.
Good question. Any other questions from members of the board? Again, highlighting Deputy Commissioner Teal's comments about the two or three different points of excellence here: the responsiveness to workforce demands, the utilization of campus when we've got space off cycle, and just the collaborative component of working with existing agencies to provide credentials for prior learning is really exciting for this. So thanks to you and your team for working on this, Provost Makwa.
Thank you.
Yep. We only have 3 items today, so the third will be introduced by University of Montana Northern, Deputy Commissioner Teal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This request of plans for a Bachelor of Science in Automotive Services Management, and Provost Reifschneider from MSU Northern is here to provide an introduction.
Good morning. As you know, we have technical degrees, one of which is the automotive associate's degree. And working with our advisory board in the automotive area, we have determined that they have asked for us to develop a degree where technicians can also get education in the ways of managing people, accounting, and such, so that they can move into those professional areas and in the service area particularly. So we are developing this degree in response to that request.
Question? Yeah, thank you. Any questions or thoughts? I mean, what a meeting another need, right? Right in your lane. This is certainly, we were Havre a year ago, and in that wonderful facility, to see that this is consistent. But I think you're right. I mean, in a state where we're dominantly powered by small businesses, those skills that you're talking about, you can do the work, but how do you interface with the customer base? This is a great response to that. Thank you to your team for all your work on this.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you to the teams at both campuses that brought those forward. That summarizes our action items. Any follow-up comments or thoughts from members of the board? Thank you. On to information items, policy items. Deputy Commissioner Teal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a policy item that came out of a collaborative discussion with CAOs, registrars, others, in terms of how we're defining our different degree programs. So what we've seen over time, you have 2 policies that define the requirements of undergraduate degrees, graduate degrees, and in this policy define certificates and associate's degrees. And what are the definitions, the requirements, what's the components that make up different certificates and associates? And what we've seen is over time, there's been a desire and meaning for certificate programs and also associates programs that did not fit well within our established definitions, but had some real meaning and value for students. So an example that I think we've discussed here, several campuses offer this certificate, a certificate in general studies. It's capturing that a student has completed a general education curriculum. It's an important momentum point. We have lots of students who transfer completing a gen ed curriculum, and having this certificate helps that be recognized at a transfer institution so they don't have to repeat general education coursework. That was not well defined in our policy, and the certificates that we had established weren't a comfortable fit for the content that's in a certificate of general studies. So really in this policy revision, you'll see 3 main changes. First, creating a clear definition around that certificate. Second, aligning language and processes across board policies in terms of the process to request an exception to a cap on the credit requirements in an associate's or a bachelor's degree, making sure that those processes are the same, that we're using similar language. And then finally, for transfer associate's degrees, these are degrees that traditionally have been designed specifically for transfer, not designed to lead to an occupation. But increasingly, we're seeing interest in dual-purpose degrees, degrees that have a name because they can both immediately lead to employment, but also have the general education content to where they could be useful to transfer and pursue a bachelor's degree in a given discipline. So setting some boundaries in terms of when we have named Associate of Science or Associate of Arts transfer degrees, what are the criteria that allow that name to be applied? What really providing certainty to campuses, to the student, that we all have the same definition in mind when a student has a degree in terms of what that degree means, what content a student has received as part of that degree program. As with the policies that were on the budget agenda, this is the first time the board will see this policy. It's a policy that we're going to continue discussing with campuses, considering any changes to existing degree titles, implementation challenges, recommendations in terms of further changes to this policy's language between now and when the policy will come back to the board for a formal vote. Be happy to open if there are any questions.
Well done. Seeing no questions. Thank you for the work on that.
Chair Buchanan,
Yes, sir.
just a quick follow-up, just ensuring that as we develop these adjustments in the language that we went through our accrediting body and make sure we're sort of square with their expectations in terms of definitions.
Regent Lozar, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Lozar. Good point. Wraps up policy items. We're just ripping through this. Mr. Trevor, you could take a lesson on. Now we're going to get hung up, right? Moving into academic review items. Appreciate the introduction, Deputy Commissioner Teal.
Mr. Chair, so these are items that you have delegated to the Commissioner's office to review and approve. They both include when request to plan items get further development, their final approval is a discussion amongst all of the academic officers, review by the Commissioner's office, a series of questions and answers, and then final approval. It's also a series of other items. If you're changing the name of a program, if you're establishing much shorter certificates, they come to monthly calls amongst all of your CAOs and the Commissioner's office for discussion, for review, and then approval and notification in this memo. So these often run to the couple hundreds of pages. I believe this one does, just to give you a sense of the summation of the important, both at campus level and at state level review that these academic processes undergo. And you know, I didn't describe this at the request to plan stage, but you should know that right now is also an important time of year to your point in terms of how are we identifying and communicating and having discussion about the areas of expertise that our campuses are building up in the academic arena, what signals they're seeing from their communities, from employers in terms of where there are new demands or new interests to stand up academic programs. And right now your campuses are working on what we call academic priorities and planning statements, also lists of proposals that they think might come forward in the next year or two. That's a really important process. I think that we all recognize seeing academic proposals come through these meetings, we get a very focused view of what expertise a campus is building. The hope of those statements and what we found over time is that they really give us a bit more of a global conversation in terms of where are we building areas of excellence? How do those areas of excellence align across the state? Where are there opportunities for collaboration or upfront conversation? If we're all hearing the same thing from students, from employers, from communities, how do we most efficiently and effectively as a state act to meet that need in the academic programming arena? And so these are certainly, I think, the important details of that process coming forward to you at each of your meetings. But know that this is a time of year where we're thinking about the larger macro strategic details of that process, thinking in terms of where campuses are hoping to move in terms of their academic portfolio.
Understate how much detail is involved in this document. Thank you. Any comments or questions related to Level 1 memorandum? Again, Director or Deputy Commissioner Teal, thanks for your leadership on that. Okay, we're moving into a couple of strategic priority items, and the first research update's exciting, and from having sat through the committee meeting and looking at what we're going to be listening to here this morning, it's exciting again to highlight the collaborative nature that we as a system strive to undertake, and this collaboration between the Montana Bureau of Mines and Montana Tech is certainly one that is yielding some fantastic outcomes. So would you help welcome our guests or our speakers this morning? Thank you.
I'm glad to, Mr. Chair. I'd love to have Dr. Angela Luking from Montana Tech, Dr. John Medish from the Bureau of Mines to come up. This, I think, is just a growing area of strength that you as Regents need to be aware of. So rare earth elements, critical minerals are a growing national priority, and for good reason. And Angela's going to be able to speak to that much more eloquently than I can. But you should know that Montana Tech is really becoming a regional and a national leader in important parts of this space, and that Montana's mineral reserves, Montana's other potential areas where we have recoverable rare earth elements could be a major economic boon to our state over the coming decades. In fact, next week there's going to be a critical mineral summit touring between Missoula, Bozeman, and Butte to talk about the strengths within our state, also bringing in regional partners, also bringing in national partners from the defense industry, from the White House, from other federal agencies that see strengths in our region in this area, see strengths in Montana Tech in this area that could be very important for both the university system and the state. So I'm going to turn it over to Angela and John to walk you through, I think, some very exciting developments.
Thank you, Joe. Good morning, members of the board. I wanted to spend a minute talking about critical minerals, rare earth elements, why they're important, why there are very few substitutions. And so in the upper left, I have a few examples of the use of both critical minerals and rare earths. Our friends in Lattice Materials in Bozeman, Montana, rely on germanium. Across the Montana Photonics Industrial Association, they rely heavily on neodymium and tantalum, including partners in Scientific Materials, Quantel USA, Quantum Composers, ADVR, Elemental Scientific Lasers, etc. And I'm told there are no substitutes, or when they are, there's much diminished performance in their ultimate product. The problem is these rare earth elements are sourced primarily in China, and this is not only an economic concern, a supply chain concern, it's a national security concern, and hence the interest of both the Department of Defense and White House in our meeting next week. Beyond economics and national security, there are environmental and societal impacts of the use of these minerals, and we know that all too well in Butte, Montana. I show a picture of the Berkeley pit, and I show an image of what's now going on in some of our domestic partners in Africa. So there is clearly a not in my backyard phenomenon, and we must learn to recover these sustainably and with minimal societal impact. So I wanted to highlight some uses of critical minerals and just sort of the potential and where this is headed. I've chosen an example that's near and dear to my heart, clean energy. And so on the right-hand side, I have the mineral and material requirements for the proposed 2050 transition to clean energy and both electric vehicles and renewables. Highlighted on the right in sort of the green shading are the material requirements broken down by mineral for renewable energy versus those that are not highlighted in traditional fossil-based energy. So we are truly transitioning from a fossil-based economy to a materials-based economy. A former colleague of mine calculated how much mineral and ore will be required to meet these requirements. He has here needs in terms of cubic meters of rock. Since now I'm a Bushian, I put these in terms of how many Berkeley pits we need. To meet the lithium needs for the 2050 clean energy forecast, we will have to dig 3/4 of a Berkeley pit. To meet the copper, iron, aluminum, and nickel needs, we'll need 5 to 10 Berkeley pits. So taking a step back for a minute and talking about the impact this research and these activities have on Montana Tech, we are striving to grow both our graduate and research programs. These are not in isolation. There's true coupling between research and education. Our Center for Advanced Materials Processing supports our PhD in material science, which is a collaborative degree, and our recently re-envisioned Center for Environmental Remediation and Assessment was reinvigorated to support our new PhD in Earth Science and Engineering. In addition to those PhD programs, there's tremendous opportunity for our master's and undergraduate students as well to participate in the lab and create the future. So let me quantify this a little bit. I'm not going to read this to you. You have these notes. This last fiscal year, and we pulled these numbers in February, so they're likely actually to creep up. But 20% of our graduate student tuition came from these types of projects. 74% of our equipment purchases on campus came from these projects. We had $1.4 million in IDC revenue, and at Montana Tech, that supports my salary, our full graduate school, the majority of our research office, our hazardous waste disposal, faculty startup, et cetera. There were 30 faculty and 195 staff supported on these projects this past year. $535,000 in supplemental salaries in this past year, which helps with recruitment and retention. The pie chart on the right gives you a sense of the sort of the breakdown of this research. Roughly 50%, or the red piece of pie, is the research I'm talking about, and it's managed through the Center for Advanced Materials Processing. This has been enabled through over 10 years of collaborative and joint effort, and in FY23, we're anticipated to double, if not triple, based on the opportunities that stand before us in both materials and rare earth processing. And the other thing I wanted to highlight on this slide is that this is not new. It's been going on for 10 years. Our first rare earth element project was a subcontract in 2014 that transitioned to a cooperative agreement in 2015. So Montana Tech was well ahead of the curve in rare earth element research, dating back over 10 years. This is an example of the results in the research we were doing in 2014, so it is dated, but just to give you a sense, we've been at this at Montana Tech for a decade, developing new flotation methodologies. That is the technology used for water purification at the Berkeley pit. But not only traditional, but exploring novel technologies, including ion exchange and vapor phase extraction. So this past year, we entered into our second simultaneous cooperative agreement with the Army Research Lab, and I want to read to you the vision. This agreement will utilize the state of Montana as a model to develop environmentally acceptable sources and processing methods for discovering, extracting, separating, and recycling rare earth elements, thereby laying the technological groundwork for a viable, readily implementable domestic REE supply chain. So the projects that are currently underway are divided into two categories, exploration and processing. The color coding, sort of the tan brownish ones, are the projects that are led by Montana Tech faculty. Those in green are led by research staff at the Bureau. And the one in black is an emerging project that we're having conversations currently regarding funding. But in exploration, you'll see that we're exploring mineral deposits in the Montana-Idaho alkali belt. We're using remote sensing technologies. We're looking at phosphoria, previously mined ore bodies, including abandoned mine lands, and waste. In processing, we're exploring, as I mentioned, both flotation, extraction, new methodologies, use of readily available materials, recycling of magnets and batteries, and because this is critically important to us in Butte, we're looking at the bioenvironmental compatibility of these technologies. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, John Medish, to talk about the Bureau.
Thank you. Yes, members of the board, it's a pleasure to be with you today. I thought I'd go through some of the work that the Bureau has been doing over the last several years, both in terms of getting ready for the critical commodities issues that we're facing, but geologic resources in Montana in general. Oops. So just to remind folks what the Bureau is, we're the State Geologic Survey for Montana, similar to the 48 geologic surveys throughout the U.S., very similar to the U.S. Geological Survey. Core to what we do is geologic mapping. In the upper right, upper left there, we have a cooperative mapping program with the U.S. Geological Survey, Geologic Hazards, Earthquake Studies Office, Petroleum, Geothermal. So these are several of the geology programs that we have in the Bureau. Groundwater studies funded through the legislature for the last 30 years, groundwater assessment program, groundwater investigation program, state programs like DNRC, but then also National Park Service, USGS. So we use a lot of our state funding to cooperate with federal funding. We have our own lab. We self-supporting analytical lab, mainly for the water, that empowers us really to do the kind of analyses that we want, that comply with EPA standards, that type of thing, but it gives us the freedom to really look at the kind of materials that we want to. So that includes inorganic, organic, isotope, even mineral separation. Long history of environmental studies. That was my first job back in the early 80s was Butte mine flooding and Clark Fork Superfund site. And we're still at it. We're monitoring the effects of the 100+ years of mining and 40 years of the wells and things related to mine flooding. Natural resource damage assessment, of course, we were principals in that, but also statewide, abandoned and inactive mines through the Forest Service, BLM, and that comes into play later. The one thing that we do really well, though, that separates us from typical agencies and typical even consulting firms is that we publish. We're driven by publishing what we do online, whether it's maps, whether it's reports, peer-reviewed, and covering the entire gamut of what we do. The last thing that I'll mention is mining and minerals. Of course, we curate the Mineral Museum at Montana Tech, but also data preservation and economic geology, and that's where I'll go on to my next slide. But that's what we've been working on for some time. Legislature gave us some one-time only funding over the last 3 or 4 biennium to gather up this information. People like Keene, Jim Keene, Dwayne Ankney, what good is it to have it if nobody knows you have it? Get it online. And so we've been gathering coal and mine data for quite some time in anticipation of things like this. And so when we talk about critical commodities in Montana specifically, as it turns out, you can't swing a dead cat without hitting some potential out there. What I show here are various geologic resources in Montana, just walking through those. The yellow and brown areas in eastern Montana are the coal basin. Montana has the largest coal reserve in the U.S. Work done recently in North Dakota and South Dakota have indicated, germanium concentrations, molybdenum, antimony, and rare earth elements far exceed the crustal abundance. So they're very popular right now. The thing is, it isn't in all coal. It's in Pacific coal layers and sometimes in the interburden, in the sediment between. So even though they're finding this stuff in a lot of places, it's advanced mapping and specific sampling is what's going to happen over the next several years. The blue areas that you see in western Montana, central Montana, those have been identified over the years by USGS, U.S. Bureau of Mines and Geology, as having high to moderate mineral potential in general. Generally base metals, precious metals, but rare earth critical commodities are included in that. So those are areas that are going to be looked at quite intensively over the next few years. The red dots that you see throughout Montana are abandoned inactive mines. In one of my first jobs, there are 8,000 dots on there. We gathered information on 2,000 of them that were affecting federal land, and then actually did some detailed mapping and sampling for another 200 that had high potential, all for environmental concern. But the data that we gathered about those mines, production, and mineralogy all went into our database that we've been carrying forward all these years. The red polygons that you see in southwest Montana is the Phosphoria Formation that Angela mentioned. This actually stretches into Idaho, Wyoming, and Utah. The large Permian Basin, as they call it, sedimentary rocks, very high rare earth elements in some of the layers of the Phosphoria in Idaho. In Montana, we haven't sampled it yet. So it's going to be specific layers and specific areas within that formation that we'll find. So we've got a lot of sampling to do for that. And then if you'll notice along the Montana-Idaho border there, the yellow stars. Those are known deposits. They're called alkalic type intrusions, granitic intrusion that are known to have rare earth elements quite high. Sheep Creek is one in particular, but several of these deposits are known along stretch from Wyoming well into Canada. And they haven't really been sampled that well because up until recently, rare earths were just kind of an oddity for most of these things. So that's going to be a pretty interesting prospect as well. And of course, sampling is a big part of what we've been doing and what we will be doing, but there's a lot more to it than that. Just one more slide here. There's always that request, I want a map with an X on it so I can dig there. This is pretty close. What we're doing here is basically putting together the data from past production, some of our sampling data, preliminary. And so with this map, this is the heat map. At the north end is Helena, the south end is a little bit south of Butte, and then from Three Forks on over to Deer Lodge. And it's basically that gray area is the Boulder Batholith. And that was one of those blue areas that I showed in the previous slides. And so what we've got is a heat map that shows concentration and density of critical commodities constrained by rock type and other commodities. So we took the 5 top highest concentration production at each one of these sites and then contoured that by density and whatnot. So you can see where Butte obviously ends up being a very hot spot. Basin Boulder, traditionally a lot of production of these critical commodities in Basin Boulder. But what you also start seeing is some of these areas that might be looked at. And so this is the kind of thing that will drive our exploration program, is to take existing data, do a little bit of preliminary sampling, and then this will drive the direction that we go. I think that's all I have.
Thank you so much, Angela. Thank you, John. Regents, I think my summary here is that this is both a really excellent strength of Montana Tech's, that the work that the Bureau does makes it so that investors, companies looking to recover rare earth elements in Montana have the know-how, have the ground mapping to have a place to start. The work that Tech's research program is doing is thinking about how do we recover those elements sustainably and in an environmentally appropriate way. And it's going to be increasingly an important topic for the nation, for the world, for our supply chains, for our national security, and it's getting some extreme national attention. And the part that I most appreciate, Angela, is how it connects to the opportunities for Montana Tech students and for students in our geology programs and our mining engineering programs in terms of jobs and opportunities in Montana longer term. So happy to open up if there are any questions from Regents or others on this presentation.
Chair Rogers.
Thank you so much, Chair Buchanan. Thanks for bringing forward this presentation. I'm so glad to have learned a little bit new today, and just wanted to express gratitude. I mean, it's so exciting to hear about the work that you're doing. We know that we're really good at mining here in Montana, and having the best practices available so that we can do it the right way the first time is really exciting, and then making sure that we're on the forefront of what's coming next. I guess the only question I have for you is, as you continue down this pathway, are there any resources or support the board could consider that could be helpful?
Our biggest challenge right now is bandwidth. And many of you heard my story. I grew up academically in Penn State, and I've never been in a room with so many opportunities thrown at me with so few hands to catch them. and so we have recently implemented a definition of a research faculty at Montana Tech to expand our bandwidth. And that's our strategy. Our next issue to tackle is really space and how space is allocated. So I don't exactly know how the board can help, but those are the two challenges that we're addressing right now.
Thank you. Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Chair. I just have more of a general comment, having kind of asked a number of different questions during our pre-committee meeting. But my comment is, you know, there's a lot of conversation about the value proposition of higher education, and how in some ways the narrative has slipped a little bit from higher education. And as we sort of engage deeper on how to sort of boost the perspectives on what we're delivering to our communities, a lot of the conversation is on, and appropriately so, on labor market outcomes and economic outcomes for the students that go through our doors. But this presentation kind of gets to something that is often not talked about higher education. I mean, Angela hit it right at the very beginning. This is about economics. This is about national security. This is about environmental sustainability. These are all very much cutting edge things and policy items that are driving a lot of national discussions. And we have this resource at Montana Tech and across the system that is, pun intended, a gem, right? And I think if we can tell more of these stories, in addition to telling the stories about the experience of our alumni, I think we'll have more influence on the conversation about value proposition in higher education. I'm just so thrilled. I couldn't pronounce anything in this slide deck. But we have that expertise, and I just really appreciate all the work that you're doing and coming up and sharing your experiences and the impact with us. Thank you.
Very well said. Any other comments? I would just dovetail. I mean, you look at the maps of the reserves that we have, and we should be the national leader in preparing for the sustainable extraction of this. And can't thank you enough for the way we collaborate and demonstrate the yields from that collaboration. Thank you. We'll get you back here again. Great 10 years so far. We'll look forward to the next 10 at least. Appreciate your time and your work. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Well said, Regent Lozar. This next item, I'm really excited to hear from our panel. You know, meeting healthcare needs in the broader state and critical spaces is an ongoing challenge, and I just think this is a really neat move forward. So, Deputy Commissioner Teal, if you'd allow me to welcome Dr. Erickson, Dr. Shelby, and Dr. McLean to the table for a conversation. It's great to see you, Dr. Erickson, again. Thanks for making the trip. And Dr. Shelby, it's a pleasure to have you here this morning. I bet we can have this kicked off by Dr. McLean.
Thank you so much, Regent Buchanan, members of the board. Great to be with you again this morning. I have the privilege of presenting two agenda items. The first one is one that we have been working on for a very long time, and it is one that I think truly exemplifies the fact that the conversation around American Indian student success belongs to all of us. And in this case, that conversation has extended to our WWAMI partners. And there are a couple of other things that I would like you to know before I turn it over to Dr. Erickson and to Dr. Shelby. First off, this post-bac that we're about to learn more in regards to is not your typical post-baccalaureate program. The end goal of students who would successfully matriculate through this opportunity is an interview with the WWAMI Admissions Committee. Second, students from all of our campuses across the state can participate in this opportunity. And then ideally, our cohorts will be small but strong because the opportunities presented to them are unique to them. Additionally, as the last several years in this regard have played out and this program has been developed, it has been vetted with stakeholders at the tribal council level, at the tribal college level. It has been vetted in our office at the deputy commissioner and the cabinet level, and you're going to hear more about that vetting. And then finally, there is a compelling need for what you're about to hear. And to learn more about that, I would turn it over to my colleagues with whom I have had the privilege of working arm in arm to get this to this place, to have this conversation with you, because we are less than a year from seeing our very first cohort in this remarkable program that we believe serves a labor market need, Regent Lozar, and also will serve our American Indian students in a remarkable way. And with that, I am pleased to introduce Dr. Jay Erickson and Dr. Jane Shelby.
Thank you very much for the privilege and honor to present our ideas about this program to you this morning. My name is Jane Shelby. I have a long history of medical research and medical education, starting at the University of Utah, where I was a tenured professor of surgery doing medical research. I came to Montana State University and was the interim executive director of the Division of Health Sciences, and WWAMI was one of the programs in that division when I came up in 2009. That's how I met Dr. Erickson, and we began discussions about how can we increase the number of American Indian students matriculating into medical school, and Dr. Erickson will tell you some of the urgent needs for that. I went on to Alaska, to UAA in Anchorage, and I was the foundation's dean for WWAMI in Alaska for almost 7 years. I came back in 2019 and we resumed our conversations about this. At the time that I was there, almost 7 years, we matriculated a dozen Alaska Native students into the program. And I did that by throwing the doors open and being very welcoming and loud about my desire to have more students come into the program. And it worked. So that's my background. I'm back here now. I live in Bozeman, and we've been working on this again since 2019.
Thanks, Dr. Shelby. So again, I'm glad to be back before you. Madam Chair, Commissioner, members of the Board of Regents, we're happy to be here and talk about this program. And my background, I think you know, I'm the WWAMI Clinical Dean. I've been in that position now for almost 19 years, so I oversee all the clinical aspects of the WWAMI program. I do also want to just tell you that we are Montana's medical school. We just are celebrating 50 years of medical education in Montana. There's been a lot of press about the first medical schools in Montana in the last couple of years, but we've been here a long time. We plan to be here into the future. So, again, setting the stage, I think many of the regents may know, but not everybody, again, about the health disparities present in our tribal communities in the state. They've been present for a long time. They're still present, and they really deserve being addressed. And just a few statistics, you know, on average, reservation and tribal members live 20 years less than non-tribal members in this state. And it's gotten worse, post-COVID. And, it's not something we can stand by and not think about addressing. I think it's also very clear that when you're a healthcare provider and you're delivering care, that if you're the patient and your provider looks like you have much better health outcomes. And that's been studied for years. And so, again, understanding that and also understanding that, our tribal communities have much higher incidences of, heart disease, cancer, respiratory illnesses. It just goes sort of on and on. And so we've understood that, and we've watched in the WWAMI program as we have students that come and matriculate with us and apply with us, but we've just sort of waited for students to show up on our doorstep. It's sort of the traditional trickle-down theory. You get a few good applicants, and some years we have many matriculates, some years 0. This coming year, we're looking at the admissions. We have one really outstanding applicant from Browning, a Blackfoot student, and we lost another student to an out-of-state school because they can offer full ride scholarships. We don't have that ability. So again, we are looking at being intentional about developing a program that provides support for students entering into medical school. Just another statistic, since 1980, most every minority has increased its number of matriculates into medical school significantly, some as high as 60 to 70%. During that time, the number of Native American matriculates into medical school have actually decreased by 30%. So it's really the population, and the American Association of Medical Colleges understands this and had a position paper a few years ago sort of trying to think about working with the American Indian physicians to address this disparity. So we started the TRUST program back in 2008. It's TRUST stands for Targeted Rural Underserved Track. It's supported by WWAMI and OCHI, and it was really focused on getting the right students into medical school and returning them to rural areas. It's a long pipeline. We're starting to see results. We now have 53% of our graduates of the TRUST program returning to rural communities. So we really see that developing a post-baccalaureate program that's focused on the American Indian student is a focused approach, and you need to be intentional. You just can't wait for students to show up at your doorstep. The other thing you'll see in rural communities as well as tribal communities is students just don't have mentoring. It's much different going to a K through 12 school in Helena, Bozeman, Missoula than it is on a rural reservation community. You don't have mentors, you don't have AP courses, there's not a strong STEM educational model in those high schools. So there's just lots of barriers that these students have to overcome. Next slide, please. So the planning of the program really started, as we've talked about, in 2019. Dr. Shelby and I this is a passion of ours. We just really see that in order to sort of change the dial, you need to be intentional. And what we saw is that there were a number of students that were making applications, but the applications were not strong, they were not well prepared. And this is not a unique program to do a post-baccalaureate program focusing on a minority population. They've been done around the country with different populations. If you're in an urban setting, your minority population is going to be different than it is in Montana. But even other schools around the country have had focused post-baccalaureate programs for American Indian students. So we looked at that and really felt like with Montana having 8% of our population American Indian and having really an amazing, we see that, the amazing outcomes that MSU, U of M, and our other schools have with educating American Indian students and how we're really a beacon, really around the western U.S. for students to come and educate, that WWAMI needs to be that sort of beacon for medical education. So we looked at a number of programs around the country. Next slide, please. And worked with looking at their curriculums and what they've done to be successful. Two of them, one is at North Dakota, they have an InMed program, and at OHSU, they have Way East, which is a center of excellence for medical education. And they were very, very helpful in sharing what they've done to be successful in terms of pre-matriculation programs for American Indian students. We've met with all these folks listed on the slides to gather their input and listen to what they've done and would really sort of envision for our program. And just, again, everybody we talk to feels like this is the right program at the right time. We work with a number of American Indian students that we matriculate or that are looking to matriculate, and sort of listening to what their needs have been. We've worked with the WWAMI faculty and leadership to help develop this program. You may or may not know, but the Director of Admissions for the University of Washington School of Medicine is Leanna Muski, and she's a enrolled member of the Salish and Kootenai tribes and lives in Polson, Montana. So a Montana MSU grad, is now the admissions dean for our School of Medicine, and she still practices with tribal health in Polson, but she's been very, very supportive and understands where we're headed. Next slide, please. So again, you know, the focus of this program is going to be looking at students, and really when we look at it, what we see is we see sort of students who may have struggled in undergraduates and need some additional graduate level science courses, students who have second careers, have been out, maybe a teacher working and decide to come back to medicine. And so these are sort of our cohort that we're looking at. You know, we certainly have some students, American Indian students, that are excellent academically, but what we often see, this is, you may or may not know this, is that they go out east to school. The Eastern Ivy League schools snap them up, and if they are interested in medicine, they don't come back and go to medical school here. They stay out east. So that's not going to be the student we're looking for. We're looking for the student that is here, is gone to one of our schools in state, works here, lives here, has a sense of community, and we want to work with them to sort of develop their application so that they can be successful. I think one of the things to look at is this no-cost opportunity, and Dr. Shelby will talk a little bit about that, because what we've seen is that many of these students end up being, we have one now that's really the matriarch of her family, and she's going to medical school, and there's been so much on her shoulders as she's gone through medical school, especially the loss during COVID. And the family looking to her to provide support, and at the same time she's trying to be a successful medical student. So that support is really, really important, and developing that sense of community is important. So next slide, please. So briefly, eligibility is pretty clear. You know, we're looking for students with these attributes. The other thing I think what we found really exciting about the program is having this decentralized model. So many of these students are place-bound, right? So, you know, they may already be established in Missoula or Bozeman or in Billings, and so if they can continue to do this post-bac where they're place-bound, and then we'll sort of show what the curriculum will look like, that really works well for our state. You know, again, we're a large state with really distributive models of education, and we want to sort of support that as well. So I'm going to stop here and let Dr. Shelby discuss the curriculum a bit.
Yes, next slide, please. Oh, no, we're good. So we're looking at students entering our program, and we will sit down with them and very carefully go over their academic preparation, see if they have deficiencies in the sciences, the classes that they could take at MSU or U of M, or there's classes that would augment their preparation, perhaps a genetics class that they hadn't had before, et cetera. So each student will have a customized program in terms of the courses. And then the program itself will have courses and seminar sessions that will emphasize foundational biomedical science, health disparities, epidemiology, and also we will foster study skills. The program courses and seminars will be delivered online and in person at 4 retreat sessions that we have each year, where we bring the students together and along with American Indian physician mentors and faculty and others to develop this cohort of community for the students as they go through. Next slide. And so here's a curriculum map that's a draft and shows you the green columns are when we would have retreats. So we would start off with a retreat for the students in the program and faculty and mentors. And then they would have an introduction to medicine, population health, epidemiology. The science of medicine will be a big component so that they're not blindsided when they start medical school with how much we ask them. Study skills, opportunities for research, or they could take classes, and then clinical shadowing. It's very difficult for students to get into a doctor's office and shadow and learn the different specialties, so we would help them with that. And also monthly seminars with the clinical dean. And it's 3 semesters, summer, autumn, and spring. And as I said, we'd have 4 different retreats. Next slide. So we would also send them to a national meeting. The Association of American Indian Physicians is a wonderful meeting for students who are American Indian to meet other students in the country who are medical students, and also they have many programs for students and help encouragement. We will make sure each student has mentorship with an American Indian physician, either here in Montana or there's a number of them at the University of Washington School of Medicine in Seattle, all of whom are eager to help with this program. There will be tuition waivers for any classes that they take at either university. There's no cost of the program activities for the students. And also we will provide a living stipend because many of these students who are supportive leaders of their families have to work to support, and that's difficult to take difficult classes while you're having to put in a lot of hours of work. So we would provide a living stipend. So most of the funding for this program would go to the students. That's the biggest part of the funding. Next slide, please. So the outcome, the goal is to get them an opportunity to interview with the Montana WWAMI Admissions Committee. So successful completion of the program would end with that interview invitation for consideration of acceptance into UW School of Medicine. And they need to receive a minimum score of MCAT, 495. We also have in place an idea of how we could provide MCAT preparation to the students so that they can do just as good as possible on that. And then if they successfully complete all course and program requirements, then they would be offered the interview. This is our advisory board. These folks have been extremely helpful. So Neil Sunroads is a family medicine physician in Browning. He's also a WWAMI clinical faculty member, Arapahoe Wind River. Steve Williamson is the IHS Billings Chief Medical Officer, Blackfeet, and he was a student of yours way back when. Leanna Musquist, as Dr. Erickson said, is Salish Kootenai, and she is the Dean for Admissions for the school. Dr. Snell Crow Cinnabone, he is the director of Rocky Mountain Tribal Leaders Council and was very enthusiastic about this. Dr. Yarlett is the president of Bighorn College. And then we have some other folks that are in higher ed. So this is our advisory committee. We will also form a community advisory committee as we visit every community in Montana. We have promised the tribal college leaders that we would come and visit them, and we would visit with their students and their faculty and their counselors to plant the seed for these students. This is a path for a career if you're interested in medicine. And that will be ongoing, something that we do every year to try to make awareness and also build the pipeline for this program. Next slide, please. And the administration will be Dr. Erickson and myself. Within 2 years of operation, an American Indian physician will be recruited as director with the intent that this will be an American Indian led and largely mentored, and many of the faculty will be American Indian, to build that sense of community for pathways to medicine in Montana for American Indian students. Next slide. I'll let you take this.
Yeah, so this is our last slide, but again, we had a planning grant from the Montana Healthcare Foundation, and they were very helpful to get us sort of off the ground. I would say COVID put a bit of a wrench in terms of going out and doing visits and sort of slowed process a bit, but we've been working with writing grants to private foundations. We're also working with the University of Washington Foundation is looking to try and find us a significant donor for implementation. So we're out right now, like I say, looking to do the implementation phase. We would hope to launch in 2024. Again, as Dr. Shelby said, we're sort of the Johnny Appleseeds. We're planting the seed, we're getting the funding, but we really want this to be, American Indian physician-led and coordinator-led, and the vision is to make the Montana WWAMI program really a beacon and a community for American Indian medical education, and so that students from the time they're in elementary and middle school have the mentorship and the desire to think about a career in healthcare and especially medicine. And there just hasn't been that focus before, and so we really feel like getting this program going, getting it into WWAMI will be the start of moving the ecosystem back down, as well as the ecosystem up in terms of recruitment of physicians back to the state and working on retention, and then eventually, teaching that next generation. So we think that, being intentional is what it takes, and I think that the need's there, it's not changing, and we need to step up and do something, and this is the start of that. So I think we'll stop there and entertain questions.
Thank you so much, Jay and Jane. And one of the words that I think you heard embedded in the presentation was intentionality several times. They started with that, although you hear it from me every time I come to the podium. We have the data dashboard, our AIMA recommendations and action plans, the EFA course, the WWAMI AIMA postback, all part of your intentionality to better serve American Indian students. And one of the things that came up in the committee call was perhaps some opportunities to work with the folks at IHS. And so we have visited with Regent Lozar, and we plan a post-regental meeting with our group around that. And so we would turn it over to you, Mr. Chair, and members of the board, to see if you would have any questions or thoughts for us as we move this initiative forward. Thank you.
Excellent presentation, excellent effort. Thank you for the work put behind it. Regent Lozar.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. A great presentation. I think you guys did a really good job of building the problem statement and then going into communities to listen, to learn, what might a program look like that would serve American Indian communities. So I very, very much appreciate the background and getting tribal perspectives. One thing we didn't talk about in the committee that came up today was that this isn't unique. There are other places that are doing this type of work, which is important. I think we always ask that question as Regents: is have you looked beyond our borders for best practices? And I think I heard North Dakota and maybe Oklahoma. And really looking at your last slide around funding and sustainable funding, I'm curious if you could talk about how those programs have been funded and if there's anything that we can learn.
Yeah, I can talk to that a little bit about funding. There's been a lot of federal effort around this, and for example, the North Dakota program is called InMed, Indians into Medicine, something like that. But it's a federally funded program, and they actually, they've been funded for like 20 years by the feds, and they actually include the state of Montana as part of their funding grant, right? So, and I would say, you know, up until the last 2 years, we never saw InMed in our state, but they could certainly write our name into the grant. The current leadership is quite good and quite collaborative, and it's been a different model. And but again, sort of the focus is getting students back to North Dakota to be a part of their programs. But that's a federal program. The other program that we've had large discussions with is at Oregon Health and Sciences University in Portland, Oregon. They received, again, a federal grant called the Centers of Excellence Grant. We aren't eligible for that, but it's really helped with their sustainability funding, those federal grants. We've certainly been I get the weekly outlook in terms of federal opportunities, but there's really nothing at this point for us in terms of federal funding. But you know, the long-term sustainability is key to the success of this program.
Great question. Thank you for the response. Regent Dombrowski.
Hi, Dr. Erickson. Nice to see you. I just have to say that this has really been a conversation that's happened in the healthcare setting in Montana for a long time, and it's wonderful to see it come to fruition in this way. And I have considered that WWAMI is our medical school, and we have benefited from the efforts of the previous 50 years and would anticipate that this is going to meet a demand that we have been sorely lacking and sorely asking about. I guess I just have to sort of follow along with Regent Lozar's question. The funding is worrisome, but I also do know that under Dr. Erickson's leadership, WWAMI has found funding for many efforts in the past that have proved successful and sustainable. So I would ask that you keep us posted on that particular work, because it is definitely part of the ecosystem that we need to be in support of. Thank you.
Thank you for that. How do we wrap up more admiration for WWAMI's credibility, and to think of broadening participation for underserved communities is not a surprise to us at all. Thank you very much for the hard work, and as Regent Dombrowski stated, we'd sure love to be kept in the loop as it progresses, and anywhere we can lean in and push, count on us to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay and Jane. Thank you very much.
Dr. McLean, thank you. We're down to our final item on the agenda this morning. We're coming up against the end of the time for our allotted meeting, so thank you for helping us wrap this up.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we are the last item on the ARSA agenda, and it is, I think, worth the wait. It is about the Montana educator recruitment and retention landscape, and I would invite Dr. Curtis Smeby and Dr. Esty Aiken to join me for this brief presentation this morning. It is brief, but it will be mighty and full of good nuggets that you can take away. The first one that I will start with is that we have in Montana 10 four-year educator prep programs. 5 of them are Montana University system ed prep programs, and they are doing a remarkable job. In fact, more than 90% of all of the student completers in ed prep programs come from out of those 5. So I want to commend each of our faculty and staff in each of those programs across the state. Additionally, what I'd like to highlight during this conversation this morning is that we have, since 2016, turned over every stone and come up with every innovative solution that we could think of and successfully fund in an effort to help our K-12 schools mitigate their needs to find appropriately licensed teachers for every single classroom. If you were to look at an Excel sheet provided by any of our national partners of who has what in any level as far as educator recruitment and retention needs, you might find folks who have a few things. But Montana right now is home to a Master's of Arts in Teaching. Montana is home to 2+2s in education. We are home to a residency program as a result of the strong partnership with the Office of Public Instruction, and we are home to Grow Your Own initiatives and so much more all across our EPPs in the Montana University system. And the area that I'd like to start with now is the Grow Your Own program, funded by House Bill 403 as a result of the 2021 legislative session. And we rolled that out pretty quickly and to, I think, great success. We have right now 3 programs that we celebrated in this very room on March 28th, and we had students come across the stage and get their certificates from our office. And we recognize students who were Blackfeet Community College students, but were high school students in the Browning Public Schools, and their program was the Native Early Educators in Training. Our second program is the Great Falls College Montana State University partnership, and they will train students right on this campus once again this Saturday, all day if you're interested in joining and seeing what the future of classroom instruction looks like. And we thank you for that great partnership. And then finally, last year we had the opportunity to showcase so much of what was going on at Montana State University Northern with the Teachers of Promise pathway. And I don't want to get out ahead of Curtis Smeby or out ahead of the Chancellor, but their program was featured prominently on a PBS special regarding the impact around educator recruitment and retention. And it was featured not only on PBS Montana, but also PBS at the national level. And so with that, to talk a little bit about the Teachers of Promise pathway, I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Curtis Smeby, who is the founder of that program.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I just want to note and thank Chancellor Kegel for his vision to pursue this, and our interim provost, Dr. Reif Snyder, in helping this work together. I was on the OPI website this morning, actually, a few minutes ago, 1,100 plus positions opening for teachers across the state. This morning, in about 2.5 hours, there were 35 new postings. Projections are 600 to 850 openings this fall. Teachers of Promise pathway is a small step, and it's a long, intentional step to getting students that are in high school on a pathway to become teachers. Just for a few data points is that we have this year 114 students enrolled in the program, some face-to-face in Havre, and some face-to-face in Great Falls. The rest are online. And that's pretty significant because the target was for rural communities and for indigenous communities. So we're trying to meet those needs. Another innovation is that in Havre and a couple other places, we're doing paraprofessionals. Students or paraprofessionals that are in the program, they start working in the morning or afternoon as a senior in high school. They're paid. They're as a para, and they're on that pathway. I think that's a pretty important piece. The future of our teacher corps are in high schools already. We just have to ask them and identify, have you thought about becoming a teacher? Then start the process. And we do that through pathway, dual credit, general education, core offerings, face-to-face and online. Lastly, student paraprofessionals are good for the high school paraprofessional themselves, good for the administration of the elementary school, good for the partnering teacher, they have another person in the room, and good for the students themselves in that first, second, third, fourth, fifth grade classroom. I appreciate your time and be happy to answer questions about the program at a later date.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smeby. And one of the highlights that they featured prominently on the PBS series was that these high school students are paying into TRS if they're these paraprofessionals. So I think that's pretty extraordinary. So now if we could move now onto another opportunity that you did have the privilege of learning more about from the Office of Public Instruction. And this was a conversation that we were invited to the table around February of 2022, and our campuses came to the table, rolled up our sleeves, and said, how can we be a part of this conversation? The residency was rolled out, and I think at one of our last reports, I posted that we had 18 residents. 16 of them were placed out of the University of Montana Western, and the other 2 out of the University of Montana. Because they were so successful in rolling this out, we worked with our office and the folks at the University of Montana Western, including Esty and Dr. McLean and Cheryl Allen from the Office of Public Instruction, on a well-crafted MOU so that we could continue this successful work and have that housed at the University of Montana Western. And so for that conversation, I would like to introduce you to Dr. Esty Aiken.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, thank you for allowing me this time. It's my honor to represent the University of Montana Western. I've prepared my comments in order to stay on point. Given time to talk about the great things going on at the University of Montana Western, I could go on and on. Today, though, I've been asked to tell you more about the unique partnership we are pursuing with the Office of Public Instruction in implementing the Montana Teacher Residency Demonstration Project. In the current school year, as you've just heard, we were able to place 18 residents across the state, 2 from UM and 16 from Western. Students were placed in Browning, Lodgegrass, Missoula County, Poplar, Pryor, Townsend, Trout Creek, Victor, and Wolf Point. As I'm sure you can tell from this list of participating communities, the residency is supporting teacher recruitment and retention in parts of our state that are in real need. Not only is the program supporting the state, it is supporting our students. Residents have been paired with teacher leaders who have provided exceptional modeling and support that far exceeds what students typically get in a 12-week student teaching experience. As we move into the second year of the demonstration project, Western has entered into an intergovernmental service agreement to serve as the hub in the newly developed hub and spoke model. We are working closely with all the educator preparation programs in the state to recruit and place as many residents as possible. Simultaneously, OPI is recruiting host school districts. We will continue to recruit students and school districts throughout the summer. The total investment in each resident is up to $23,000 per year. Additionally, residents receive support from school districts. This unique partnership between educator prep programs and local districts creates an opportunity to recruit and retain high-quality teachers in responsive, place-based ways. The Residency Demonstration Project fully aligns with the strategic plan of the MUS and supports all 3 of the plan's goals. I'd like to thank Angela McLean and Joe Teal for their hands-on support in this work. As we look ahead, we are excited about the potential of House Bill 833 in moving this work forward well beyond the initial demonstration project. Thank you, and I'd welcome questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aiken. And then to move into how all of this comes together for an effort where we recently partnered with the Department of Labor and Industry to write a multi-million-dollar grant so that we could take the Teachers of Promise pathway and plug it into a pre-apprenticeship, and then take our 2+2 models that have been widely successful all across the state and continue to grow those, take our Masters of Arts of Teaching program through Montana State University, where folks matriculate in 1 year with only 10 days on campus, and then they can get a license the following year, and then finally taking our UM Western OPI Educator Residency program and plugging each of them into an educator apprenticeship program. And I just checked before I came up to the podium. In March, there were 16 states that had educator apprenticeship programs. I imagine that number will grow significantly after these grant awards, and I hope that we are among those who could be among the 17th. And so what you have here, I think, is innovation at work and really an opportunity for our campuses to take a look and make sure that they've left no stone unturned. And I think with this next step, they have definitely done that and really gotten to us, Montana, to an even better place when it comes to meeting the needs of our K-12 partners. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would turn it over to you and to the members of the board to see if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from members of the board? Great presentation. Ms. Aiken and Mr. Smeby, thank you so much for the work you're doing, intentionality. We're responding to workforce needs and educating our kids appropriately. We appreciate your time. Great presentation, Dr. McLean. With that, we wrap up the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. I pass back the gavel, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Buchanan. We're going to have a very quick break, meet back here at 10:50, and then we'll begin public comment. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience. Wonderful. Now we will move on to our public comment period. Since this is a public meeting, I will now call for any public comment. Public comment may be offered on items on this meeting's agenda or on any matter not on the agenda but under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. Written public comment may also be sent to Jasmine Casanovas at jcasanovas@montana.edu. To allow us to give everyone a chance to comment, please limit your comment to 3 minutes. First, we'll take in-person public comment. Is there any in-person public comment? Any in-person public comment? Okay, seeing no in-person comment. Jasmine, is there any online public comment?
We do. Emily, you can now unmute and give your public comment.
Hi there, everyone. So I hope that you guys are having a great meeting. I'm here as the editor-in-chief of the Montana Kaimin. And I'm just here talking about how we would like to encourage you to vote yes on our $3 additional fee that we have as part of the ASUM fees at the University of Montana. And I also wanted to just implore you, I know that you guys got our package that we put together with testimonials and our data to demonstrate our financial need yesterday, and I really implore you to look at that before you take that vote. It has a lot of voices from people who used to work on the Kaimin and also people who currently work on the Kaimin about its importance and its value and why we could really use this fee increase. I've worked there for the last 2 years, and it's been the single most rewarding experience that I've had in college. And I just really want to be able to afford my fellow journalism students and other media arts students that same opportunity, because a lot of them have had to say no to working there just because the wages aren't sufficient to make a living off of. I know I work 2 jobs during the semester, even though I give many hours to the Kaimin, and most of my coworkers are in the same boat. So passing that fee increase would allow that to not happen and allow this staple of both the UM community and also the Missoula community to continue in perpetuity. It would also allow us to expand into more ventures like video and audio that are the future of journalism, which I feel like is more important for our students in the J School at UM now more than ever. And yeah, just in general, we haven't had a fee increase since 2016, and the world has changed a lot then, and the importance of journalism is even more apparent since then with everything that's happened in the past few years. And we really want to be able to prepare students to enter that world in their future careers. We were just nominated or awarded by the Society of Professional Journalists as the best college publication in the Northwest. So I feel like Montana should take pride in the fact that we have this resource that gets us so ready for our careers and should help invest in it. And our students voted to help invest in it in the last ASUM election. So I'm just really hoping that you guys levy your support for the $3 increase that we want to have to our fee in full, so we can continue paying our students what they deserve and continue getting them so ready for their careers to go work at places like the Chicago Tribune and the Austin Statesman, are where 2 of our reporters are working right now, and just all across the country. So thank you so much. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Emily. And if you're still there, can you just state your name for the record, your last name for the record as well?
Yes, it's a little complicated. So it's Emily Cheddar. It's Tschetter.
That was a good one. Thank you so much for your comment, Emily. Any other online public comment?
We do not.
Okay. And just one more time, any in-person public comment? Okay, well, that will now close our public comment period, and we will now move on to our committee reports and action. I will note that Regent Bao had to step out, but he is joining us remotely, so he'll be voting remotely with us. Our 2-year and community college committee did not have any action items, so I will move on to our budget administrative and audit committee. First, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda for the budget committee. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Regent Dabrowski. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Discussion from the campuses? And any public comment on the consent agenda for the budget committee? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Next, we'll move on to the action agenda for the budget committee. First, we'll start with item A, the 2025 biennial budget recommendations. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Regent Lozar. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Discussion from campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Aye.
The motion passes. On to action item B, our request for authorization to increase the student health and dental fee in support of wellness operations at MSU. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Southworth. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Okay, and now moving on to item C, the request for authorization to increase the ASUM student fees. I will entertain a motion to approve this item.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Blossom. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Please, Regent Blossom.
Thanks, Chair Rogers. I'd love to explore a little bit more about the election results from students supporting these fees. I know there's some ASUM leaders in the crowd that I'd love to invite up to the table for a quick couple questions. Thank you so much. Once again, thanks for being here day 2. I know a lot of you are the up-and-coming ASUM leaders, so I appreciate trying to sort of understand the past year and answer questions as best you can to it. Just kind of curious about the election results from these 3 fees. Obviously, you know, seeing the transportation fee pass with flying colors at over 90%, and the Kyman fee and the ASUM fee coming in with some pretty narrow margins, just over 50%. Just kind of curious from your perspective, like what, you know, maybe are the reasons that these came in so slim. One interesting thing to kind of think about, you know, if you consider the students that voted in this election as representative of all the students at the University of Montana. I as a recent graduate from the Montana University system, did some statistical analysis to see like how confident, you know, can we be that the population as a whole supports these fees. And so kind of the industry standards, you want about 95% confidence in that. And running the stats on this, it comes in at about 70%, just from a pure like stats perspective. So just kind of, you know, curious, help us get to a yes vote on this, and you know, why do you think this was such a narrow margin, and you know, why do you believe that it's still so important for students?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question, Regent Blossom. Yeah, I'll be really frank that we had a lot of roadblocks in running this fee. We really didn't have any choice but to run it, just operationally, looking at our budget and how we will be able to maintain the organization that we have had in the past and are hoping to continue in the future with our agencies. First of all, it was one of 3 fee increases on the ballot, and so we start to ask a lot of students when we're asking a lot of students when we're trying to ask for 3 different fee increases. And I think that just bare bones, brass tacks, this looked the least appealing compared to like, here's exactly what you'll see with transportation and here's exactly what you'll see with the Kaiman compared to we're trying to maintain ASUM. And in that same vein, the wording of our fee on the ballot made it look as though we were expanding ASUM, which was a misrepresentation in my opinion and our opinion collectively. We are solely running the fee to maintain what we have as ASUM. As you're aware, ASUM has to abide by the increased pay plan, and that's a fee that ASUM has to front from our budget. There are a lot of different agencies that ASUM supports that we've been able to support really well. We run a bare necessities program, which helps with food insecure students, homeless students, even students that are on the brink of dropping out because they're just so vulnerable. And that's a really important aspect of ASUM. We also are one of the only organizations to house a child care program, which is really, really unique. And we provide child care for students and staff and faculty. We just have a lot going on under our agency that we have to run this fee by. So I think it's less appealing to students, that back end in the thick of it budgeting, compared to, hey, we want to hire more transportation drivers. We want to be able to support the students working at the Kaiman. I think that there's just a lot more that goes into that than you can put in a couple lines that goes before students on a ballot. Hopefully I answered that relatively accurately.
Definitely did. There's a couple other questions I had that actually were answered in that. So that pretty well sums up my questions. I guess I think that's a really good explanation for the ASUM fee. Thinking about the Kaiman fee, you kind of mentioned that is a little bit more understandable in the amount of characters you have to put on a ballot. Like, can you speak to that a little bit of why do you think that was so narrow? And also maybe on that one, is this an expansion of services or is this just kind of adjusting for inflationary costs?
Sure. I mean, thank you for the question. I think it's really similar to what we've seen across the board at this meeting about inflation's just really kind of forcing our hand in having to up fees and up these different costs that we see in the university system as a whole. And so I think that the Kaiman was able to accurately represent that because they are run by students, employed by students, and their employee demographic is primarily students. And so I think that that's really easy to get behind. But when you look at our staff in ASUM, where we have people who have established careers in our organization and student employees, I think, again, the message doesn't come across as clearly that we are as big of an organization as we are to students. I think they see us as a student government, and it's not as easy to relay how far that fee really does go within our organization. Another big concern that wasn't expressly written on our ballot is that we've been funding student groups more than the $6 per student of our fee allocation that the board requires. And if this fee doesn't pass, we won't be able to fund our student groups any more than that $6 that's required by the board, which would drastically cut the amount that we're able to fund our student groups. And to be really frank, in our last final budgeting that we just finished, student groups are already not happy with what the projections are for next year because we've had to cut back so much from that already. And so it really is distressing to think about what that could look like moving forward if we have to cut back so far there in our student-centered agencies, and specifically with the student groups. Coming back from COVID, we've just only seen growth in our student groups and the numbers of that drastically. And I know that Business Manager Wyatt Balius can speak to that a little bit more, but we have more and more students wanting to join student groups, wanting to start student groups. And with that exponential increase, we have to be able to have the money to support them that way, more so than the $6 that we already have to allocate. So I'll let Wyatt talk about that.
Yeah, so I'll just say that back in fiscal year 2022, we had a really large take back because of COVID years. We had fewer student groups, essentially no travel by student groups. So the money that went unspent went back into our fund in fiscal year 2022. We were able for the past few years then apply that to our student groups in past fiscal years, but we're no longer able to rely upon that. So moving forwards, we need a fee increase in order to fulfill the needs of these student groups. They're not wants for the student groups. This is just like the bare bones needs for these groups to keep functioning. So in order to maintain the levels of support that we currently offer to students, as President Bell mentioned, it's absolutely vital that we have this fee increase.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Very robust explanation. Yeah, definitely recognize that y'all are doing a lot with a very limited amount of resources and really appreciate that. I think with that explanation, I certainly have no problem giving a yes vote to this fee. I'll open it up if there's any other board members that would like to ask any questions, but really appreciate it. Thanks so much. Yeah.
Great questions, Regent Blossom, and thank you for those answers. Any other discussion from members of the board? So on this item, item C, request to increase the ASUM student fees. Any other discussion from the campuses? And any other public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Chair Rogers. I apologize. We had a late hand raise on public comment.
Thank you for catching that, Jasmine. Please go ahead.
Emily, you can now unmute and provide your comment.
Hey, thank you. I know that you guys were just about to vote. I just wanted to address some of Norris's concerns about the Kaiman fee in particular passing in kind of a narrow margin. I'm glad that there was the opportunity to do so before you guys voted. Just to address that really quickly, I think a big part of that is sometimes there are times where the Kaiman does serve as a sort of watchdog on campus, and they can be critical of some groups more than others. I think mainly not necessarily being critical of the organization itself, but some things that happen around it. Greek life is a really good example. And I think that that could sometimes garner a few negative opinions from students that are involved in those groups, just in the ways that we cover certain events that happen around them. So I think that that's where some of it comes to, but also a lot like Maggie said, a lot of what we have the need for this for wasn't really able to be super well just represented on the ballot text itself, just because I don't think most people understand that most people that work at the Kaiman are working 2 or 3 jobs and frankly working more hours for the Kaiman than we are actually paid for. And the ASUM personnel policy has most positions at the Kaiman supposed to be slotted to make double the hours that they are making right now because of how inflation has changed how we're able to pay those positions, especially with increases like the minimum wage. We had to cut about 50 hours when the minimum wage increased at the beginning of the year. And that was just cutting from positions, so everyone across the board was getting paid less. So I think that those are some of the things that might have contributed to that narrow vote, and I'm just glad that I got the opportunity to be able to voice some of those before you guys make this vote. So thank you.
Thank you so much for that additional public comment, Emily. I appreciate it. Okay, is there any further public comment?
I do not see any.
Okay, wonderful. So seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The vote passes. I'll now take the next 3 items as one. Item D, E, and F, the tuition rate increases for Dawson, Miles, and Flathead Valley Community College. Do I have a motion to entertain to approve this?
So moved.
Moved by Regent Dabrowski. Any discussion or corrections by members of the board? Discussion from our campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The vote passes. On to item G, our staff item. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Buchanan. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Any discussion from our campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign. The vote passes. On to item H, a request for authorization and approval to proceed with major repair projects authorized by the 68th legislative session. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Lozar. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Discussion from our campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. And now on to, the vote passes. On to item I, a request for authorization to enter into a ground lease with hotel developer C.H. Bozeman Hotel 1 LLC on a parcel of land located on the MSU campus. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Southworth. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? And I'll just note for the record, this is the amended motion that we discussed this morning, the amended item. Any discussion from our campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. And those abstaining, same sign.
Aye.
The vote passes. On to item J, request for authorization to program, plan, and design an addition for Montana PBS. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Dabrowski. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. The motion passes. On to item K, our request for authorization for the construction of the relocation of the facilities maintenance yard and associated facilities at MSU. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Buchanan. Any discussion or corrections from the board? Discussion from our campuses? Or any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The motion passes. On to item L, our request for authorization to construct a new MSU wool lab facility at Montana State University. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Buchanan. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Discussion from our campuses? Or public comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Next, we have item M from Montana State University Billings, a request for authorization to purchase property at 420 Marbara Lane. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Southworth. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? From our campuses? Or any public comment? Seeing no further public comment, I will ask for those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Next, we have an item from University of Montana, item N, a request for authorization for campus exterior lighting. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Dabrowski. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Discussion from campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Now on to item O from University of Montana Western, our request for authorization to construct a student wellness center. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Blossom. Any discussion or correction from the board? Any discussion from our campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The item passes. And item P, also from the University of Montana Western, our request for authorization to construct a sports and activities complex. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Blossom. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Discussion from our campuses? Or any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And our final action item for the Budget Committee, item Q, a request for designation of distribution of timber sales revenues at the system level. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Dombrowski. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Discussion from our campuses or public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The motion passes. We made it. Okay, now on to our Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee. First, I will start with our consent agenda. I will entertain a motion to approve our consent agenda on the ARSA committee. Moved by Regent Lozar. Any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Discussion from our campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And on to our 2 action items on the ARSA committee. First, we'll start with item A, request for approval to revise Board of Regents Policy 806.1, supervising teachers. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Regent Buchanan. Any discussion or corrections from the board? Any discussion from our campuses? And any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And our final action item, our item B, our request to plan proposals, all 3 included there. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you. Approved by Regent Buchanan, or moved by Regent Buchanan. Is there any discussion or corrections from members of the board? Discussion from our campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Wonderful. Well, that wraps up the voting portion of our meeting. Thank you all for your patience there. But before we move to our last agenda item, I would like to take a minute to mention that unfortunately this will be Regent Blossom's last meeting. How fortunate Montana and the students of the Montana University System are to have had your public service, Regent Blossom. We are, I feel like I could just plug into you every time I'm around you and soak up some of your energy, and your enthusiasm just drives so much of your passion and so much of the good work that you have done for our system. So I would love to have an opportunity to open up to the board members for any other words, and also have an opportunity for Regent Blossom to share any final words as well.
Ditto. Ditto. Yeah. Thank you for your service. And at my age, when I see the youth coming forward with your focus and your drive, it makes me know that we're going to be in good hands. So thank you.
Thank you.
First time I met Norris, Wadad staged me to hand my diplomas to my twins last year, and this, guest speaker comes up, and this kid, I'm like, man, you could just feel the energy off of him. He's very well spoken, wasn't nervous at all. And I mean, I don't know how many people were in the brick, but it looked like a million. And he nailed it. And then I saw who got appointed, but I didn't connect the dots. It takes me a minute. I'm just bad with names. And then I see his face, and I'm just like, it doesn't surprise me. But you've got a super bright future, buddy. I don't think the people in this audience realize the options that were presented to Norris, but when he goes through his slide deck of where he could go after MSU and different lanes that he could pursue, it was probably one of the most impressive things I've ever heard a college kid say out loud. And when we're asking him questions, the whole time I feel obligated to teach him how to brag a little bit. So that's something that, if you ever, I'm good at it. You're awful at it. So just thank you for everything, buddy, and I wish you the best.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Madam Chair, I'll jump on the bandwagon. And I concur with everything that the colleagues said. The one thing that will probably stand out this year, for Norris as our student regent is, it certainly didn't feel like a student regent at all. From the very first meeting, he was a colleague, and he had more background on, past decisions that we made, past conversations. He did all of his research. He's been involved in student leadership for a long time. So this 1 year on the board is just 1 year on the board. He's been doing this work at MSU for a long time and doing this work with Mass for a long time. So I too thank you for your service to higher education, and your future is bright. I think coupled with all the intellectual assets that you have, just being a real Montanan, using humor as well as you use humor, being as accommodative and welcoming as you are to anybody, it's pretty darn impressive. And this year, your ability to carry the student voice in a really meaningful way, and to have those relationships and the trust from student body leaders all across the system, I think it was pretty evident even at the very end here, where you're posing very specific questions on things that particularly matter to students. So thank you for carrying the student voice and being such a great colleague to us.
Thank you, Casey. Oh my gosh.
Hard to add any comments of compliments. The engagement level is inspiring. The neat thing in the year that we've worked together that I've seen is, the friendship that's been developed, and I've seen you develop that friendship with everybody around the table. And as I know you're going to Prague here and have some other exciting, you're not off the board yet, so stay, keep your phone on. We may need some insight, but I guess I would just ask that you keep us posted on the fantastic pathway that you're embarking on. You're going to have a ton of success, and it's fun to have been a small part of that dialogue as you've shared, as Jeff said, the incredible options that you've created for yourself. You should be very proud of yourself. Thanks for all your service.
Thank you. I will. Oh my gosh.
Norris, all of us at Ouchie just extend a tremendous gratitude for your service. Pleasure working with you this year. Asked great questions throughout the year and pushed our team to do a good job and a better job because of it. So we just thank you for all your efforts and all your contributions to the board over the year. And we'll see you out on the highway.
Yeah. Thanks, Clay.
Well, what to say? This is the second Blossom, and I have had 3 years of Blossom student leaders to work with. First, Norris's brother Taylor served 2 years, 2 consecutive years as chair or as president of ASMSU. It's the first time that I had seen that, and it happened also during the pandemic, so that was an impressive accomplishment. And then along came Norris, and with his vibrant sense of humor. So at this moment, I think I just want to congratulate Mr. and Mrs. Blossom for giving us tremendous sons to serve at Montana State University leadership.
Thank you so much, everyone. My heart is melting at all of this. I cannot say how lucky I feel to have been in this group this year. Every day, I've learned so much from all of you, and that is such a luxury that it's hard to fully appreciate. Board members, commissioner's office, campus leadership, everyone in this Montana University system is just fantastic. And to have the chance to work with this group has been just the opportunity of a lifetime. So just have so much gratitude to all of you for this incredible year and really appreciate it. And just like Regent Buchanan said, I guess I still got a month on the job, so we'll still be in touch and all that. But oh my gosh, I can't say how impactful this has been to me and how much I appreciate all of the relationships that I've been able to create with all of you, and all of the experiences and learning opportunities that I've had is just a tremendous opportunity. And so I'm so thankful to all of you. So really can't put it into words, but you all mean a lot to me, and I really appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you, Norris, for indulging us in that. We can't wait to see what your enthusiasm brings to the world. And with that, we will move on to our final item, election of officers. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Christian.
Madam Chair, thank you. Consistent with your bylaws, you are to elect regents to represent you as chair and vice chair in leadership positions for the next year. Your bylaws say that you will do that as soon as practical after the 1st of May. So brings us back to the May board meeting tradition. At this time, with your indulgence, I would open up the floor to nominations for an individual to serve as chair of the Board of Regents for the upcoming year.
Mr. Commissioner, it'd be my honor and privilege to nominate Joyce.
Thank you, Regent Lozar. Are there any other nominations to serve as chair? Seeing none, I would close the nominations, and I would ask if there is any discussion. You have a nomination before you for Regent Dombrowski to serve as chair for the upcoming year. Is there any discussion from board members? Regent Rogers.
Thank you for the nomination. Regent Lozart, Regent Dombrowski, I've been so appreciative of your leadership on the board generally, but especially in the budget committee. I feel like we've dug into some big issues this year that I hadn't gotten an opportunity to touch yet during my time on the board. So I'm looking forward to your steady leadership at the chair level as well.
And thank you, and thanks for the nomination.
I'd echo that, Commissioner. The engagement level that you bring to this body is outstanding, and just how you've approached the discussion about this role. We're gonna continue some really good things. Thank you for your willingness to do it.
Thank you, although the budget committee was at my finest hour, I might say, this last 2 days.
Finest hours.
Any further discussion? Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Congratulations, Regent Dombrowski.
Thank you. No speeches here, just a lot of thanks and a willingness to serve the best I can the next year.
Thank you. We look forward to working with you. Members of the board, at this time, I would open up the floor for nominations for an individual to serve as vice chair of the Board of Regents for the upcoming year. Regent Blossom.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd be honored to nominate Todd Buchanan to the role of vice chair.
Thank you, Regent Blossom, for the nomination. Is there any further nominations? Seeing none, I would close the nomination process and I would open up the floor to discussion. You have a motion in front of you for Regent Buchanan to serve as vice chair for the upcoming year. Any discussion?
May I speak?
Regent Dombrowski, please.
Would just, again, express appreciation for Regent Buchanan's willingness to continue to serve in the vice chair role, and look forward to serving collectively with you.
Further discussion, Regent Lozar.
And just to add to that, I appreciate your willingness. I know it takes a lot of time to be an officer, and you've been an officer previous years, you've been an officer last year. I'm just really look forward to your long-term perspective, particularly as we're thinking about the intersection between budgeting and academic affairs. So look forward to partnering with you as an officer.
Any for Regent Blossom?
I'd just like to give some kudos to Todd for his work as vice chair and ARSA chair this year. He has been so proactive in communicating, so on top of it with all of the vast things that he manages. And when I joined the board, within like a week of being on the board, he found time to call me consistently to talk about how I could get up to speed, with some very complex topics. And I think I have just seen how well he can onboard regents and how well he can catalyze really productive discussion. So I am just stoked to see another year of Todd Buchanan in the vice chairship.
Any further discussion? Stoked is a good word. Any further discussion? Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Regent Buchanan, thank you for serving. Congratulations. Well, with excitement, we enter a slate of officers for the next year, and I will tell you from our perspective, from OCHI, we look forward to working with both of you in this leadership role. I rely heavily on that leadership conduit, and we appreciate your willingness to serve. With that, Madam Chair, one final duty here. I would just like to extend my gratitude to you for serving as chair for the last year. That accessibility, never missed a text, never missed a phone call, just always available. Even when not in the state, you picked up the phone in all hours of the night, and it just was incredibly helpful for us, and your leadership, always prepared, just truly a pleasure to serve with you. As the last official deal, as tradition would have it, we would encourage you to take the gavel that you've used this year at service and keep as your own as a very small reminder of your service to the great state of Montana in this capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. My dog will love it. I'll ring in board meetings with her when I'm at work. Well, thank you all so much for the time today, and I would love to express our deep gratitude to Dean Erdman. I mean, what an incredible job you all have done, and I cannot even imagine the tireless hours that you and your team have put in to produce such a fantastic event and such a wonderful setting for all of us to be able to do our work. So thank you, and please, I'd love to give you the opportunity to say any final words as well.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. I appreciate that you acknowledged how much time and effort went into putting together this event. We had a blast doing it. We were stoked. Yeah. Anyway, it was lovely to have you all here in Great Falls. The weather cooperated. The grounds look fabulous. We had a wonderful community breakfast this morning, and we hope in 2 years from now we get to see you all again. Thank you.
And Dean Erdman, remind me, do we have lunches?
Yes, there is lunch available. It will be out the doors and is a build-your-own lunch. Because what I noticed at the other lunches is people would take boxes of lunch and then they'd leave their apple, or they'd take 2 milks or whatever else they wanted. So it's build your own lunch. There's a bag and whatever you want to put in it, please feel free to take along. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I just also want to express my gratitude to my fellow board members for supporting me in my role as chair. It was a very humbling opportunity, big legislative session, but great opportunity to, represent you all, and just cannot express how humbled I am by the work that we all do collectively as a Montana University system, and look forward to my final few months here on the board, and just hope you all know how much we appreciate all the work that all of you do to make all of this possible. Thank you. And with that, we're done. Thank you.